If you're leaving on 200, double check around the gated area. We'll do a late drive from your first of belonging. Please be advised, this is a high-level platform. There's a small gap between the train and the platform. Mind the gap when they train platforms and vestibules. Once again, just start 12 minutes.
Good afternoon. You've wandered into the public hearing of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, House Chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. We have roughly 11 bills today, but not too many people to testify. We'll get you out of here before midnight. We'll leave it at that, and I will turn it over to my esteemed co-chair, Senator Needleman.
Morning, everyone, and looking forward to a good dialogue on all these bills. Thank you.
Representative Mara.
Thank you. It's a busy day ahead, so let's get to it.
And I believe that Senator Fazio is online. If he'd like to make any comments, this would be a good time. Oh, he may not be able to. So I'm sure he'll have an opportunity later in today's deliberations. Without further ado, we will get into today's hearing. As is often the case, we will start with elected officials, and after roughly an hour, elected officials and members from the representatives from the executive branch, and after roughly an hour, we will start alternating between the two. The first testimony we will hear today is from the Comptroller of the State of Connecticut, Sean Scanlon. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg. Good to be before you today. I do not often find myself before the Energy and Technology Committee, but I'm here this morning on behalf of a constituent that I met last fall named Lou D'Amico, who runs the Jewett City Florist and Greenhouse shop in Jewett City. It's an incredible business. When I was there doing a business walk, he asked me to come inside his shop and talk to him a little bit, and he told me this incredible story that since 1937, he and his family have run this business, and he had tried a few years ago to use a cleaner source of energy to power his greenhouse from oil and the oil burner that has been there since 1937 to natural gas. But unfortunately, he encountered a problem last year, which was that because of the way the rate structure is determined, the worst day he had is the day that his rate is based on for the rest of the year. And it seemed to me an inherently unfair thing. I reached out to Eversource to see if there was something that they could do, and they said, while they're understanding and sympathetic to his issue, this really is more of a regulatory change or a statutory change. And therefore, he asked his representative, Representative Lanui, to introduce a bill. He has done that. It's here before you today. And I'm really here mostly just to express my support for his desire to see this change made. I am confident he is not the only small business owner in the state of Connecticut who is being adversely affected by what, to me, on its face is an unfair policy. And I'm encouraged that the committee is taking up this bill. And I, as a former chair, hate to say this, but respectfully request that you also consider just changing the policy itself. Because while a study is really good, it seems like we have an answer to this based on what they do currently for electrical payers. And so just to conform what gas does for electricity seems like a good policy. And I'm grateful, again, for the chairs for letting me come here on behalf of Mr. D'Amico and other business owners that are affected by this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Comptroller. You know, it goes with the territory. If you're the first one up, you tend to get asked questions that help us understand better the issues. You made mention of the fact that we could choose as a model what we're already doing for another energy source. Could you just describe what that difference is?
And I would just say at the top, Representative, that I certainly am no expert on energy policy, and it's frankly a head scratcher for most of us. And so I defer to the experts that are here, will testify after me, that can speak with greater specificity. But my understanding right now is that for commercial and agricultural customers, which Mr. D'Amico is one of them, that this particular issue is not the same on the electricity side as it is on the gas side. And so what he's looking for is to have the same policy that is prohibiting this from happening to him on the electrical side to also be in use on the gas side.
I guess we won't torture you any further on the topic, and knowing that we do have others, we can ask the hard questions. But the mere fact that you've chosen to involve yourself in this, whether as a constituent or for the broad benefit of small companies, is noted, and we appreciate your testimony. Are there others who wish to ask him questions? Seeing not, you got off easy today.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Next up, we have the Commissioner of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Katie Dykes. Welcome.
Good morning, Representative, and good morning, members of the committee. I'm Katie Dykes, Commissioner at Connecticut Deep, and I'm pleased to be joined and have the opportunity to introduce you to our new Deputy Commissioner for Energy, Andy Frank, who's going to be assisting along with our cast of thousands here at Deep. I want to say how much I appreciate the committee for raising a bill on Deep's behalf. That's HB 5248, which is an act concerning energy efficiency and transmission planning. The first portion of this bill just responds to some of the uncertainty related to the Energy Star program, which has been a voluntary appliance labeling program that's been in place for many years. And this provision would simply allow for Deep to coordinate with other states or third parties that may develop equivalent voluntary labeling programs, and to coordinate the use of those should we see the EPA Energy Star program be disrupted. Secondly, the bill also includes a perennial favorite of Deep's, which is appliance standards. We know that in the spirit of pursuing opportunities for improving energy affordability, we think it's really important to continue to have the committee consider strengthening some of the standards that ensure that consumers are presented with the best suite of products to purchase in the marketplace. And this would ensure that our product efficiency standards, which haven't been updated for more than a decade, could be updated in a way that would help residents and businesses save money while preserving their choice of appliance and product selection. The proposal would streamline Deep's ability to draft appliance standards by allowing Deep to incorporate certifications and testing procedures via reference. It would put important limits on Deep's authority that we would only be able to promulgate product efficiency standards that have a 5-year payback or less. It would also enable Deep to adopt water efficiency standards in coordination with the Department of Consumer Protection. So I think this is important, again, to help the agency to be able to backstop existing federal efficiency standards should they be repealed at the federal level. And ultimately, we think this is one of the important tools in the toolkit to help save more than $100 million per year annually across gas and electric and water utility costs for businesses and residents in our state. And the final component of this bill relates to what we see as I would even argue potentially a technical correction, just to clarify that the Connecticut Siting Council has authority to approve proactively planned transmission projects. We have in the past had the opportunity to pursue federal grant funding to support proactive upgrades to the transmission system, including upgrades to substations in the state that can help to speed the integration of new generation resources. And so this would just clarify that for such projects that are identified as needed through the ISO New England planning process or through Deep's integrated resource plan, that those types of projects could be considered by the Siting Council. We also are here to speak in support of the governor's bill that's on your agenda.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner. So yes, we are here also in support of the governor's bill 5036, an act streamlining residential solar permitting and energy infrastructure. This bill directs DAS to create automated solar permitting software that municipalities can use or decide to roll out in an alternative version with similar features. DEEP supports this as it aligns with our 2020 and 2026 initiatives to streamline clean energy permitting. We think automated solar permitting has a lot of potential to reduce soft costs up to about 15 days or about a third faster than typical projects, as well as lower costs for rooftop solar. The bill also streamlines some permitting for larger clean energy infrastructure on the EV and solar side.
So with that, we're happy to take any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you both, and I do have questions for both of you. Commissioner, this is not our first rodeo with regard to applying standards in Energy Star. In what seems to be a very straightforward approach to provide transparency and disclosure for the benefit of people who are going to use energy. How do you address the opposition we've had in recent years to those who feel this is simply too onerous?
Well, with respect to the appliance standards, I'll just note that many states around us have adopted appliance efficiency standards, and I fear that, and they recently strengthened them in the early 2020s, for example, and so I fear that our consumers here in Connecticut are being disadvantaged to some extent, that we may become a dumping ground for less efficient appliances as others in the region are adopting more consumer-friendly approaches. There are no, I'll just clarify that, well, first, let's start with the fundamentals. The purpose of appliance standards is that we can alleviate pressure on the state's energy supply, we can conserve energy and water, and we do so passively because we're just helping support residents and businesses to purchase appliances that are not energy hogs, frankly. And so our estimate is that in this proposal that updating Connecticut's product efficiency standards to products that have a 5-year or less payback period would cumulatively reduce electric, gas, and water utility costs for Connecticut ratepayers by around $4.1 billion over the next 24 years, or an average of $170 million per year. So if you think about it, that's the cost of not keeping pace with appliance standards that are being adopted in states surrounding us, for example, is that we are foregoing those types of passive savings that all ratepayers occur, because we can avoid having to build out the grid with more expensive resources to serve our energy needs. And I will note, of course, because this has been a topic that's been debated in past sessions, there are no, these standards would not eliminate any product classes. This is not a ban on gas appliances, for example. There are limits here that would prevent the elimination of a full class of types of products. And this 5-year payback is intended to ensure that, we're not having consumers have to take on more expensive, increase the cost of the product, right, more than what types of savings they would see in a very short period over the life of the appliance. Of course, most of these appliances that we're talking about they last a lot longer than 5 years, so we would see those continue to accrued savings.
Thank you. I particularly appreciate your point with regard to savings that would benefit ratepayers. This is something that we're very focused on, so something that would help in that regard is something we should seriously consider. The conundrum has always been for us what we do with renters. They're the ones who would benefit most potentially. So how are we going to address that aspect?
Sure. With respect to appliance standards?
Yes.
So I would say that the energy efficiency program is one where we also are providing for supports for energy efficient appliances. So that further some of those offerings through the Conservation Load Management Program also further would complement this proposal and help to make these more efficient, these appliances that meet these product efficiency standards. It would lower the upfront cost of those, including for tenants. Do you want to expand on that, Becca?
Sure, thanks,
You
Commissioner.
have to say your name.
Yes, Becca Treach, I'm an Office Director within DEEP's Energy Bureau. So I just wanted to add on to this that appliance standards would ultimately set sort of the minimum efficiency threshold for appliances that would be available in the market. So that way, even landlords, when they were going to purchase new equipment for a rental unit, would be looking among those qualified products. layering on top of that is, of course, then the programs that our commissioner just mentioned, the Energize CT programs that would offer incentives for the most efficient among those available. And then, of course, from there is, of course, the Energy Star labeling program, which also then helps to make that visible when you go to shop for these products. You can see the most efficient ones.
And I would hope that if this legislation becomes law, that we do something we could always do better at, which is the education communication piece, so that everybody is aware that these programs exist and that they can leverage these savings. So thank you for that. One more question, and then I'll stop hogging the mic. With reference to the streamlining of permitting, something we've also talked a fair bit about and we'd like to see accomplished, you made allusion to a new app. And we've often struggled with the Yankee 169 towns going their own way with finding some uniformity. How would this app be helpful, and particularly in terms of getting more communities to find a path to streamlining?
Thank you, Representative. It's a great question. The legislation that's being proposed would essentially direct DAS to create a common platform that all municipalities can but are not required to use. So it basically create a pathway for each municipality to essentially have an easy button for all of their contractors and trade allies to be able to do permitting in a more streamlined basis. This would not only save time for the households, for the end customers, for the contractors and trade allies, but also for the towns themselves. So it kind of helps to create the tools that would enable much more streamlined permitting.
So it's your contention that if we had such a application or platform available, this would more likely streamline the process, reducing the amount of time necessary to do the essential processing, and would offer some predictability for the developers.
That's exactly right. There was an NREL study, now I believe called the something of the Rockies, that demonstrated that this kind of automated permitting software for solar can reduce permitting times by about 30%. So it's a very meaningful impact on the permitting timelines, and can also reduce costs 2 to 13%, which then led to greater adoption of 2 to 17% of rooftop solar systems. So it has kind of a very big impact on the market from an affordability standpoint, which can then lead to greater adoption with customers.
One more question. Are any other states doing something like this?
Yes, a number of states have adopted and or in the process of adopting this. So let me just make sure I have my notes here in front of me. Legislation in Maryland has been, I believe, passed. Some towns in Connecticut have actually adopted this to good feedback. A few counties in Arizona have adopted this to good effect. And New Jersey and Virginia, I believe, are in the process of introducing legislation to this effect as well.
Definitely seems like a trend. So
Indeed,
good to see.
very much so.
Are there others with questions or comments? Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, how are you? Love hearing about the energy program, particularly if we can step in when the federal government is stepping out. I was just curious, do you have a kind of an estimated idea as to how much it would cost to run the program, both labor side and then any other costs? Just
In terms of the Energy Star program?
Yep.
Right. So this, that is a key question in terms of, if the EPA should step aside from implementing Energy Star. And so this legislation doesn't commit this DEEP or the state to develop the alternative, but rather it authorizes DEEP to coordinate with other states. We might potentially see a consortium of states, adopting or working with a nonprofit partner that may adopt a standard for an Energy Star type equivalent, and then this would simply enable us to work with that entity, as we want to preserve as much as possible the uniformity and the brand awareness that comes with an Energy Stars type labeling program. So there's no fiscal note associated with this because it wouldn't contemplate or direct DEEP to develop an Energy Star replacement specifically.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much for coming and testifying today. And I know we've talked a lot about Energy Star in the past. When I'm looking at some of the legislation or proposals that come in front of us, I like to think of them a little more holistically. Sometimes, like, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, and then across the state, we're trying to make sure that we have affordable housing for people moving into the state, people that need homes, and so many times we put onerous things on people that are trying to rent their property. So I'm just curious, as we've kind of talked about renters here, what is this going to do to some of the people across the state that are trying to rent out property but now have extra guidelines? What's it going to add to them? What's the difference between the cost between some of the Energy Star products maybe versus other products? Is that going to raise the rent? Who's gonna cover that? Maybe if you can, I know it's a lot, but I think we just need to think of it holistically.
Yeah, I think I'm glad to hear the question. I think it's kind of similar to Representative Steinberg's question too, because we know that, at least from DEEP's perspective, and certainly, we know that housing affordability is something that we've seen a lot of progress on here and a lot of debate on this year or last year in the legislature, and this is sort of a key priority. At DEEP, we consider that the cost of powering and heating and cooling our homes is also a part of making those homes affordable, and particularly where you have a landlord-tenant or a rental circumstance, it's often the tenants who are paying the utility bills. Not always, but in certain circumstances. And so I think that's core to this proposal, is that it strikes a balance of, first off, to ensure that a rental property is affordable for a tenant, which is a key issue as rents have been rising. This would ensure that those tenants, that landlords are, when they're selecting for the appliance, maybe there's a situation where a landlord is just going to go with the cheapest model that may be the least energy efficient, because that will be lower cost for the landlord, but where the tenant is paying the utility costs. So this type of proposal would ensure that the landlord is providing for a more cost-efficient appliance. It's more cost-efficient to run. But to your point, that means the landlord is paying for the upfront cost of that appliance. So that's where the cap in this proposal, to ensure that the payback period for the appliance has to be within 5 years, strikes that balance to ensure we're not eliminating from the market those appliances that may be more that may be more cost effective or have a lower sticker price for the landlord. So it's like really trying to achieve that balance, which reflects some of those trade-offs to the extent that you might have utility costs borne by the landlord, by the tenant, and not by the landlord. And of course, in the long run, we know that also benefits the landlord, because tenants who have lower utility costs are going to be less likely to fall behind on their rent and have face eviction and so on. And so that's where we think that this proposal strikes a good balance in terms of housing affordability.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Good to see you again.
Always great to see you.
In that same discussion with energy efficiency, now you're looking at about, I want to say the number I had was 38% of people in Connecticut are renters. And we go back and forth on this topic on a regular basis. That I love the idea. Let's make it more energy efficient. Let's make that landlord get invested in it. But that 38% of people are still paying that in their public benefits charge for that energy efficiency cost. Do you have any suggestions on ways to ease that pain for those people who are paying into that on their bill right now in the public benefits charge?
For in this circumstance, or in this scenario, you're talking about the renter is paying the utility bills and they're paying for the public benefits charge and their cost, right? So we do have in the energy efficiency program, we're trying to connect both landlords, property owners, as well as renters with opportunities to for affordable investment in energy efficiency. We tailor our programs and make them, market them and make them accessible to renters to take advantage of in terms of weatherization and upgrades. And we also, of course, want to work with landlords who can take on comprehensive upgrades. So we have programs that are tailored to both. So in that instance, and I mean, you have a puzzled look, so I might not, let me just stop here and see if I'm not answering your question.
No, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the fact that there's discussions about that, but we've been paying into that for quite a while. All these renters have been paying into that same thing that they can't necessarily benefit from, right? The public benefits charge that a renter who's paying their own energy bill can't put a heat pump in their house, right? They don't own the home to be able to do that, but they're paying into that.
Well, first off, I would start by saying that all of the, to the extent that we're talking about the Conservation Load Management Program, the energy efficiency programs, they are, you know, we test all the measures that are provided or subsidized in that energy efficiency program to make sure that they are cost beneficial, not just to the participant, the person who's installing the measure in their home, but to all ratepayers, because when you install energy efficiency in your home and reduce your energy demand, that benefits me because now I'm going to see my generation, transmission, distribution costs will be lower as a result of the grid not having to supply you with more power. So we're looking and testing as we approve these programs to make sure that there are benefits both for the participant and for the ratepayer more broadly. And so that's how we kind of ensure that even renters who may not be able to take, or that everyone, even those who are not taking advantage of the programs for themselves, are benefiting for these investments that they're paying for in the public benefits charge.
I appreciate the intent, but I don't know if that's actually happening. That's the hard part. We
It
only
is.
see that price increase on the bill for everyone across the board. So the transmission, all that, you're just talking about, it's all great in theory, but I don't know if that's really paying off actually on their bill. That's the hard part for anyone to see.
It is the hard part because it's hard to measure, or it's hard to run the other hypothetical and for people to see what the cost of their bill is if not for the energy efficiency program. But as we've measured this, since the program's inception, we've reduced total energy demand in Connecticut by 12%.
So has that been sent to the public for them to be able to see where that might turn up on their bill?
We
Because
do.
that's the part we all get yelled at about on
Yeah.
a daily basis. So that's the one part that
Sure.
we want to be able to have them see. If not on their bill, is it coming directly from DEEP? Is it something that they can,
We have, it's a great point. I appreciate the dialogue on this because we do a tremendous amount of cost-benefit analysis testing for this program, the efficiency program. We have the Energy Efficiency Board, which has designees from different customer segments that are part of reviewing and approving the utility plan. DEEP oversees and signs off on that. We have third-party consultants that have to be independent, that are retained to then perform independent evaluations of the programs, each of the programs, to make sure that the savings are achieved. And we provide for all of those Energy Efficiency Board meetings are open to the public, and we have a lot of stakeholders that participate. We also have reports that we send to the legislature to share about the performance of the programs, but there's always more that we can do, and we know that legislators, you all are frequently in a position to be communicating with your constituents about the value or how these programs work, and so always happy to work with the committee on ways we can further increase awareness and understanding of how the programs are implemented.
I appreciate that. And just one more, if I may. It sounds like there's a lot of metrics already on what's being done. You have a lot of information. With the 40 or so programs that are in there for different things, people, they're investing in energy efficiency, they're in the public benefits charge. When was the last time any of that was audited to make sure that is, those dollars are going directly to the things that are most beneficial for the people to use across the board?
Well, there's lots of different programs, as you noted, that the costs of which are recovered in the public benefits charge. PURA has an annual true-up process where the utilities submit what the costs they expect to be for each of the programs that are authorized in the public benefits charge, and PURA reviews those. And that filing, I believe, from the utilities will be coming in on March 1st, and so that is a public process at PURA. With respect to the evaluation of all the programs that are in the public benefits charge per se. I just described the evaluation process that it attaches to the conservation and load management program. There are lots of other programs that are in here, and some of them have different, different programs have different frameworks for how they are evaluated. For example, many of the distributed generation programs are legislatively authorized, and those will be sunsetting next year. So, for example, PURA was charged last year with proposing a study to the legislature about the performance of those programs and recommending how or whether they should be extended. So that's something that will be coming before the legislature this year, just highlighting the legislative role. We have a number of contracts for grid scale resources that are recovered, the cost of which are net costs of which are recovered in the public benefits charge, and those contracts are reviewed and approved, procured through competitive RFPs, and then selected by DEEP, negotiated by the utilities, and then subject to independent review and approval by PURA before they go into effect. So depending on the different charges that are on the or component of the public benefits charge that you're talking about, there's different frameworks for review and approval.
Thank you for that. I mean, I think that's what we need to hold accountable across the board. We need to find out what's actually being used in there, what's not being used in there, maybe move out what's not being used that's being paid for by people who might not be able to utilize it as well. I think just the proper use of the funds would be the concern on the entire public benefits charge piece, which I think we've all discussed ad nauseum. We've discussed that, but I think it's until we finally have a solution that's going to be critical to get that information back. So I appreciate that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think the solution does depend upon your definition of the problem. Representative Winter, followed by Representative Foster, followed by Representative Mushinski, followed by Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Thanks for being with us.
Afternoon.
Can you explain how automated solar permitting can help both customers who are looking to connect, or residents or who are looking to connect new solar systems, and non-participant ratepayers?
I'll turn that to Deputy Commissioner Frank.
Sure. I think for the solar participants, it's fairly straightforward. If you're a homeowner or renter, when your landlord is putting it in, you get your solar faster and cheaper, which I think is good for everyone. For non-participants, the lower the cost of putting rooftop solar, right? The lower the cost for everyone in the scheme of things. So we think it's a win-win for kind of across the board for both participants and non-participants.
The bill has a cap on the size of systems that could be reviewed with an automated system of 12 megawatts or 12 kilowatts versus the RRES cap is 25. Would there be an issue with increasing the cap to align with the RRES system size?
That's a great question. Be happy to talk more about that. I think the intent is to basically make sure this is being focused on kind of your traditional rooftop solar system in the residential space, but we're happy to engage dialogue on kind of where that threshold should be set.
And the legislation focuses on solar, but I don't think it mentions storage.
That's correct.
Would that be something that you'd also be open to?
That's something we'd
including
definitely be happy to have dialogue around. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Foster.
Thank you, DEEP team. It's a pleasure to have you here and see you. Am I indulged 2 questions on 2 separate bills?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So my first question, as we were talking about the energy efficiency scores and appliances, I was reminded of some work that I was reading the first time this bill came up a couple of years ago, and about grid reliability related to peak shaving, and how if you significantly increase the efficiency of appliances, you lessen the burden on the grid during these challenging peak times. Do you think you could spend a minute or 2 talking about the challenges that our grid is currently facing and how much of a robust impact efficient appliances could have on system reliability?
Sure. So We know that reducing peak is really important. I mean, reducing usage all the time is valuable, but especially when we can reduce usage during periods of peak time or grid stress, that's really, really valuable. We also know that we are starting to see, we're seeing changes in terms of when peak hours are occurring. That, we've been a summer peaking system for some time, but we anticipate over, the ISO New England is projecting that in the next decade we may shift to be more winter peaking. The ISO is also in the process of adopting some changes to their wholesale capacity market that will start to accredit resources based on seasonal dynamics. And so all of this is to say that I like to look at peak shaving as an opportunity as opposed to a challenge. And so to the extent that we can align or reduce usage overall with these with more efficient appliances, that can help to reduce peak, which is critical as our load is projected to grow and as those periods when usage is at peak are going to be changing over time, and when the costs that we're incurring as a result of meeting those peaks is also going to be changing how that's allocated. So, and I think the other thing to note is we're really focused on the broader discussion about things like the public benefits charge and where we're making ratepayer investments to help reduce other portions of the bill. Appliance standards are something that really influences the types of products that are available. We're not specifically, that's using regulation and standards to help reduce usage without incurring costs for ratepayers to do so.
I know that there's a lot of different models across the world about addressing grid reliability and sort of the three-legged stool. I think of Norm in my head whenever I talk about the three-legged stool, and I hear his voice. But, we talk about affordability, which you certainly, I think, are venturing to address, and that's something that I'm hearing my colleagues on the other side of the aisle saying that they have a concern about, because there's certainly an increase in affordability when your demand is significantly reduced and you're paying less total. And of course, using less energy is good for the environment. So you've got two of the three legs of the stool and we're still wobbling, but you add reliability when you think about that. There are certain models that show that when you move towards these more efficient appliances, even in a single category, if you have large scale adoption, you can have like 40 to 55 megawatt reduction in utilization. And I just was wondering if you could speak to different estimates you've seen. I mean, 40 and 50 megawatts, that's like, the town of East Windsor's pumping 137 megawatts into the grid, but most other towns, that's more than what you all are putting in. And so I think that that's a power plant. That is a significant contribution. Is that consistent with the data that you're seeing? Is that part of the reason why you champion these standards? I'd love to hear more.
Yeah, so I'd love to jump in here. So I think we have an estimate of just several appliance standards that we would be interested in considering and bringing forward, and we know that those would be saving about 6.6 million megawatt hours. But it depends per appliance when those reductions would most likely happen and whether they coincide with peak or not. So we'll have to take it back to give you more specifics about when they might coincide with those peak demand periods based on technology, but we could get you those numbers.
But directionally, that is, what a fundamental benefit that we're seeking with these programs is to reduce usage and benefit grid reliability. And I'll add another benefit onto the pile of the list that you shared, Representative, which is the more we can lean into reduced consumption, the less we have to develop new generation resources that can impact land use and siting, right, and other types of trade-offs.
Thank you so much. Those answer my questions about the appliances. My last question, and I'll just sort of leave this for consideration. One of the ideas that I raised and shared with the chairs this year is that one of the problems that we have, and I think Representative Winters brought this up, with sort of accelerating permitting as a way to increase affordability for adoption of solar. I think across the board, when we see delays in sort of the arduous nature of navigating government and multiple sections of government between the Siting Council and the OCC and DEEP and PURA, we do see delays that can potentially drive up costs. And there are some places where the delays and bottlenecks are more significant than others. One of the things I brought forward was that there might be a place or space for there to be a ombudsman of sorts who, this is Ezra Klein's language in his book From Abundance, but he says like where you would have a bottleneck detection agency that would address where when you had green and innovative or transportation related infrastructure or whatever your state priority is to roll out green initiatives or roll out energy efficiency initiatives or roll out grid reliability, that you would find out what ways one arm of government might be standing in the way of the other arm of government's goals and progress. And you could use a bottleneck detection agency or entity that was outside the agency, so probably not in DEEP and probably not in PURA and probably an executive branch function otherwise, to detect where delays were contributing to increased cost. Do you think that that's something that Connecticut has use for and that would make a difference in the speed and deployment of resources in our state?
I think it's, it's always an idea for us to, explore, and happy to give some feedback on how something like that could be applied here. I will say that, we've had a lot of success within DEEP of establishing a concierge office for permitting, which I encourage every legislator and lobbyist and everyone who's here to, mark down deep.concierge@ct.gov, because this is our one-stop shop location that we encourage, whether it's an applicant or a municipality that's hosting, or someone who has an interest in a project that's a high priority to you, to contact the DEEP concierge and let that entity know. It's a set of staff who sit within the commissioner's office outside of the permitting offices per se, and they're able to, because of they're within the agency and they have the familiarity with all the different permitting processes, they're able to provide for status updates, for helping to provide for acceleration, expediting of projects. They're also they convene, when we see applicants coming in for a permit, really critical to do a pre-application meeting, which the concierge manages, to help applicants understand how the process works and how to sequence different permits that they may need. And we've had tremendous feedback about the concierge system. We've also implemented things like a fast-tracking kind of lanes approach to processing certain permits, which we're exploring to do more of. That includes, often we've seen like 30% of our staff time taken up with handling applications that are incomplete. That sometimes will happen, and we have to spend a lot of time going back and forth to help people fill in the blanks. And so now we're just going to a quick rejection of incomplete applications, which is helping to ensure that applicants understand, they need to do their work before they get started in our process, and it's preserving our staff time to be able to move applications quickly that are ready and ripe to move forward. We have a proposal as well that's before the Environment Committee that would give DEEP broader authority to do general permits as opposed to individual permits for some categories, another example of a streamlining approach. So we have a lot of ideas of ways to reduce friction and a lot of expertise on it, because we're the ones, believe it or not, who are really invested in wanting these processes to move more efficiently, and glad to follow up with you, Representative, and think through more ways that we can accomplish that, and happy to, we have I believe there's an ombudsman, there are some ombudsman examples that have been established over time that we might be able to talk through.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you my usual question about the heat pumps. We put $25 million in the budget last year for heat pumps and deploying them out in the community, help people save money, summer and winter. And I'm wondering, do we have to wait until your report is finished, or can we start using those funds this year?
The dollars have been authorized in the bond bill, but they have not been allocated by the Bond Commission. So that would be the step that needs to occur for DEEP to be able to utilize those dollars. But we have been working hard on, first off, we have heat pump incentives through the energy efficiency program. We also are helping to coordinate a multi-state heat pump accelerator program that launched just recently, within a few weeks ago. That includes every New England state, but for Vermont, and provides for a midstream incentive to lower the cost of the heat pump equipment. But we're happy to follow up with you, Representative, and appreciate your enthusiasm for heat pumps, which have been continue to prove, really popular here in Connecticut.
Yeah, we hope to shave both the winter peak and the summer peak with the heat pumps.
There definitely is a lot of energy savings from an affordability perspective in helping people get access to more efficient cooling with heat pumps, and for some customers, particularly those heating with baseboard electric resistance heat, propane, those types of fuels, the savings of shifting to an electric heat pump can be, an air source heat pump can be very dramatic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, we have fresh challenges becoming a Twin Peaks state when it comes to our summer and winter peaks. Senator Needleman.
Good morning, and thank you. So, appreciate you coming, proposing the energy efficiency stuff again. I think that the permitting issue is a great one. I think it will go a long way. You have a lot of data beyond just the idea that we've saved the need to add 12% or more capacity to our grid through the energy efficiency program. A lot of it's light bulbs, a lot of it's other things. I think that that's very exciting, and given all the issues that we have about building new generation right now and issues around natural gas shortages, any kind of energy efficiency programs that we can put into place are a good thing. The data would suggest, at least the data that I've seen, is that energy efficiency programs have a multiplicative payback on the cost, and I think that, again, that's really good. Like all these programs, I think that over time, that which we incentivize early on should, the purpose of incentivizing them is to increase uptake, and as the uptake increases, you would want to manage the cost of the incentives down. That's sort of what we did with the solar program last year, all to be revisited this year. But going back to the appliance standards, I remember sitting here, somebody had to fly out because they were the big advocates for not banning CRTs, the old computer monitors with big picture tubes in them. Those are not an issue anymore. In the top 5 or 3 or 5 items that we want to create a higher standard for, which are they? Anybody? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm just wondering, because the big users are dryers and refrigerators and those. So.
Yeah, so the top few appliance standards that we have, preliminarily identified, but of course would need to go through the reg process. There's commercial hot food holding cabinets, portable electric spas, as you can imagine.
Say that again.
Portable electric spas. We've got commercial.
You mean like a hot tub?
Yeah.
An electric hot tub?
Yeah.
You're going to take away my electric hot tub?
Just make it more efficient, not take it away.
You
I just want
Could
to
not
very
be clear.
I don't
we are
have
not
one.
taking away any
All right, I
appliances.
know, I'm only
None
kidding.
of these are being.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
We want you to enjoy it and to feel better having to pay a lower electric bill to utilize it.
And then there's just a couple of, sort of commercial items such as certain types of dishwashers and fryers and ovens that, again, just have a lot of opportunity to be more efficient while still having a large variety of products available to choose from.
So I think, as has been brought up, the issue's always been finding that balance with renters, because these are big ticket items usually, not like electric fryers. But out of respect for somebody who no longer serves here, Senator Formica, former Senator Formica, we're not impacting the used market at all to buy like used commercial equipment. We're not saying, okay.
No, and I think some of the payback periods for some of these appliances, which we're happy to provide this to the committee. You know, for commercial dishwashers, for example, we're talking about adopting an Energy Star standard that's been adopted by about 10 other states, and where the estimated payback period would be less than a year. So really just trying to, you know, reduce from the, or narrow the market to those products, you know, just moving out of the market those products that are really the biggest energy hogs, and making even these minor adjustments in terms of efficiency standards yield, you know, really significant savings. That standard for commercial dishwashers would provide a statewide savings of 7.3 gigawatt hours of electricity over, you know, the life of the standard. So again, you know, this is a fairly, you know, our goal here is to work from the edges, really addressing some of the most energy intensive products that are on the market, follow in the footprint of other states, you know, where we see a lot of other states adopting the standards, utilizing standards that already been adopted at the federal level in terms of the Voluntary Energy Star program. So really trying to stay very, you know, mainstream with this and find paybacks that are very short. That's the kind of low-hanging fruit that's out there, because we haven't updated these standards in some time. But really, these are very important questions, and so we're happy to follow up with like lists of some of these product categories.
I appreciate that, and you know, it's been a back and forth for many years at this point. I might be a little more open to the idea this time, because we are looking for ways to manage the amount of electricity over the grid, and we're looking at the possibility of a lot of big users coming on, and the impact of heat pumps is going to be quite significant. So I think that building new generation, I think that there's a misconception right now about what it costs today for existing legacy generation and what the cost of new generation is going to cost any kind of new generation when you amortize in all aspects of it. I think people are going to be in for a shock if we have to start building new power plants. This goes to the conversation about data centers. If we don't manage that properly, we have to deal with the fact that they're going to be pulling stuff off the grid, and then we're going to have to replace it with much more expensive energy. Just based on construction costs, anything we can do to not have to add new generation capacity is going to be a good thing. And then, of course, we want it to be the most efficient, most reliable, and best for the environment. So more open to it this year. Thank you for all your hard work and giving us some ideas this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
You see, you made some inroads here. Representative Mara for the second time. Oh, excuse me, Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for getting here late. I was in another committee meeting, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Just a couple questions about the energy efficiency. We all want that, obviously. I'm trying to go through the bill with my phone, but how would we get to that point? I mean, I would think most consumers want to be as efficient as possible. Everything that's bought today is energy efficiency, has energy efficiencies to the federal standards. Are we going to go around the standards or do something differently?
Speak to that.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So the federal standards actually preempt state standards at this point. So if there is an existing federal standard, Connecticut would not be able to adopt a different standard. But we're recommending standards where the feds do not have existing standards. So for example, as I was listing some of those products, there is not an existing federal standard for that particular product.
I didn't hear you. I apologize.
No, I apologize on my end.
Yeah.
So at the federal level, federal standards do preempt state standards. And so if there is an existing federal standard for a specific product category, we would not be able to adopt a Connecticut-specific standard.
Right.
So we would only be recommending standards for products that don't have federal standards.
Do we know what those products are? Or?
Yes, I was reading off a couple of them, but again, there's sort of commercial dishwashers, commercial fryers, commercial ovens, those portable electric spas I mentioned. So there are actually quite a few of these niche categories that have a lot of savings that the feds at this point have not developed standards for. And so we're just trying to sort of plug those gaps.
And you're going to have a campaign to have folks buy a different dishwasher for their home? Because I would think of like Maytag or Bosch or Whirlpool, they want to have the highest standards as possible currently. So that's one of their selling points.
Yeah, it's a great point. All of these components work together. So an appliance standard helps to raise the minimum baseline of all products just available in the market so that manufacturers wouldn't be able to sell something that's less efficient than that standard. But beyond that, then there are the Energize CT programs and Energy Star labeling that then help to have products differentiate themselves with labels or incentives so that folks can then choose among what's available the most energy efficient.
I appreciate that. So if Maytag does not meet that standard, are they allowed to sell in Connecticut if this, what's that, come law?
Right, so if we had established a minimum standard, then no, they would not be able to sell.
Would
But
you
I
be-
will also explain that the standards would only be for products that have a variety of manufacturers that can sell those products. So the point of these standards is not to narrow the market to only one particular product. It's to simply raise the efficiency baseline to a point where there are still a large variety of products that could meet that efficiency standard so that customers still have many options.
But somebody could go from Connecticut to Rhode Island and buy that same dishwasher. Really, nobody would know. And there's always a threat of the Commerce Clause, and there's a threat of lawsuits. I'm just looking at every side.
Yeah, and in fact, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, New York, New Jersey have all recently strengthened their energy efficiency standards. So everyone around us has brought up the floor. And I think we're actually at risk of the opposite, which is that Connecticut becomes the dumping ground for the less efficient products in the marketplace.
I appreciate that, but I go back to business model. Any company's going to want to have the most efficient.
Sometimes.
I would think nowadays they would want that. I appreciate what you're trying to do, and we all want to be efficient, but I would think for business practices, most companies, their selling point is efficiency. It has to be, I would think it is today, and the homeowner would want to have the most efficient product. I'm just trying to listen to both sides and the public side also. I would hope we definitely have a crunch for energy, but we have stopped so much energy to come to the state. And with data processing centers and AI, we're going to need more and more. And I just think we have to look at everything. And I appreciate what we're trying to do, and we want to be efficient. To Representative Mashinsky's point, I have 3 heat pumps, 2 in my home and 1 in my business. I think they're good. I think they're efficient. The most efficient ones are really expensive, but they're still good. So it's not like I don't just preach. I mean, I'm not fighting you. I just want to look at the overall scope. I'm not sure if it's the right scope to take.
Yeah, well, we're happy to follow up. I think that's where, it's important to emphasize the variety of different tools that would be utilized here. And these appliance standards, as I was just sharing in the back and forth with Senator Needleman, I think as we walk through each one for the different products, we're really trying to just bring the floor up just a little bit in a modest way to eliminate the most inefficient products that are, unfortunately still out there in the market. And it's confusing for customers. You go to Home Depot, your dishwasher just broke. You don't have time to go and try to educate yourself necessarily. Anyway.
No, but
and so we're trying to, just that the standards are helping to bring up the floor just a little bit. But then we have other tools in the toolkit, education, labeling like Energy Star to help people identify they might want to pay a little bit more to get the most efficient appliance. Some people want to make that choice, but it is still their choice, right? And the appliance standards are not making those choices for them.
you look at any appliance that has the Energy Star rating on it. It has to by federal law, I believe. But anyway, I appreciate your time.
Happy
Thank
to
you,
follow
Mr.
up.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments? Senator Needleman?
I'm sorry, I just have one question. I wake up with hallucinations nowadays. Did the federal government eliminate Energy Star labeling?
No, they have not eliminated the program. And again, I would like to reiterate that we would prefer for it to stay at the federal level and be a nationwide program. But what has happened is that the White House original budget that went forward did not include funding for Energy Star. Congress then put that funding back in, and currently it is unclear to us whether or not staffing at EPA for the Energy Star program has been returned to the level necessary to continue the program. So that's why there is uncertainty about where it stands.
And that staffing, I'm assuming, reviews products and develops the labeling, and I mean, it's an enormously valuable tool. And I just do want to emphasize that typically, if you're responsible for appliances and you're a low-income family or individual, there's a drive to buy the least expensive product, even if it's going to take, even if it's going to use more electricity. So how that program is designed, how the subsidies work are critical. And to jump up, to lift the bottom, as you said, which I think we want to do. I had not thought of those spas and saunas as being part of the issue. I don't know how many people have them, but when it comes to renters, and if a landlord is responsible, for example, for a refrigerator in an apartment or in a rental house, and that goes, the landlord may or may not care if the tenant gets a higher electric bill. Their incentive is sort of perverse here. It's to get the least expensive appliance. So we need to figure out the right way, and that has been the primary issue with dealing with this. How do you deal with lower income folks? You can sort of subsidize some of that, although if there's a reduction at the register, so to speak, like with light bulbs, it's sort of blind to everybody, and everybody gets it. And so the nuance here is the critical part, but I think that the time has come to really think about this, because I don't think even 6 or 7 years ago we were looking at the crisis of not enough electrons. The plants that operate at the peaks are not necessarily the best plants that you want to have operating on a regular basis. They're typically legacy plants. They typically run on the wrong kind of fuel, and they do a lot of polluting of the environment. This winter, because all those peaker plants were running so much of the time, I wouldn't want to characterize it, because I don't like to be hysterical about things, once in a while maybe, but it was sort of an unknown, undiscussed, non-discussed environmental catastrophe for the people who live near natural gas plants that burned oil for 2, 3, 4 weeks this winter. We do not want that to happen. So, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony today. We look forward to the ongoing conversation about, can we make this work for a whole range of ratepayers here in the state. We'll squeeze in the Office of Consumer Counsel, Claire Coleman, and then we will start alternating with the public. Welcome.
Good morning. Is it still morning? Thank you for squeezing me in, Chair Steinberg. Great to see all of the ENT leadership here, as well as members. My name's Claire Coleman, the Consumer Counsel. It feels like just yesterday we were all here debating various components of SB4, so here we go again, right? I do really appreciate all of the questions I just heard, and just generally how engaged every member of this committee is in trying to figure out the best ways to tackle energy affordability, ensure cost containment on electric bills wherever possible. I appreciate these discussions and the various proposals that have been put on the table today. We have submitted testimony on, I think, 8 or 9 of the bills before you. I'll just run through a few brief remarks and then welcome questions. There are three study bills on deck today: electric bill redesign, rec market, and natural gas rates, maybe 4, and the timing of switching between electric suppliers. OCC always supports studying tough, challenging, and sometimes intractable problems, and have generally been supportive of these study concepts. We make a few specific recommendations. Some of them we've asked to ensure that we provide our expertise. We do that kind of knowing there's a two-sided sword there. We have a very small team and are fully at max at the same time when we have knowledge about something like, the rec market, for example. We participate as a voting member of NEPOOL. We're always interested in ensuring our input is heard, so we appreciate the committee taking that into account. We've also submitted testimony on HB 5245, the municipal aggregation bill. As we've talked about in prior years, this is something my office always struggles with because we want to embrace choice and innovation with respect to procurement and supply, but we also have to protect all ratepayer interests, and there are some real trade-offs and risks in the transition of municipal aggregation. The bill presented before us has some of the same problems that we've flagged in prior years in terms of not providing enough consumer protections for hardship customers, for customers who want to opt out of a model, and there are several other articulations, and then just wanting the committee to think through the overall challenges with the transition with the standard service procurement reforms that are ongoing. So as with all procurement models, there are pros and cons and risks and rewards, and we really want to be a resource to you as you weigh those. With respect to SB 245, an act eliminating the tax incentives for data centers, we're really happy that the committee raised the issue of data centers. This is something we're engaged in with our national partners at the federal level, and certainly think that it's time to have conversations in Connecticut to ensure we're adequately protecting ratepayers as data centers proliferate. We recognize there are economic benefits to data centers, but they have to be, the contracts have to reflect the fact that we have an extreme grid reliability challenge here in New England, and all energy is precious, and we want to make sure that rates are set in a way that are protective of residential and non-participating commercial ratepayers. So what I did, or what our team did, was introduce a few concepts that we've been talking about with our national partners on how we can go beyond any tax treatment issues, but ensure that any interconnection agreement or any PURA review of a potential data center can ensure that rates don't go up for everyone. And then finally, HB 5249, I know has received a lot of attention. That's the act amending RWA concerning the acquisition of Aquarian. As this committee knows, our office has been engaged in both the underlying proceedings before PURA as well as the subsequent appellate litigation. We have submitted testimony, don't have particular concerns with the language proposed, but just highlight some of the concerns that caused our office to oppose the acquisition, and those were really financially driven. So just wanted to acknowledge that even with the changes presented to the committee, that there are still concerns regarding the high purchase price and the impact on ratepayers. And there are, to flag that there are two different ongoing proceedings, one before the courts and a remand at PURA, where we are there to represent the interests of Aquarian customers. So with that, I will turn it over to the committee to see if I can answer any questions.
Thank you. You've covered a good number of bills today, and we always appreciate your very detailed testimony. With regard to municipal aggregation, would your issues go away if it was an opt-in versus an opt-out?
Thank you for that question. I think as consumer advocates, we're always more skeptical of opt-out arrangements than opt-in, but have acknowledged that in this scenario, an opt-in arrangement for municipal aggregation just simply wouldn't work because you need some amount of load certainty in order to promulgate a program. But on the flip side, if you're going to do an opt-out program, you need a lot of protections for customers to ensure they're aware of the changes, to ensure they do have the ability to opt out penalty-free, which was one of our concerns, that we cannot allow the imposition of any penalty on a customer for opting out. And if an opt-out framework is adopted, we do think it's important to allow full participation and engagement from citizens of towns through a referendum, as opposed to allowing a town council to, choose to pass a municipal aggregation and then default all of their town residents to municipal aggregation. We want to make sure that there's that dialogue at the grassroots level and ensure that it's supported by the majority of the residents of the town.
Once again, we seem to be talking about the importance of education and communication in these instances. Obviously, you're familiar that other states have at least begun to dabble with the concept of doing more aggregation. Do any of the states approach the level of rigor that you're looking for in terms of some of the rules?
I have sought some comparative information from my colleagues in New Hampshire and Massachusetts and Maryland, all of whom I recognize they have successful municipal aggregation programs. Connecticut is a leader in its the level of protections for consumers in its general third-party supplier market. We have much better protections for customers than our neighboring states, so I'd say they are sort of starting at a different place on the on the playing field, and we want to ensure that those hard-fought protections in the third-party supplier market are carried over in the municipal aggregation setting. And I without saying definitively or specifically, I don't think this same comparative basis exists in those other states.
Well, I hesitate to encourage you to maintain a rigor that frustrates me in a number of other initiatives, but we certainly defend your defense of the people of the state of Connecticut, so thank you for that. Are there other questions or comments? Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. So I just want to go back to a couple of the bills you mentioned. The first one being the, excuse me, my vision is not well right now. No, it doesn't work. I have my cheaters too. So, an act concerning municipal electric aggregation, I'm supportive of that, just to let you know up front.
Sure.
So how, first of all, my understanding of this bill is just to give the municipality in this state the option of tying in or having an agreement with the utilities. And my question to you is, shouldn't we support this? And I understand what you stated, truly understand. But shouldn't we support this and give that option fully to the cities and towns in Connecticut and let them vet the issue so that they can put it up for a vote referendum? Because, just like a water company, when they set the rates, I'm not sure how they do the community outreach, but everyone knows. And if they're not happy, they're going to protest. So how can we help further this program while having an extensive community outreach? How can we do that? Did you look into that?
Thank you, Representative Sanchez, for the additional dialogue. So I know that there have been several different models of municipal aggregation, community choice aggregation, different bills being circulating. HB 5245 before us does lay out a framework for that municipal aggregation process in some specificity, and those are some of the specific terms with which we have concern with it. So it's not simply providing an authorization. really would instruct PURA as a regulator in the sort of guardrails in terms of the setting. In terms of the question about shouldn't we give municipalities a chance, that is exactly the struggle. I fully acknowledge that there are towns that could figure out how to do this in a beneficial way for them. But I think we can't move forward with that without recognizing that there are risks for the broader standard service population, which currently now is about 70 to 80% of ratepayers in the state. When the state does standard service procurements, they're seeking bids from suppliers who put what we call a risk premium on their bid prices, and part of that is load uncertainty, and that's one of the concerns that impact all ratepayers. If towns peel off and are no longer part of the load that our utilities are procuring on behalf, what impact will that have on the ability to obtain competitive prices for all of standard service? So, again, trade-offs and risks and reward.
Okay, thank you for that. My second question is SB 245, an act eliminating certain tax incentive for data centers. Ever since I've been made the vice chair here for this committee, I've been putting myself through a crash course to understand all the different dynamics of this committee and energy in Connecticut. And at least in my opinion, Connecticut seems to be falling behind when it comes to advancement in technology, and one of them being the AI data center, or just data center in general. So if we were to take this away, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we'll be falling behind the state of Massachusetts and New York. So how does Connecticut become a competitive, as competitive, if not with some kind of incentive to bring in new investment? How do we handle that if we eliminate this incentive?
Right. So tax incentives are just one way, or the elimination of tax incentives is one way to address the data center proliferation. We were careful in our testimony to say, that's one way to do it, and here are other options as well to consider, because I understand, the economic development interests that you and many have. As a representative of energy customers, of ratepayers, my concern is that costs don't get imposed on ratepayers. That's not necessarily a sales tax issue, though. If our concern is ensuring that costs in expanding the grid to allow data centers to come in won't get passed on to customers. So that's why we articulated some other ways we can establish protections for customers, like through rate design and interconnection agreements, and that has been done successfully in other states that have allowed data centers, but ensured that ratepayers as a whole, as a general population, are not unfairly burdened.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Mara, followed by Representative Yaccarino.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in and speaking. I always appreciate your perspective, because obviously you're coming from the consumer perspective, and we hear from constituents across the state how frustrated they are with our energy costs. I have been more open to community aggregation this year, so I would love to talk a little bit more about it, but also maybe we can talk behind the scenes as well. It sounds to me like, and I just want to clarify from your back and forth with Rep. Sanchez, that there seems to be a risk premium will probably go up for standard service if there's an uncertainty on municipalities joining in with a community aggregation program. Is that what you're implying?
That's what we anticipate, and I think other, Massachusetts and New Hampshire have experienced that. There are ways to mitigate that. Massachusetts went through, you know, a period of volatility when they first rolled out their municipal aggregation program and found that if they control when the municipal aggregations are offered to residents and do it sufficiently in advance of standard service, you can curb some of that risk premium impact, but it is still present. And it's, you know, and that's one of the areas the committee has to acknowledge is because this would be municipal driven, there's, you know, unknowns. It might depend, you know, if it's New Haven, which has a lot of load share of UI, for example, that would impact the risk premium in a different way than a, you know, small town that has much smaller load share. You know, we just want to educate the committee and make sure it understands, you know, the different trade-offs in creating this opportunity.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a really important point that you brought forward, and maybe if this does move forward, maybe we should figure out how we can word that to have that be a little more scheduled going in, so there's more predictability for everybody involved, for current utilities and community aggregation as well. The other thing that I wanted to check, and I you know, as I'm looking through the bill again, I thought I remembered at some point that there was kind of a cap that if it went above standard service that there would be a stop, and I'm not necessarily seeing that in there now. Is that your take on it as well?
That has been a concept that has been discussed, and we certainly embrace that you know, municipal aggregators should be able to assure their customers that they'll have a more competitive rate than the standard service offering. And that's even more important with respect to hardship customers, because hardship customers have that statutory protection currently for third-party suppliers. So right now, per great work this committee did, hardship customers are allowed to participate in the third-party supplier market, but if their rate becomes higher than standard service, they're automatically kicked back to standard service. And that was a way to balance to ensure that hardship customers had access to lower rates, but then weren't, on the flip side, stuck on higher rates at the expense of all ratepayers.
Okay. And then moving to SB 245 on sorry. Maybe I need my glasses too. Sorry.
Please take your time.
I'm talking about the rec market, so SB 244. I didn't hear you mention much on that, except that you like studies, and I didn't see any testimony on it. Do you have testimony? Is there anything else you can say on this? I would appreciate it.
Sure. We do have written testimony. I think there were a couple of our written testimony that got held up that I think have not been posted yet, so I apologize for that. But we did support the proposal and think that it's important, particularly as ISO New England is engaged in reforming its regional markets, to make sure that the renewable energy credit market aligns with that, and that we're, making sure that we're striking the right balance between supporting technologies that are beneficial for the grid and ensuring ratepayers are protected.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Iaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Coleman, for being here, and your testimony and your work. I have a question. What is your opposition to the RWA, the proposal for Aquarion?
So with the bill before you today, we are not concerned with the language. We weren't sure of the sort of, I guess, the intent or the goal with respect to the bill in terms of addressing the board structure. It seemed like a positive move because that was a concern of a lot of the towns. So we weren't flagging concerns for that. We just wanted to provide, because it's been a long time since we came before this committee, since that special act was passed and discussed this, given the topic of the bill, we provided some background on the proceeding and sort of how we developed our position in the case. And really, while the governance structure issues were a concern, and particularly a concern to the town for the Office of Consumer Counsel, for my team, for my accountants reviewing the deal, the biggest driver that led us to not support the application as written. And what we did was we actually had suggested that the application be denied without prejudice because of the complex nature of all of the financial proceedings. We really were concerned with the risk premium, the amount of the purchase price, and how that translates into debt service over many years for customers, and really concerned that just didn't pencil out for the best interest of Aquarian customers.
I would think that's for any acquisition. I've had the pleasure to have Regional Water Authority in my community my whole life. There's never been a PFAS violation. It's clean, safe water. The board members all live in Connecticut. If Aquarian came before, I think Pura, and wanted an increase of $88 million, I believe, last December. I think there's false information about RWA. I'd rather have somebody in Connecticut oversee our water, which is, we want clean, safe water. The rates are all pretty much going to be the same anyway. Water overall is fairly inexpensive, which is a good thing. But saying that, you want it clean, you want people that live in the state to have a vested interest in this community. The pilot program will be the same. I think the towns will be reimbursed at the same method today. I would have more faith and trust in people in Connecticut running this system than somebody out of the state. And I would honestly would rather have Pure out of the equation here. I would rather have people that, again, have a staked vested interest, that are drinking the same water. I watched Sunday in 60 Minutes. If anybody has watched this, it was disgusting. West Virginia, their water supply system, I had to turn my head. It's so disgusting. RWA has been a tremendous steward in the state since I've been alive. So I would hope you look at it a little clearer, that's all.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and just to be clear, I have a lot of respect for the whole RWA leadership that is here today. Certainly our positions were not a reflection on the RWA itself, but on how the math pencils out.
But I think the math, either way, there's going to be an expense. And again, I'd rather have people that live in the state, that drink the same water, that have the same goals. I prefer Connecticut company and Connecticut residents.
Yeah, I understand, and there were a lot of trade-offs to weigh, and I think it's it's important that we look at all aspects of this and acknowledge that there are challenges regardless of who is running the future Aquarian, given our infrastructure challenges and, as you mentioned, PFAS and other challenges ahead. We don't take those lightly at all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just to be clear, OCC has taken a position with regard to the Pure decision on Aquarian, and that was to express some concerns?
No, so we participated in the full proceeding, which involved discovery and hearings and then briefing. In our briefing, we recommended that the petition be denied without prejudice, with the ability to supplement if the companies felt like they could overcome any of the concerns that were articulated. There were a lot of concerns. Our team's briefs led with the financial concerns. There was also, we also had concerns about the structure of the proposed Office of Consumer Advocate's office, and ensuring that if the company moved to an unregulated environment, that there would be sufficient resources for consumer representation and consumer advocacy. Ultimately, and then the towns really led on some of the other governance structure issues, reflecting their concerns about the structure of the RPA, the voting entity of the proposed RWA-AWA entity. Pura then ruled, they denied the application, leading with the governance structure grounds. The companies then appealed to Superior Court. The Superior Court remanded So right now, the proceeding is back before PURA on remand, as well as there's an appeal by the member towns to the remand decision. So we are working in multiple avenues as we speak.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, you made mention of the fact that should this sale go through, it would change the nature of ownership and the nature of oversight. You also alluded to the prospect of creating effective oversight for protecting consumers. Short of actually having it under PURA, is there any structure, or could you recommend any structure that would provide what you believe to be adequate oversight in this context?
Of course, the work of PURA and our office and other, state agencies who are engaged in regulatory oversight certainly is the gold standard. I do acknowledge that there's a different dynamic with municipal utilities that don't have the same investor-owned driven incentives. They're not seeking to appease shareholders in the way an investor-owned utility is. So, there are arguments that the structures can be different. We have had successful models which differ from the RWA model with the MDC, for example. They have an independent consumer advocate who my office hires, and we receive reports and review the bills, and that model to us is preferable than the model that RWA currently has in place with its current water authority, as well as what they were proposing to replicate in the Aquarian or AWA, RWA model, was just sort of like an in-house person that the board hired without any engagement from our office or the regulated community outside of that. So that is, sort of one layer of additional improvement that we think would have helped. And then it was simply a matter of resources too. My office is incredibly constrained in the amount of work we do, but we put in a lot of time and have a lot of expertise, and are able to consult experts when needed on areas of technicality like engineering needs or rate design or other. And our concern was that the current OCA structure did not take advantage of technical expertise on behalf of customers to ensure that the decisions that the board was making were sound and in the most cost effective in the best interest of their customers.
Thank you for that. You may hold PURA up as the gold standard, which I agree. We also look at OCC as the gold standard in
Thank
many
you.
ways.
I appreciate
And we're very concerned about appropriate oversight going forward under these new arrangements. I would strongly encourage you, if you had thoughts about what an oversight model might look like, whether it incorporates elements of MDC or what other states are doing, to assure something comparable to what PURA had provided by way of oversight. We would very much appreciate that if you have
Be happy
thoughts
to
that you would
continue
choose to share.
dialogue. Sure.
Thank you for that. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I just want to make a couple statements. Under PURA, we have many water companies in Connecticut. Is that correct?
Yes, we do.
And most of those companies, if not all, except for RWA, have had contaminants. Am I correct?
I believe you're correct.
Under PURA. RWA has been a great steward. I don't see why they would deviate from their model. I understand that government wants to be in control of everything. I have total faith and trust in their model and the men and women that are going to run this company if this was to pass. They've lived up to all the standards you want, again, to have clean, safe drinking water. And the other companies under the gold standard of PURA have not. So I'm just making a point that PURA is not an end-all. We found that out last year. Thank you.
I just wonder what the representative has in mind is by way of replacement if PURA is not the end-all.
RWA, well, I'm sure they're going to testify today, but they have not had PURA for their oversight, and they've never had a PFAS contamination. They've never had a water contamination in 50 years, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Line.
Oh, we have Representative Hughes. Thanks for waving.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilor Coleman. Can you elaborate? I think what we're trying to do with this bill today around the RWA and Aquarian sale is to ensure that the legislative intent of the original legislation, which was enabling this sale to continue, but we didn't know any of the terms or who was going to bid or exactly what would show up. And we just wanted to ensure that there was high standard of oversight, independent oversight about the consumer protections, the protections of the affected towns, including payment in lieu of taxes, which I know RWA is going to talk about, but especially in terms of, you alluded to the debt service and some other things that could raise some red flags. And we just want to ensure that there was oversight and equal to the oversight that PURA usually does, or Office of Consumer Counsel, to ensure that ratepayers are protected into the future. So can you, I know that your office did submit some testimony about that. Can you talk about that just for a minute?
Absolutely. We did support PURA's original decision in terms of its being within the confines of its original authority to review change of control proceedings and to really have the authority to fully evaluate whether or not they're in the public interest. We did support the clarification in the proposed legislation that, in our view, did seek to articulate that. Our understanding was, to speak to, the intent of the original Public Act was that it was simply, an opportunity to give RWA an opportunity to bid. It did come with some, specific framework in the event that the entity was stood up. That I think that's where some of the, the debate over whether or not those specific terms were in the best interest of Aquarian customers, who would then be RWA, AWA customers. We do always push PURA to utilize the maximum extent of its authority to evaluate and scrutinize change of control proceedings from the ground up, both in terms of managerial capability, but also just in general, is this a good thing for the public? And that's where the cost and rate concerns can come up. So do support that effort to clarify that authority.
And as well as the governance structure, which again wasn't proposed at the time, right?
Well, there was, in the enabling statute, there was a governance structure laid out in statute, which I think my read of this bill is the intent was to change the voting structure in a way that was of less concern to the member towns.
Correct. Yes. And we just wanted that also to be under PURA, consideration, or Office of Consumer Counsel. And once that was approved, then yes, to go through. We wanted to make sure that that was not set in stone, but under consideration by these independent review authority.
Right, that PURA had the ability and the authority to review the statutory framework set forth and determine whether it's in the public interest, and I agree that's important.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Foster.
Thank you so much for being here. I have a question. I have a lot of groundwater, well water, drinking water contamination in my district, and so Rep. Yacarino's commentary sort of raised a question for me. Is the governance structure what is attributed to the existence of a contaminant, or is it the mitigation that a governance structure may impact?
Thank you for the question, Rep. Foster. I would agree that the governance structure doesn't implicate directly what level of contaminants are found. That whether you're a municipal water authority or an investor-owned authority, you need to stay on top of ensuring that you're monitoring water sources and deploying the latest technologies to ensure that water's being appropriately filtered. This committee addressed that last session to allow for
PFAS
a cost recovery mechanism for PFAS. Some of us in this room were at a tour of a Connecticut Water new PFAS treatment plant just a week or two ago, which demonstrated how they were addressing the issue. So, yeah, I would hope that regardless of whether you're a municipal-owned or an investor-owned or who's voting for these decisions, that any water entity is being vigilant in terms of ensuring there are not inappropriate levels of contaminants in water.
The reason why I flagged this is in my district, I had these like very, very small water companies. And calling them companies is sort of generous considering like they were volunteer run and administered. It was a well that served like 36 people. It was contaminated with multiple contaminants. And they were held to the standards that our public health holds for it, but they didn't have any resources or infrastructure to do it. And so I think Rep. Yakarino sort of flagged for me that we have a problem in our in the way we consider well water contamination, drinking water, water systems, where we assume that like any system will be able to handle any contaminant they detect for. We are asking people to test for contaminants in their water, their drinking water supply, but we are not consistently, I think, holding folks. I think we are assuming that anyone can respond to any issue that they have within the water system, and sometimes these larger systems are actually better positioned to respond to a contaminant, but the contaminants are sort of agnostic about what kind of system they contaminate. And so depending on where you are, you might have a huge water system that can remediate nitrates, EDVs, and TCPs, which are the issues in my neck of the woods, road salt. And you might have a system that has all that infrastructure, and you might have a small, well-intentioned coalition of folks who just simply don't have the resources. And so I think the governance structure, I just want to sort of clarify for the record, or under my understanding, if the source of the contamination doesn't really relate to who the water system is. There's nothing in the governance of the small water system that prevented them from being contaminated with PFAS. And my understanding is it's sort of an inevitability that those small systems are going to, unless we do something to significantly mitigate the infection of our water systems with PFAS, it's sort of an inevitability that they'll eventually end up with PFAS that are over the EPA standards. And hopefully whoever's there has the resources to address them at that time. I guess I sort of want to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are valid observations. I'd also point out that the Department of Public Health plays a really important role in regulating and ensuring that contaminant levels don't exceed public health standards as well. So there's sort of the EPA side, there's the public health side, and I agree that it's a challenge for all entity types.
I think we're going to see a lot more of this contamination coming through. I don't want to let our guard down because I think that this feels like the only fight that I have in my district that I never make any progress on is people just like cannot drink their water. And I'm really glad that you have a small system that's been like immune to this so far, because we've been just so, the onslaught of contaminants in East Windsor and Ellington in particular have been really challenging for us to mitigate. And I think the governance of the systems, sometimes bigger can help protect. That's been the solution for some of my systems. The bigger systems are just better equipped, but the contamination of our water supply is something I think we need to remain super vigilant to, and the governance structure does matter. And I am super sympathetic to what Rep. Yakarino is saying, that the big systems totally are having these problems too, but I think that everywhere is having well water contamination or groundwater contamination.
Thank you, Representative. The answer used to be that we would advise your little water company to sell out to a bigger company like Aquarian.
Just real quick, I'm sorry.
Representative Yakarino
RWA
for the
is
second
not that
time.
small. It's not that small. It's a fairly, it covers all of our towns over here, it covers quite a few towns. I would look for excellence than just look for mediocrity. So I think they've proven their excellence, that's all.
Okay, I think we've had this little bit of debate. Senator Needleman.
Wow. A lot of time on a water company. Can you remind me, because it's been so long, by the way, hi, and I do
Great to
want to
see you.
start by saying something with regard to the earlier conversation about community choice aggregation and all the work that was done by your agency and by AARP to protect consumers from very, very unethical practices of third-party suppliers. So I see we have AARP sitting in the room, or representative, and you, and I don't think that, like some of the work that we've done here, which was really landmark and groundbreaking, has been understood and appreciated, that the benefit to the consumers has been monumental. People were being raped by third-party suppliers here, and I think that any decision about the supply market needs to take that into account, no matter what we do. So first of all, thank you. Thank the agency, all the people that worked on that, because I know that was a yeoman's task to get that done. There was a lot of resistance to it. So a couple of the other topics, not the water topic, the bill redesign. You have, that was a bill that I put in about adding more clarity so that, just so everybody understands where I'm coming from on this. The public benefits number blew up to a large piece of the bill at a moment as a result of a war and a pandemic and things outside of our control. It's come back down to about 13 or 14%. The entire bucket, all 55 items, it's probably going to come down as a percentage of the bill in May, and hopefully it'll come down more. Historically, all of those items were about 10 or 12% of the bill. And many of them are hedges for energy. They're an array. They're the energy efficiency program. What I am afraid happened, and I'm not sure it happened deliberately or not, it became a politically convenient issue of the moment, and I get that. We live in a political world. But what I didn't appreciate in many of the discussions was that people got to the conclusion that public benefits was about me paying someone else's bill. That's, to me, reprehensible. And the help that we provided through the low-income discount rate, for example, was meant not only to help people afford their electric bill, but it was also meant to increase collections and reduce uncollectibles. And that's why the bill had a time limit on it, why the program has a time limit on it, so that we can evaluate whether it was effective. That will not be easy to do because it happened at an extraordinary time when uncollectibles were high, so of course uncollectibles are going to go down. But there are some things that I think, for me, are off limits in a debate about policy. And one of them is when somebody blames somebody else for their high bill when it's not true, right? When it's not true. And I think that that's the critical thing here. It was not true. Within the realm of politics, I understand that today we can say anything about anybody, anytime, because that's the leadership that we're seeing in Washington. You can call Supreme Court justices uneducated jerks, and you can say that their families should be ashamed of them, things that would have never been tolerated before. But I think that Connecticut has hopefully maintained some level of decorum, and blaming poor people for high electric bills is just reprehensible, in my opinion. So I wanted to put forward something. I don't want to spend a lot of money on it. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. And I understand every bill redesign is a recoverable expense by the utilities. But I think that may be a little more clarity on the bill so that people really understand what those buckets are. And I don't want 55 buckets. And I think that Pura did a good job of designing it so you could go to your QR code and actually see the breakdown. But very, very few people do that. So open to any suggestions on the bill redesign that you have to provide some clarity so that there's less finger pointing, because I don't like the finger. Point the finger at us. I'm okay with that. But when one group becomes convinced that it's the fault of another group why their electric bills are high, to me that's, that's a throwback to the 1980s, pointing to poor people and saying that middle-class people were suffering because of all the help that government was giving to poor people. I think that that's really wrong. So we're looking for any help on that. Not a question, but if you have some thoughts on it, I'd appreciate them.
Sure. I did submit supportive testimony because I do agree that, while there has been significant progress with transparency on what is on the bill, there is still significant confusion, particularly with what that term public benefits mean. And unfortunately, a lot of customers thought that the entire amount was going towards, public benefits, social services programs akin to, what the Department of Social Services provides. So, we've tried to educate customers and put out some different, FAQ and other documents to explain the complexity of those, as you said, 55 to 60 line items, and are continuing to explore that further, but certainly think it's valuable for PURA to take another look, with the caution, as you acknowledged, that bill redesign efforts are, can be costly. And I know that did place some limitations originally on the, types of phraseology and the extent to the explanations that are provided on the bill currently. So we'll have to look at all of that carefully and make sure we're reaching a right balance.
Sorry, thank you, and I appreciate that. I'm not sure that we'll actually have time to do that this session, but I think that it's an important topic, even as the number comes down and even as we see, hopefully, some reduction in arrearages due to non-payment. That the help by giving people a bill that's more affordable when they're very low income, and it's really for very low income people, that we don't just have a case where the bill is high and they throw it on a pile and they say, I can't pay it, and then deal with the issue of collections later, that they have given a bill that's more affordable, that they're more likely to pay, because we actually do believe that the data will show that there are more collections as a result of it and less arrearages. I don't know that the 3-year look back will be adequate for that. Hopefully, we'll get some data that's useful.
Yeah, I'd agree with you that given all of the volatility in, our energy markets and changes in policies at the federal level and the overall cost and affordability burden that Connecticut residents across the country are feeling from food and housing and other areas is unfortunately going to make it harder for us to isolate the beneficial impact of the low-income discount rate, but we're certainly going to be scrubbing the data and looking for that analysis to be able to show, as you articulated, what we hope, which is that if a bill is affordable, customers want to pay their bills, that they're more likely to be able to pay a bill that's within their budget, within their energy burden, as opposed to a bill that's just completely out of reach within a family budget.
I hate to interrupt, but we've just had word that the curse of hearing room 1D is struck again, and they're having difficulty hearing those of us here in the room. So I'd like to encourage everybody who testifies or members of this committee to speak close to the microphone and quite loudly. I'm sorry, you may now return to your original programming.
Thank you. I will
So
be sure to speak
given
into
that,
the mic.
I'm gonna sort of give every question to Bill, who there will be no problem hearing him. And that's you're welcome. No plug for Apple, but my other half, who's got a little bit of hearing loss, started using the new earbuds and earpods, and they actually do magnify. I may got a pair.
I will
can
tell
use
my
them.
mom.
What'd you just say?
I'll tell my mom about those. She
Thank
could use
you.
them.
I'm just now being compared to your mother. Dear God.
Just a fellow hearing aid
Yes,
wearer.
I'm sure she's lovely, but I seem to be compared to people's mothers, fathers, and grandparents a lot more lately, and I don't know what happened. I still feel like I'm 35, except my broken foot. And being beaten at basketball by an 11-year-old, that was not fun.
You've still got all the energy stats at the top of your finger, so that's a
Oh,
good thing.
God. The good news is you can age in place in this job. What were the other two things that you were going to talk about that you had comments on besides the bill redesign and the Aquarion South Central or AWA deal?
So I touched on the bill redesign study, the rec study, the data centers, the study with respect to natural gas rates. We supported the comptroller's suggestions for a study. We would like to just ensure that the expertise of all of the agencies, PURA, DEEP, our agency, are able to participate when you develop rate design. It's important that it's in a contested case framework because a change for one segment of customers then necessarily impacts costs for other segments. So we like to look at rate design holistically.
You mean the redesign of the demand charges on the gas bill?
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
because that leads to the conversation about the demand charges on electric bills. A few years ago, we were approached by houses of worship.
Right.
And
yep.
yeah, that was a hugely difficult issue to come to the end of saying there's really not a lot we can do because they get commercial billing. And if you call out one segment of commercial customers and say that they should be treated differently, and we all wanted to, here it would be the farmers, we'd all want to, but the impact would be across commercial customers. And I don't know how you can't change it for a small group, in my opinion, because a lot of other people have the same issues. And I would like to help them. But the demand charge on electric bills or on gas bills is a, go, no-go decision in terms of whether or not you switch, right? Natural gas, I bought a building that I moved into and it was on natural gas. The natural gas was used purely for heating 3 months of the year. The rest of the year, the natural gas wasn't used. And all through the year, the other months, I was getting a bill that was a fairly high demand charge because it was a big building with a lot of cost for energy. But I paid 12 months a year for the demand charge, and eventually I switched to propane. I just thought it was a better deal for me. Now that we're manufacturing in the building and we're operating 12 months a year, probably would make sense to go back to natural gas, but now I have to buy all new equipment. So I think that the full investigation when a decision is made to go from an oil burner to a gas user, that's an unfortunate decision that we should look at to see if we can make a different decision, but I'm not sure that we can, much as I would like to. So, and I think that because of the complexity of the issue, even though Comptroller Scanlon, came in and testified, I think we still need to study it. We can't be rash about saying change the structure of the bill and move those costs around because they're an important component of the bill. What was the other one?
The other one is HB 5248, the Act concerning energy efficiency and transmission planning. We did support that. Of course, we all share the view that the cheapest energy is the energy you never use, and support energy efficiency standards and certification processes to help enable consumers to achieve those savings. We also support the additional planning, allowing those proactive transmission planning projects to ensure alignment with the integrated resource plan as DEEP proposed to. That really will help us make sure that we're aligning all of the planning processes that happen regionally within the state and before the Siting Council to make sure that investments are in the public interest and support that as well.
Thank you. Okay. So I appreciate all that. It's a lot of work. You have your finger in a lot of pots here, and I know you and your team, part of it sitting right behind Charles, are a great team, and you're working really hard on this stuff. And we want to bring resolution to a lot of these issues. I'm going to hold off on weighing in on my opinion about the Aquarion water deal at this point. But thank you so much, Claire. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're not quite done yet. Representative Canino, followed by Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. As someone who has an interest in this with my town or my city of Torrington potentially being impacted by this new deal, it's all very new to me. I just want to learn a little bit more about this situation. So I understand there's a little bit at issue with the difference between a pure regulated model where it was, RWA is under an OCA model where they have a Office of Consumer Advocate. I have here a number of public utilities who have used an OCA model: Norwich, Groton, Wallingford, Norwalk, Jewett City, and others. Has the OCC weighed in on those instances in the past when those utility arrangements were created? Were they endorsed by your office maybe while you were here, before you were here, probably? What's your thought there? Thank you.
Thanks. Fair question. Unfortunately, I think many of the enabling statutes for those different water entities were before my time. I know that I'm familiar with the MDC statute because of our role. So I can't speak to the others that you mentioned and what the impetus for that structure is. I apologize.
No worries. I appreciate the response. And, there's an interest here where some would argue that it is better to have a board made up of the municipalities that are affected to be the ones that are determining who represents their ratepayers in those decisions. I'm definitely open to that argument. I've also heard other arguments that PURA is more apt to be doing these things. I understand the arguments from both sides. Excited to learn more in these proceedings, and I appreciate you for your time.
Thank you. I also acknowledge the different pros and cons and trade-offs, and certainly recognize the hard work of all of the municipal water and electric entities. And I think regardless of the structure, whether it's PURA regulated or through a municipal board, I think having expertise on all of these very, very weedy issues, from finance to engineering to consumer legal issues, is critical.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, how are you? So I have two questions. First one on the public benefits bill, since Senator Needleman had brought it up. Could you explain to us, like non-lawyers, non-consumer affairs people, what power the individual companies have in designing their bill? I'm an Eversource customer. I have 4 categories, just 4 general categories, public benefits. It kind of says what's underneath it, but not really. UI, my son's a UI customer. They kind of list different categories I have right here, but energy assistance costs, renewable energy investment, customer produced energy, which still doesn't tell me where is the cost of nuclear power. I just need a simple description here. So my question to you as a consumer kind of advocate is, what's under the purview of the company and what is under an actual bill redesign? And what can companies do on their own and what do they need to be asked to do?
Thank you. That's a great question. I appreciate that. I acknowledge that there are some differences in the bills, and that's one of the issues that we've been advocating in the annual rate adjustment mechanism proceedings, which is the proceeding where these rates are trued up so the anticipated costs and the actual costs are balanced, and that impacts whether a particular component of the rate goes up or down. It is challenging even for stakeholders involved in the PURA proceedings when there are different terminology on different bills. So recognizing there are some differences in the companies that have to be accounted for, the more we can make these charge descriptions and line items uniform, I think would benefit customers. In terms of whose decision that is, the bill redesign effort was heavily regulated through PURA. There was actually a multi-year process that started before I took on the role, but PURA does issue fairly detailed guidance to the utilities. That 4-bucket criteria was a PURA decision specifying what they were required to do. So I think the broader framework was set out by PURA, and then the companies kind of articulated some of the difference in practices with how that shows up on bills. And I do think we still have some work to do to clarify that and make those terms more uniform.
And then my other question is on 5249, the RWA. So I come from a town, Wilton, New Canaan, Ridgefield, where there are Aquarian customers. And when Representative Yakarina was speaking, I was looking at your testimony, and all the testimony was kind of looking at what is going to change for the Aquarian customers. The cost of acquisition, how much financing is going to be built into the cost, much less the purchase price. But there's no mention of the RWA customers. Have you looked at that side as to how RWA customers are going to be affected by this acquisition? Because I assume that they will also be absorbing the acquisition costs.
That is true. Our focus has been the Aquarian customers are our clients at the Office of Consumer Counsel because we represent the customers of the regulated entities, not unregulated. And as we've discussed, RWA is not regulated under PURA, but there certainly would be impacts to current RWA customers as this joint entity takes over a bigger territory, looks at different infrastructure investments needed to ensure contaminants are in check and other infrastructure, pipes are sound, et cetera. I would expect as an entity that all customers would have some level of impact. Some of that, the details of that might depend on the final governance structure if it were to move forward, and I think that's why it's many of the towns have felt it's so important to ensure a fair voice in terms of the voting balance to ensure that both current RWA customers and future RWA-AW customers have a say in the level of investments and the priorities of the entity.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't leaning in, so hopefully I wasn't too soft.
I think we've covered a lot of ground here today. So we appreciate it, but this is not the end of our conversation, as you know. We appreciate your testimony, and we'll talk to you after the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for all the great questions.
And we're now 2 hours in, so at the very least, we should be making this shift to alternation between the public and elected officials. So we're going to have John Erlinghauser from AARP, followed by Senator Summers.
Representative Steinberg, Chairman Needleman, Representative Mara, and Representative Fazio, Senator Fazio. My name is John Erlinghauser. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy and Community Outreach for AARP in Connecticut. We're a nonpartisan social mission organization with a age 50 plus membership, and we have nearly 38 million members nationwide and about 550,000 here in Connecticut. We support livable communities for all ages, aging in place initiatives, financial opportunity and resiliency for all as they work and age and retire. So I'm here today to testify on 5 bills. We submitted written testimony on all of them. I don't think one of them is up though, but it's a rarity when I can come, and I actually am here to support 4 bills to be passed as opposed to not. And those would be, let's see, we have Senate Bill 243, Senate Bill 245, Senate Bill 242, and House Bill 5249. And again, as I say, the written testimony on those bills are up online. However, I am here to oppose a bill that I've come to oppose several years, and that's 5245, the Act concerning municipal aggregation. And I'll just, rather than read my testimony, I'll address some of the issues that have come up in the discussion. So the first off, Connecticut, and I thank Senator Needleman for the shout out of the work that ARP and the Consumer Council and many others did in providing the strongest consumer protections in the retail electric supply market of any place in the country that's restructured. We have the strongest rules, and other states, many of whom have been mentioned when it comes to municipal aggregation or community choice aggregation, would acknowledge that we have the strongest rules for consumers in the third-party electric supplier market. The one thing we should note, though, is of all the states that have deregulated, no two states are alike. So even if we have data from other states, be it Massachusetts, be it New Hampshire, or any place else, you're comparing apples and oranges, not apples and apples, because the rules of the game are different in every single restructured state. So you can't take the experience that happens in one state and apply it to another state and say we're going to get the same result. And even the Consumer Council in her testimony acknowledged the fact that you wouldn't be able to completely mitigate the risk premium issue with regards to standard service. Now, I live in Derby. I'm in the UI territory. So there are approximately, my understanding is about 20% of the residential customers in the state of Connecticut. If you took the two cities, the biggest cities in the UI territory off the market, Bridgeport and New Haven, and you took all those customers off, you'd leave everybody else with this smaller, less stable standard service. And by the way, it's not just that with the Consumer Council's approach where you could potentially mitigate the standard service risk premium issue to a degree, you couldn't completely mitigate it because you always have to leave for the ability to customers returning the standard service. So even in the legislation's construction, you have to have the ability to allow those who decide to opt out to come back to standard service at any time. So that's a big issue. And then again, we don't oppose opt-in municipal aggregation. And just to go to a point Representative Sanchez made, you can have opt-in municipal aggregation now. It's on the books. If people want to do it, why don't the companies that want there to be municipal aggregation go out and do the marketing and the education of the community and convince the residents of various communities that this is the right thing for them to do? They have the ability to do that. Why should we give towns the ability to switch, get into a contract with a third-party electric supplier and switch people's electric service without their prior consent? So I think the onus should be on the companies. If they want to contract with towns, then they should take on the work of doing the education to the individuals that live in those towns. And if you destabilize the standard service and raise electric rates for everybody, and then you say, I'm going to get into a contract and then give people a slight discount off of that, are they ever really any better off? And I live in Derby. I come from the Naugatuck Valley. We say that's like ripping my eyeballs out and telling me it's midnight, because you're really not doing me any favors. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, because I think I've gotten the bell probably a couple of times over there.
You have certainly gotten the bell. And I would argue with your fruit analogy. I'm not sure that this is quite as much apples and oranges as really between varieties of apples, like a Honeycrisp versus a Granny Smith or something along those lines. But we're still talking apples here. Was there anything else you had hoped to comment on one of the other bills that you ran out of
No,
time?
I mean, just briefly on in particular the data center issue. Our concern is, because there was some discussion of that, we're all for technology and creating advancements in that regard. We just don't think the costs of such advancements should be passed on to taxpayers or ratepayers. And that shift in cost in a state where we're already paying, if not the highest, one of the highest electric rates in the United States, we shouldn't continue to burden ratepayers with that cost. So, we've laid out a few points as to what we think should happen with regards to how those things are financed and structured. And, I agree with everything Senator Needleman said about the bill design proceeding that they're proposing. And switching suppliers, I'll just say, since we talked more about suppliers, we actually, because of the legislation we passed, we have, I think you could within 2 days, if you switch back to the electric distribution company from a third party, you have within 2 days, they have to switch it back. And I think it's within at least 1 or 2 billing cycles if you go from one third-party supplier to another. Anything we can do to shorten those time periods is always good, because if somebody's stuck is on a third-party supplier and they're paying more than the standard service, they should have the ability to either find another deal with a better rate from another supplier and or go back to the standard service, which might be less. So other than that, that's it.
We really appreciate it. I'm sure we'll have ongoing conversations for a number of these bills. You've been very consistent in testifying on over the years. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments? If not, you got off easy. Congratulations. I understand that Senator Summers is not available, so we will go to Senator Wong, followed by Robert Silverberg from the public.
Good afternoon, Chairs Steinberg and Needleman, as well as ranking members Fazio and Mara, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I have submitted written testimony in support of House Bill 5249, an act amending the charter of the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority concerning the potential acquisition of a water company. With the permission and the indulgence of the chairs, I am going to cede my time and grant each of the respective COG leaders, which represents many of the municipalities that are speaking on this bill and their concerns. I think for me, my written testimony simplified is about rate affordability, transparency and accountability, and ultimately the bill's language in giving legislative intent to allow PURA to regulate water as well as other utilities. And I want to thank the committee for raising the bill. So through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce Mr. Matthew Fulda, of the Executive Director of MetroCog, as well as Francis Pickering of WestCog. Both of them represent a total of 24 municipalities that will speak in unison about their support of House Bill 5249. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairman or Co-Chairs Steinberg and Needleman, Ranking Members Mara and Fazio, and Honorable Committee Members of Energy and Technology. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you in support of House Bill 5249. Specifically, this bill is being raised to clarify the legislative intent of Public Act 24-1, which was passed as part of the special session in June of 2024. That Public Act 24-1 included revisions to the enabling legislation of the Regional Water Authority to allow for the creation of the Aquarian Water Authority. It is our contention that the legislative intent was always for PURA to have full regulatory power to review this transaction. In the transaction is the sale of Aquarian to RWA and the creation of the Aquarian Water Authority as a quasi-public utility. The legislation, we believe, is clear that PURA should have their full unbridled regulatory power to review this, and the transaction, and that transaction was initially denied by PURA in November of 2025 based on their regulatory review. That decision was then appealed to Superior Court, as Council Coleman mentioned. That appellate decision, we believe, was interpreting the legislation incorrectly. Part of that was the expedited process by which that appeal was heard. It was a 45-day appeal versus typically a 6-month to 12-month process for a PURA, for a PURA appeal. We believe that this legislation specifically addresses that the legislative intent was for PURA to review in totality the application for the sale of Aquarian Water Company. I will submit to the committee that as part of my written testimony, I included a revised version of the amendment that is raised by this committee to specifically clean up some of the language and focus only on PURA's regulatory review power and remove any material changes to the enabling legislation of 24-1 specifically. And that's really all we have, that I have, is really specifically just focusing on the fact that PURA should be given, in contrast to the appellate judge's decision, PURA should have their full authority to review this transaction and make sure it is in the public interest and the interest of municipalities served by Aquarian Water Company.
Thank you, and it's a reiteration of the legislative intent to regulate under 24-1. Mr. Pickering?
Yes, good afternoon, chairs, Needleman and Steinberg, ranking members, members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of Raise Bill 5249. I'd like to emphasize that what you have before you with Matt, Tony, and me here represents 24 municipalities, approximately 1 million people, municipalities ranging from 1,800 residents up to about 148,000 residents, and we speak in unison on this, that all of us support House Bill 5249 and are very concerned about the proposed change of control for the Aquarian Water Company. I'd like to be clear that this is not about, this bill before you is not about whether the proposed change of control is good or bad. It's not about taking position on the transaction itself. It's about one narrow question: should PURA be able to exercise its full statutory authority to determine whether a change of control is in the public interest? As Matt said, when the General Assembly adopted Special Session Public Act 24-1, it did not remove or narrow PURA's authority. The expectation was that any proposed acquisition would still undergo full statutory review under Section 1647 and 1622. The substitute language that we have provided simply makes that explicit. It does not expand PURA's powers, it does not change standards, it does not prejudge the outcome. It ensures the review framework functions as originally contemplated. Change of control proceedings are among the most consequential decisions PURA makes. They affect ratepayer protections, long-term infrastructure investment, governance structure, financial stability, and accountability. If a transaction is not in the public interest, it should withstand full statutory review. And if it's not, we want PURA to be able to say so. In closing, this is a technical clarification. It preserves legislative intent that this body created. It ensures that review is comprehensive, and it keeps the focus where it belongs, protecting the public interest. So we urge you to advance 5249 with the substitute language. Thank you.
We'd be happy to take questions, and I think there's a sense of urgency in relations to this bill because of the potential PURA review process. But I want to thank the committee and its leadership for raising this bill and affording the opportunity for the two COGs and nearly 1.5 million people to be able to have their voices be heard. We're happy to take any questions with the respective COGs. Through you.
Thank you all for attending today and testifying on this bill. I think it kind of goes without saying that one of the reasons this bill is before this committee is that this entire subject of the sale of Aquarian never came before this committee in a hearing or any other format. So the legislation that was passed rather hurriedly last year did not necessarily benefit from the kind of interplay we enjoy here in a hearing, where we get to ask questions, understand some of the dynamics involved in a very complex sale and change of both ownership and governance. So we appreciate the opportunity just to even have this conversation with you on this. To my mind, there are two aspects. One is the narrow one of PURA's existing decision and how they went about it. And to be fair, you know, we would love to hold PURA as a gold standard, but we also have to acknowledge that the majority of the members, commissioners of PURA, were kind of new at that point in the game, and were probably heavily reliant on the framework that was presented to them, so that it's conceivable with more time they may be taking into consideration things they didn't in the first time. I don't want to speculate beyond that point other than to say that when you speak to urgency, Senator, that all relates to a decision that is before PURA currently, and to your point, they are rendering on an expedited basis. It concerns me that this decision, which will have long-term implications for all ratepayers under Aquarian's jurisdiction, will be significant. And we've talked about a number of the issues that relate to governance, but we also know that there were concerns with regard to the impact on rates that will be brought on by the sale, both in terms of sort of rate increases that were probably going to come down the pike anyway, but compounded with the debt service related to the acquisition that might also be borne by ratepayers. Additionally, we heard the issue brought forward that there was concern among some municipalities as to the tax implications of losing a for-profits contribution to a municipality's tax base that might not occur in the new arrangement. However, we've also heard that that Aquarian has brought forward, whether you want to call it just a reassurance or a proffer, but a number of assurances that would address indeed those issues. If those issues are being addressed, if there's effectively no immediate harm to ratepayers, why are we so concerned about doing this right now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can offer my legislative perspective on that. It is the oversight of PURA and the challenges that in protecting consumers. The Consumer Council articulated her concern in regards to protecting the consumer. For me, as a legislator representing many of the municipalities that would be impacted, not only from a taxation standpoint, but also an environmental consideration. We talked a little bit about contamination and PFAS. One of the regulatory guidelines of PURA is to ensure that environmental considerations are put in place. This is not a reflection of RWA or the potentially merged of the AWA. It's not a reflection of that. It is about due process. It's about transparency and ultimately a representative voice. When you have, and I'll allow the COGS to articulate, when you have over 24 towns, and also including the 25th of Shelton, articulating, and over 1.5 million people saying that they want due process, and there is a legislative intent, I think it is very important to hear that concern. And for many of the other municipalities that may not be impacted by it, this will have a consequential impact in regards to future acquisitions of utilities and water companies, as Representative Foster articulated, small companies. So ultimately, this is an important process where, in some cases, in some kind of example, it's David versus Goliath in some of these points of views. And PURA gives David, the consumer that feels as though voices aren't being heard, an opportunity of balancing the field. But I'll defer to my municipal leaders and COG leaders to articulate their viewpoints.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I think Representative Steinberg, in regards to your question, the number of points you put out there, I will speak first to the payment in lieu of taxes piece on the municipal revenue side of this transaction. And there are a lot of concerns from municipalities. And although the applicants do state in their application, and they reaffirm that in their compromise offer that you referenced, that payments to municipalities will never be less than what they are in the day of the transaction, and I don't disagree with that. The concern at the municipal level is that it's very clear in the enabling legislation that's part of Public Act 24-1 that no improvements to real property will ever be contemplated as part of that pilot program payment. So something like a new pump station, like a new treatment facility, those types of improvements where municipalities under a privately held utility company would be able to assess and tax those improvements, those are no longer able to be assessed and taxed through the pilot program that is proposed as part of that Public Act. So that it's not an immediate financial revenue issue at the municipal level, but it certainly is a long-term revenue issue where municipalities would have been receiving property tax based on these real property improvements in perpetuity in the future, which they will not be able to collect now as part of the pilot program. So over time, what you see is a trade-off between lessening the amount of revenue taken in from the pilot and having to put that on the burden of the municipal property tax owners by raising local property taxes. So that's the concern on the pilot there, is not necessarily that immediately the towns will be receiving less, but it's the issue of not being able to fully incorporate improvements to those properties that are owned by either Aquarian Water Company or subsequently AWA as part of that property tax assessment or the pilot assessment. And that's a really big concern, considering that many of these projects taken on by a water utility are very expensive and are assessed at a very high value. So there's a significant potential over time revenue loss at the municipal level. I would also, in regards to your reference, Representative Steinberg, to the compromise offer that the applicants have put out there, that offer is no different than the one that was put out during the proceedings to PURA. Well, at the time, our council and MetroCog and WestCog, as well as 4 municipalities that intervened on their own, all objected to that compromise offer on the basis of a couple things. One, that doesn't address many of our main concerns, which are the governance structure, are the structure of the Representative Policy Board that, based on the proportional weighted voting, leaves many municipalities in the Aquarian Service Region with 0 votes on that Representative Policy Board, which is supposed to be the local control piece of this entity. So when you have municipalities that have ratepayers in those towns that have no votes, to us that doesn't seem like there's a really good, strong local control within that structure. And then the additional piece of the compromise offer, we don't believe raised to the level of really offsetting the issues that are going to be, as you referenced, Representative Steinberg, that are going to be related to the debt service and the need to raise ratepayers' rates on a regular basis to continue to be able to not only supply the water and pay for all the water utility operations, but also service the debt that is being taken on by AWA. And there was a piece earlier that one of the committee members asked whether or not RWA members will be taking on any of that debt. I think it's important to note that RWA is not taking on any debt as part of this. The entire debt as part of this transaction is being converted to the newly created Aquarian Water Authority, so there is 0 liability on the RWA ratepayers as part of this transaction.
Yeah, I would just emphasize a couple things. One is no compromise has been presented, right? A compromise involves 2 parties coming together to discuss something, right? This was basically a unilateral proposal that really represents very minimal concessions and does not change any of the problems in the enabling legislation, which is ultimately why PURA decided to deny the proposal before them and why we have 5249 to ensure that PURA's full exercise of its authority remains. The second issue is that when we look at the creation of a new public entity, right, that out the gate will have billions of dollars in debt, right? It's going to have to pay that down. We are creating potentially the most heavily indebted public entity in the state of Connecticut, aside from the state of Connecticut. We have a long history of struggling with the state's debt load. Thankfully, municipalities in Connecticut, for the most part, don't carry debt loads like that, but when they have carried debt loads like that, where have they ended up? They've ended up here, and they've been your problem, the legislatures. And those municipalities, even with your help, continue to struggle to this day. And they continue to suppress economic development, and they continue to press homeowners and renters with high utility costs and high property taxes, right? We know this story. We've read it a million times in this state. So why in the world would we consider creating a new authority that out the door has to pay off billions of dollars in debt? And what comes first? The ratepayers, municipalities, or debt? We all know the creditors will have to be paid. That's reality, unless we're willing to let this new authority become insolvent. And I don't think anybody wants that, because that would be a blemish on the state of Connecticut. So we need to look at this very seriously. This is beyond the discussion with 5249, but that's what's happening here. We're talking about creating something that will be weighed down by massive debt from the get-go.
Thank you for that. You know, I've always lauded Aquarian as a company for being a good operator and for following through on something that we've asked them to do over and over again, which is take over some of these small water companies that don't have the management nor the resources to maintain systems that remain safe for the people that they serve. So when you bring up the issue of debt and how it could conceive, I mean, to my mind, that suggests that it might inhibit their willingness and ability to make investments in infrastructure and other things because of the debt load that they're carrying. That presents a concern to me. Also getting back to Mr. Folda's comment with regard to the municipal, whether you want to call it pilot or make whole or whatever, do I understand you correctly that even though it's been presented as something of a floor in terms of what the municipality might expect by way of taxes, that effectively also represents a cap, whereby there would not be anything above that, regardless of the change in valuation of that property?
So to that point, Representative Steinberg, it's a good question. So specifically what I was referencing is improvements to real property that are owned by either Aquarian Water Company or AWA. As part of the pilot does increase payments to municipalities based on the assessment. So as the assessments go up or as mill rates go up, there are increases, but they are nominal. It also will include additional real property improvements only to the pipes that carry the water. So if they replace a pipe, that new pipe as a new pipe that's is assessed higher than what a 100-year-old pipe would be part of that pilot. But that increase pales in comparison to the assessed property of a treatment facility, of a pump station, which costs in the millions of dollars to build and are assessed as such. So it's really a matter of the fact that the largest real property improvements that a water company, a water utility would make are never going to be contemplated as part of that pilot payment. So over the course of time, what we will see there is a decrease in what would have been potential revenue for a municipality that will then have to be made up for through other means, which typically is property taxes to those that live in the town.
Thank you for that clarification. Getting back to the compromise, if you want to call it, that the utility brought forward, is it a fair understanding that at least some of the 20-odd municipalities which you two represent have, if not rejected it, have not found that sufficient to support the sale as it goes forward?
I don't want to speak for my board members, who are the chief elected officials of the municipalities within MetroCog, but I will say that compromise offer was provided to them, and they fully supported, during the PURA proceedings, our objection to that compromise offer. So no, none of our municipalities support the compromise offer as presented by the applicants.
Ditto.
Thank you for your brevity, Mr. Pickering. One last question, then I'll hand it off to some others. We've talked a fair bit about PURA and the role they have to play in reviewing the sale itself. But I'm hoping for a moment to draw a distinction between the issue of governance, which was very central to the decision that PURA made, and that of oversight. And I don't see them as absolutely synonymous with one another. One has to do with whether this sale will go forward, but as you've heard me ask questions previously, I'm as equally concerned about oversight over the long term. Again, without asking you to speak on behalf of all your municipalities, are the municipalities satisfied that the level of oversight that would be provided under this rubric would be sufficient to protect ratepayer interests?
So thank you for the question. I'll start, Francis. So I believe that our municipalities, much in agreement with the motions and briefs that were filed by councils representing our municipalities, are in complete agreement that the oversight you speak of, which is the Office of Consumer Affairs, or OCA, which would kind of replace PURA and the OCC in rate cases that are presented to the Aquarian Water Authority. We do not believe that OCA will have the same type of capacity or expertise in water utilities to provide the same level of review and oversight that PURA and the OCC currently have for any rate cases brought to them by the Aquarian Water Company. So we do have concerns that the oversight piece that is contemplated in the applicant's change in control application to PURA does not offer the same type of oversight, and that does concern us. I would also say that as I mentioned previously, the Representative Policy Board, which is the municipal representation on the Aquarian Water Authority, as I mentioned before, based on the proportional voting, a number of municipalities within the Aquarian Water Authority have no votes on that board. I would also put out there that the Public Act 24-1 makes it very clear that the Representative Policy Board really does not have the ability to deny a rate increase unless they're able to justify that either the rate increase is in excess or not enough to service the costs. And what that basically brings into is a need for economists, as Councilor Claire Coleman brought up in her discussion, that you really need people that are have the capacity and have the experience within water utilities to make those types of decisions. And we don't believe the RPB as established and the OCA provide that sort of oversight that's necessary to ensure that the customers are being put first as part of this process.
I would concur with Matt and also point out that RWA has never voted down a rate increase in its 45 years. I think that record speaks for itself. And, you know, many increases may be justified, but not to have denied a single increase, that gives one's pause.
And I want to follow up on that. 45 years and not one single increase. I think it's important for many of the constituents and people that are reviewing this bill to understand a little bit of the timeline. I think the initial rejection by PURE as a regulatory and rate setting in declining and lowering Aquarion's initial requested rate precipitated this whole chain of action. And I think that's where I go back again. It is about rate affordability, protecting the consumer interest, and having oversight in ensuring that rate reviews have an objective body. And you're right. As the good chair mentioned earlier, or many of my colleagues, PURE has kind of gone through a transition from 3 members to now 5 new members, some of which had served in this committee. And I think it is an opportunity to have that kind of increased level of engagement, increased level of transparency and accountability that we're all looking for in making sure that Connecticut is affordable, particularly as it relates to dealing with our utilities and energy and water costs. But I think ultimately this is a tool to make sure that we are creating a balanced field. When you look at corporate profits exceeding its just such excessive levels, in my opinion, then we're looking at affordability of people being able to afford water and energy, which is a constant refrain across Democrat, Independent, and Republican lines. I think we have to understand PURE has a very important role, and this legislation ensures that they will continue to have a role in oversight in balancing the field that seems so skewed. I think I used the phrase again. It seems to be David versus Goliath in many of these rate decisions, and we need to balance the field to give consumers a voice in regards to affordability. And the MetroCogs here are representing these municipalities in that leadership. Where are you going to get 24 and 25 municipalities all agreeing on the same issue? That should be a very powerful statement.
Well, thank you all. We will now go to others that I'm monopolizing. Representative Canino, followed by Representative Hughes, followed by Representative Yacarino. I want to be clear to the representative that the references to David do not refer to you. Representative Canino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but my question was sufficiently addressed, so I will yield.
Love when that happens. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys for getting into the nuances of this. Something, Matt, you touched on, some of the towns that we represent, including MetroCog and WestCog, are the stewarding towns of the aquarium property of the reservoirs. With climate change and everything else, that is never going to be an asset that is going to be turned into farmland or developed into another revenue base for those municipalities. It's always, for the foreseeable future, going to be a steward responsibility, and therefore creating, like what Chair Steinberg said, a floor in terms of payment in lieu of taxes is not or a cap is not sufficient about these really long-term assets that the state needs to protect and to steward. And for those towns that, you know, that's kind of a forever thing. These reservoirs are, once they were established in the 20s or whatever, we're committed to them, and they're not going to be turned back into woods or anything else. Can you speak to that?
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Yes, I think it is important to note that many municipalities in the MetroCog and WestCog regions provide a significant amount of the watershed land and the reservoirs that provide clean, good quality drinking water to most of Fairfield County. Representative Hughes is one of her municipalities, the town of Easton. About 80% of their land is watershed land. So yes, the idea of shifting from the municipal perspective, the idea of shifting from a publicly or privately assessed tax rate on a privately held utility to a payment in lieu of taxes or a pilot program is of major concern. Many of my municipalities, as well as those in the WestCog region, Aquarian Water Company is one, if not one of the top 3 or 4 annual taxpayers within those municipalities. So any reductions or any inability to increase those taxes as expenses go up and as assessments go up is a significant concern to many of our municipalities, and it should be something that is taken into account as part of PURA's review. And again, I will go back to the point that, while we're happy to answer any questions on this transaction, I do think it's important that House Bill 5249 is really specifically focused on ensuring that PURA has their full regulatory authority to review this application. That full regulatory authority was struck down somewhat by the appellate judge in Superior Court that remanded the decision back to PURA. And what we're trying to do here is simply reaffirm that the legislative intent was always for PURA to have full power to review this transaction.
Thank you for that, for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if I may just expand on Matt's comments, we've talked a lot about the property tax, and we know it's high in Connecticut. We're one of the highest states, but local governments in Connecticut are actually more reliant on the property tax for their own source revenue than in any other state, even more than New Hampshire. We are the #1 outlier in the country on this. And what this essentially does is it, over time, shrinks the property tax base, right? And that results, as we saw these last couple of years, where many homeowners around the state were shocked to see taxes go up because commercial assessments went down, residential ones went up. What we'd expect to see here is the same exact thing. The assessments of these properties in relative terms will go down, and residential assessments will go up, and there will be a lot of pain, and it will further compound housing affordability challenges in the state. I would also like to clarify one small point. Not all of the land held by water companies is protected from development. There is Class 3 land that could be potentially put on the market and sold. Not a lot of it, but the challenge is that when you look at Connecticut, we have not protected adequate land for our watersheds. 80% of the land that feeds into public drinking water supply watersheds in Connecticut is in private hands, and it's not in water utility hands. Water utilities are held to a higher standard of protection. And so when we think about this, it's yes, a lot of the land that Representative Hughes talks about is forever land, but not all of it, and it's not enough. We need more of this forever land as well.
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you for those answers. I think you raised a very good point. In fact, we'll hand it over to Representative Iaccarino in a moment, but the whole ability to avoid contamination is related to the buffers you have around these critical resources. And, we've been very fortunate at this point, even with our narrow borders, that we haven't had huge contamination issues, but anything that might erode that protection might come back to haunt us. So I think it's a very important point. Representative Iaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and good afternoon. I'm a little perplexed listening to the three of you, to be honest with you. I understand you represent your districts, but I represent a district that has had RWA, pristine land, pristine water my whole life. This body, this legislature created the ability for RWA. I don't everybody realizes that. We gave them that authority. And with that authority, with no PURA oversight, and I'm not knocking PURA, but the fact is they've done what they're supposed to do. They're stewards of the water, the stewards of our society. So the question keeps coming up, you keep bringing it up about tax burden on municipalities. Where is that? Where do you see that? Where is your proof that they're going to take that pilot away from you? Because I read they're not going to take the pilot away from you.
Thank you for the question. I don't believe I ever said they're going to take the pilot away. I think the concern that one of the concerns our municipalities have with this transaction. And I will say that, you know, none of my municipalities, at least, I won't speak for Westcog, but none of my municipalities have any issue with RWA. They have we really have never taken a stance on whether we believe that Aquarian Water Company should stay a privately held utility or move to a quasi-public authority such as the one that's proposed in 24-1. Our concern is specifically with the details of this transaction and how it is going to affect municipalities and the ratepayers within the Aquarian Water Company district. You know, to your question about pilot specifically, our concern is that the legislation makes very clear that no real property improvements beyond replacement of pipes will ever be contemplated as part of the pilot calculation. And utility improvements such as pump stations and filtration systems, as I mentioned before, are multi-million-dollar projects that would have a significant assessment and would be taxed as such by municipalities. The inability to include those real property improvements as part of the pilot program over time becomes a revenue loss for municipalities that has to be made up elsewhere.
If that was to happen, I get your concern. This was reviewed by the courts, and it was not, I guess it was they had no problem with it. Then it went in front of PURA, you said, and it was reviewed, but I don't think they've made a decision yet, but it was reviewed. And the court said that this was not, the legislation was fine, I believe. I just, when we testify, or I ask questions, I should have some answers, and I don't see any proof of whether, well, let me rephrase it. If you have those concerns, have you gone to the RWA or the Aquarian, have you gone to them with concerns that could we have something down the road in writing before, you know, we all like as politicians to gin up the things with our constituents about cost, affordability, but there's no real proof here right now. And listen, obviously I support RWA because I live it, and my whole life I've lived it, and most people in this room live it. They're the second largest water authority in our state. They've done a tremendous job. We should want a company like that in this state. I don't want some foreign entity to come in here. Nothing. The fact is they've done their job. As far as not having a voice or a vote, do you have a vote now with any of the utilities? Do you have any vote right now?
With respect to the utilities, we do have PURA, right? Which is, but here's, Representative Yacarino, you used a very important word, want, right?
Yeah.
And so what the difference between RWA is, and none of us right now are taking an opinion one way or the other about RWA's management and stewardship of its resources, its water quality. The municipalities that joined RWA did so voluntarily because they wanted to. There was a process where they could vote to join. What we're talking about here today is not something, there was never an overture or a discussion with municipalities in the MetroCog and WestCog regions. It was a bill that was passed in the middle of the night to allow for the water company in the area to be taken over in a very unusual framework with a lot of debt, without the oversight or governance guarantees that we would expect of any other operator in the state. So that is really the problem. If we were going to have a conversation about saying, how do you think, let's say Eversource wants to exit, right? Okay, how should we, for the public interest, water quality, ratepayers, all of that, what's the best way to structure this? It's probably not what's in Special Section Public Act 24-1, and we would welcome that conversation. But right now, we're faced with an expedited process for something that none of us actually opted into.
I appreciate. I'll go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Representative. I think it's important, and I applaud your passion and advocacy for RWA. They are a quality organization, and water quality, environmental sustainability, all the things we talked about, and fiscal aspects, it's there. And I would also say the same about Aquarian. Even when they were run by an English company before their sale to Eversource. So for me, it's not an issue of Aquarian or RWA. It's an issue of process. It's really an issue of where is the regulatory body that could govern. For 45 years, we've never had a rate increase rejection under RWA. The fact that we had PURA make a decision that said rates should not be increased. In fact, it should be lowered. That precipitated the timeline action. It is, again, as I said before, giving an opportunity for consumers that feel as though they don't have a voice. It is never a question in regards to the quality and the service that's delivered by Aquarian and RWA. But another critical factor in this, we're not talking about RWA in this discussion. We're talking about a third-party created entity that will carry on a debt burden that will be one of the highest that we will ever see in the industry. And ultimately, when you talk about affordability in this state, the combination of potential water rate increases and the liability of debt services that is going to be imposed on ratepayers adds and compounds to the affordability and the rate cost to consumers. That's what my focus is. So when we're talking about the governance question in which PURA made that decision, when they rejected it, they raised the question of governance structure. That is one of the points that we wanted to review. But plain and simple, Representative, we're not going to agree, but let me share with you, for me, looking at the facts of this, on a financial basis, the debt burden that's going to be acquired by an independent entity that's been created because of this, not RWA, not Aquarian, AWA, will carry one of the highest debt burdens of any utilities that we will see in the state of Connecticut. And if there is a fiscal trouble, who's paying? It will be the consumer. So again, having PURA has a regulatory oversight, however imperfect it may be, but I believe we give it a chance with a new body of 5 individuals to be able to do right and have greater transparency, greater accountability. And when you say again, when I say again, when 24 municipalities, including Shelton as the 25th, and many others that are interveners, when over 1.5 million people have said this is not acceptable to them, we have 2 COG leaders here, then I do believe that we as a legislative body should take pause, should take an opportunity to ask for greater transparency and vet the very financial burden that may be imposed on people and the process that we undertake in regards to affordability and ratepayer protection.
I appreciate, go ahead, then I'm going to.
Sorry, Representative, just to answer one of your questions that you started with, just in terms of kind of the timeline and the process. So the application for a change of control was submitted to PURA in April of 2025. In November of 2025, November 19th, PURA offered their final decision, which was to deny the application unanimously across all 4 board members that presided, with one interim commissioner recusing himself because he was part of the OCC that initially was part of the proceedings. So initially, under their full review authority as granted by the statutes that created PURA, they denied the application. That decision, that denial, was then appealed by the applicants to Superior Court. The Superior Court judge, in a very expedited appeal process, decided that and interpreted the legislative intent that because the legislature had outlined both the representative policy board structure, which is the municipal membership, and the authority board structure, which we haven't really talked about, but the authority board is kind of the overarching board that has administrative kind of oversight over the AWA. That administrative oversight, or that authority board, is going to have a 6-5 majority for the RWA region over the newly created AWA region. Which, given the size and magnitude of the 2 regions, doesn't make a whole lot of sense proportionally, but that's what was in the statute. So the appeal judge then remanded back to PURA that they are no longer allowed to basically utilize and use part of their statutory review powers to look at the transaction from a governance structure. What we're trying to do with this legislation is not decide whether or not PURA denies the application or accepts the application. It's only to allow PURA to have their full regulatory authority to review the application as presented to them.
I appreciate that. Obviously, I think my view is PURA looked at this, and they didn't have a full board at the time, if I'm not mistaken. They had, I think, an interim commissioner. If it passes, they lose the oversight over this. Am I correct? Okay, so I think that's one of the reasons they might vote it no. I'm just saying that you both, all three have said that there'll be rate increases. There's no proof of that whatsoever. There's going to be debt. Like any new company, there's going to be debt. There's $88 million of debt now with the old, your system. Who's going to pay for that? I would argue that both rates, RWA currently, or what you're paying, are the same. If not, your rates are probably a little higher. You have board members that live in this community that are going to vote for this safe, clean water. I would prefer local control. You talked about local control. Pure as Goliath, not David. That is a fact. Just look at the last few years. Please, our bond rating was discounted because of lack of action, because of infighting. There's no proof. We have members that live in this state that will be drinking the same water. I really think it's the right thing for our state and our ratepayers, and really for the water drinkers of the state. And I don't see any evidence whatsoever of rate increases. And as far as a pilot, I believe I read in the language that they're going to give the full pilot. And if there's infrastructure improvements, it benefits everybody. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
If I could?
You
Mr.
may.
Chairman. Just in regard to the rate increases, so as part of the applicant's filing to PURA, they did indicate that the anticipation was to have between 6 and 8 at least % increases on a 12 to 18 month basis for at least the next 10 years. So that was part of the applicant's RWA Eversource application to PURA, included a timetable and a amount of rate increases that were pretty much required to service both the water utility company and the debt service that they have at least 6 to 8% per every 12 to 16 months. So to that point, there will be increases, and it's part of the applicant's filing with PURA that spoke to that. Just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, it's been posed that, let's say that PURA denies the sale and it ends up eventually being purchased by a private company that might choose to recover all of the rate increase in a more dramatic fashion than in a staggered schedule. Had you considered that possibility?
Yes, to that point, Representative Steinberg, I would say that if PURA were to deny the application, as they already did in November, if they were to reaffirm that decision on March 25th, which is where their proposed final decision date is currently for the remand proceedings, Eversource/Aquarian Water Company is obviously free to do whatever they're going to do. They can go back out to bid and solicit new bids, of which RWA could put a bid back in. But all of those, at any new bid and any potential new either acquisition by a private utility or change of control to a water authority would still be reviewed by PURA. So any requirement that you would have a large increase upon sale would be part of the deliberations for PURA, and PURA would be there to make the decision as to whether or not such a large rate increase was in the public interest. So to that point, if PURA were to deny it and Eversource were to go back out to bid, that entire proceeding would go back through the PURA process. So all of those financial pieces, all of the structural pieces would be rediscussed, relitigated, and PURA would have the ability to review and either accept or deny that application.
Thank you for that distinction, because I think it's critically important. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. I just wanted to clarify, we have seen this kind of time and again where someone comes up and they are maybe a representative of municipalities and maybe all the municipalities are not behind them. So I just want to confirm that when you're coming today and you're in support of this bill, what exactly are all of the municipalities that you work with in support of?
So I will speak first as the executive director for MetroCog, which is a statutorily created regional planning organization that's made up of a board of directors that consists of the chief elected officials of my municipalities, being the city of Bridgeport, the town of Stratford, town of Fairfield, town of Trumbull, town of Easton, and town of Monroe. My board is supportive and unanimously passed a resolution for MetroCog to formally intervene in the proceedings with Pura because of their opposition to the sale as it is currently structured and as it was presented to Pura. So my board has been completely, steadfastly, unanimously opposed to this transaction, and they support this legislation, which again is really just clarifying the legislative intent to allow Pura to have their full regulatory authority to review the transaction as presented to them.
Yes, and in response to your question, Representative Mara, the West Cog Board has unanimously directed me to intervene in the proceedings on their behalf in opposition to the proposed change of control as well.
Okay, thank you. And by coming here today, what is it you're really expecting is going to happen with this that we see in front of us?
Thank you, Representative Mara. I can offer my goal and the legislative intent and what this legislature did. People need to understand the timeline in which 24-1 was passed in a special session without transparency, without a opportunity to have this vetting that we're interacting right now. And I think the other point that was raised by Chairman Steinberg kind of resonated with me when he made the commentary. Whether this, if this was rejected by Pura, and we create the legislative intent to give Pura that opportunity to review, even if RWA or any other entity can pursue a purchase opportunity, we would have that transparency that was never afforded. We would have that due process that I believe was never afforded. But ultimately, I think when Pura made that decision, one of the key words that they mentioned was that the public interest was considered. And that was a critical factor in their determination of not moving forward with this. So again, this legislation, House Bill 5249, is a simple but also powerful statement of checks and balances that the legislative branch is saying our legislative intent in passing through that special session of 24-1 is to give Pura regulatory relief to ensure that the public interest is protected and vetted and transparently and accountably due process in this analysis. I feel very strongly that we did not have this process. We're having it now, and I wish we had it 2 years ago in a special session. We didn't. But ultimately, for those people that may be supportive of the sale, they can come back. They can repeat the sale, and we can have a transparent and engaged and accountable process. So for me, public interest needs to be a priority, and this reflects a checks and balances of the legislative branch dictating Pura's regulatory protection of the consumer and ratepayers. That's my perspective on that.
Thank you. Representative Mara, I think to your question specifically about kind of what the hope is for this, I believe, you know, we are under a very expedited time frame with the remand decision to Pura. The applicants in their appeal to Superior Court after Pura's denial of the application requested an expedited process. One of the reasons behind that expedited process was the financial liabilities that RWA is encumbering as part of this transaction. Upwards of $409,000 per month that they are spending on a loan to allow them to move forward with this change in control application before Pura. Likewise, after the judge's decision, the applicants provided an expedited process schedule for the remand proceedings within Pura. The applicants did ask for a final decision to be made, what would have been made last week. Pura did not take them up fully on that expedited process, but Pura has set a final decision date of March 25th, where they will take the judge's remand, review. There are briefs and oral arguments that will be provided by the applicants, the parties, and the interveners. And then Pura will make their final decision March 25th. So to your question about what the need or what the ask is here is for this committee, which we sincerely appreciate you raising this bill for this discussion to be had. And then we would like to see this bill moved through both the Senate and the House as quickly as possible to ensure, again, only ensure that PURA has their full regulatory authority to review this transaction and ensure that the transaction is in the public interest, which we believe PURA already stated it is not.
Thank you so much for that. And I agree, we should have had this discussion before we passed this bill before. I mean, this is kind of a process of good governance that sometimes we skip over here. And I think that this is a little bit too late, obviously, for this discussion. But I'm hoping that we can move to a better place, and in the future we learn from our mistakes and we have debate before we put in legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yacarino for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can't say it as well as Representative Mara, but as kind, but I did go back and do research. We passed this legislation in 2024, and we gave the bid to RWA, given the opportunity to bid the same year, I think 6 months later. And the 2025 session went by, we did nothing about this. So it's not factual what I'm hearing today. We did give them the opportunity to bid, and they did bid in 2024. And I don't know if anybody remember, I don't think I was on this committee then, but I did go back and check. We passed this. And we gave them the opportunity to bid, and we did nothing about it. And all I could say is, we're going to hear from RWA, I guess, today, of the representatives, but me living in the community, utilizing their water, most people in here utilize it. They've been tremendous stewards, and I don't see why they would change. It's a locally controlled board. It's not a board of directors as far as getting compensated financially. It's going to be, I believe, it's the same setup. So I just want to make it clear that this is not happening just like that. We've had 2.5 years, and we've had another discussion since. So if you want to respond, you can. But this was passed in the authority, and they were awarded the process to bid in 2024.
Chairman Steinberg, if I could just ask for clarification from Representative Yacarino. As far as I'm aware, the legislature passed Public Act 24-1 in the special session. That special session legislation allowed for, or basically revised the existing enabling legislation that created RWA and allowed for and created the Aquarian Water Authority. There was no subsequent votes that I'm aware of at the legislature that allowed for the bid to take place. That is solely an internal process within the RWA region. The Representative Policy Board has to approve the bid, the Authority Board has to approve the bid, and then they bid. But there was nothing brought back before the legislature, as far as I'm aware, on the bid process. I would also say that, just to go at one point you made in regards to having a session last year that nothing was done. There was a bill raised that would have struck the enabling legislation, and that bill was sent to committee and never heard. So there was an opportunity, and there was a bill that was raised by the ranking member on this committee that was never moved out of committee. So there was opposition at that point. I would also say that at that point there was not necessarily an understanding of what the full filing of the applicants would be for their change in control application. So it made it difficult to provide alternative legislation until such time that application was filed, which was April of 2025.
No, fair enough. But I guess my point is, you're making it like this was never heard before, and it was. I remember coming back, I think it was, don't quote me, it's either November, December of 2024 for special session. And I remember because I think God rest his soul, Mr. Bingham passed away. I saw him there, and he died a few months later, if I'm not mistaken. So it's all coming back to me as I'm sitting here. So it's a false argument saying this is new. That's all I'm saying. We might have had this, discussion last year. It didn't go anywhere for a reason.
I appreciate that, Representative, and I appreciate your recount of that. I voted against this bill, and I did speak of my concern about the lack of transparency, the lack of due process. But that being said, one of the focus that gave me belief was that we had expressed legislative intent that PURA would be the ultimate regulatory body that would make that determination. I think that was discussed in our floor debate in the Senate as to the legislative intent that PURA would have a regulatory review and decision making. We believed that there was a body to review all the facts with the expertise. And what we're hearing is Pura did make that decision, and Pura rejected this bid. And through the expedited legal process, we're now saying that what the focus of this bill is, that Pura doesn't have the oversight or the regulatory guideline to make a decision on this. This legislation says it does, and it reaffirms the checks and balances that we have. Because what you might have said, legislatively, even though we didn't enact on it, we had the belief that the passage of that special bill allowed Pura to be a regulatory body with a set of expertise and a review process to make that determination. And when they made that determination and it was not satisfactorily, we have this expedited legal process. So to answer your question, Representative, there has been a process, but you reaffirmed to me exactly what has not happened in a year was the fact that the legislative intent of passage of 24-1 was to ensure that Pura, through their expertise, through their knowledge, would make a decision that should have been respected. And this bill, 5249, reiterates that legislative intent that was expressed in our floor debate and in our belief that we are letting a regulatory body with a set of expertise in protecting the public interest. And this bill reaffirms that. So I appreciate your passion and your advocacy. Let me repeat again, RWA is a fine company. Aquarian is a fine company. What we're talking about here is making sure that transparency, rate affordability, and due process is protected, and that the consumer has an advocacy body that will be able to regulate. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr.
I
Aquino.
appreciate your answer, but the fact of the matter is, if the public's hearing this, like this was never heard before. The three of you made it like this was never discussed before, and it was 2 years ago. You just said you debated it on the floor. With all due respect, I just don't know if that's accurate. All I'm saying is right now, RWA, Pura does not oversee them. Are there any issues? No, they're not. And I'm not saying they should just do anything they want, but they don't. They're stewards. They've been stewards for 50 years. We gave them that authority. Pura is not the cure-all, end-all. I'm sorry. I don't, fundamentally, I believe in limited government. I don't think they're, I trust what I've seen for my whole life, basically. That's all. So we don't agree. That's why we respectfully disagree. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We often disagree in this place, you may have noticed. But I do agree with the good representative that we should have given this more serious consideration last session. And I will speak only for myself. I did not anticipate that Pura would limit its ability to consider the full extent of this sale. Had I realized that, we would have had perhaps a more robust analysis of it last year. It never occurred to me that they wouldn't. So I think that's really where a lot of us stand. Any other questions or comments? Senator Nealon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to talk loudly. We have a couple people in this room that speak loudly. Senator Wong is also one of them. Loudly and forcefully all the time. I appreciate that. I want to kind of address, because I have strong opinions on this, although I'm not an affected town. This would create a giant quasi-public utility, not a little one, not a 15-town one. I have been a first selectman for a long time, too long, I think, but I love it. It's a better job than this, quite frankly. But I like doing both, and it's a good experience to have both. We have two leaders of COGS here. You guys represent how many towns?
24 in total.
Between both of you? I have very strong feelings about COGS also. Just ask Sam Gold. He'll tell you that. State my name. And I know what COGS are really capable of. I know what aggregate municipalities working together can and can't achieve, right? And I also know what our focus tends to be as municipal CEOs. In your experience, has there been any other quasi-public agency that would span this many towns if there was a combined agency? Or close to it, Francis?
I'm not going to speak as an authority on this matter. I'm not a quasi-public expert, but you do have a couple other quasi-public. The MDC comes to mind, which is pretty large, but has been, again, in existence for over 100 years, I think, at this point.
How many?
We also look at something like the MIRA coalition, which, as everyone knows, has now been kind of gone defunct because it was a very large quasi-public entity that could not kind of maintain and manage itself. But to your specific question, I don't know, but you are right that it would, this change in control, while the applicants continue to state that AWA and RWA will be kind of managed separately, there is one overarching authority board which has governance over both authorities. So from our perspective, it is one very large quasi-public entity, even if the finances of both are kept separate, which is what has been stated in the application, that the debt burden as part of this acquisition will be only borne on those ratepayers within the AWA region. There will be no costs associated with this to the RWA region. So while there would end up being a very large quasi-public agency, there are kind of two subsets within that larger quasi-public authority, which is part of our concern with the way the governance structure is set up and the inherent conflict of interest that exists between a board that is supposed to make fiduciary decisions for two authorities at the same time, and how is that possible to do?
So you brought up MIRA as an example, right? Didn't work out so well for a lot of reasons. I spent 6 of the worst months of my life on that board and wish I never had. But I did learn a lot about how, I know how we work at COGS, where we fight over raising the dues by 10 cents up per capita all the time, right? It's like a battle. And first selectmen, mayors, town managers, by nature, try to chase the lowest cost, but not necessarily the best cost, right? I know it's a little bit unusual to say this, but I do have a bit of a concern that we're emphasizing a lot on cost here and who's going to provide the cheapest service. I'm really focused on who would provide the best service. And at this scale, I actually think that a well-regulated public utility is required. I just feel that way. That's an opinion. And I know that there'll be differing opinions, but I don't have any experience where something of this size and scale has operated necessarily the way, and I have to say, I'm on the fence about investor-owned utilities. Like, I think that we made a mistake when we deregulated years ago and allowed out-of-state or out-of-country entities to buy our regulated public utilities. I would have preferred that they stayed owned in the state, simply because, as Representative Iaccarino talked about, PURA is not the be-all and end-all, and the regulatory framework is not the be-all and end-all, because if you have regulated public utilities that own multiple divisions in multiple states, it's very hard to really fully regulate them. They're not really regulated, but at least the involvement in the state of Connecticut can be a little bit more, in-depth to make sure that we're not only getting the lowest rate, but we're getting the best service. And water, water is one of those things where the cost of the product is actually low relative to the cost of the capital, right? You're not paying a lot for the water. It's generally a resource that you have and you can pump out of the ground or take from a river or wherever, watersheds. So the cost is, you got to sort of maintain the integrity of that, but it's really how you deliver it that's the cost. And it's very easy, in my opinion, to run a water utility and not properly maintain the infrastructure, because you're not going to know it until there's a water main break, until something bad happens, or until you turn on the tap and see what we saw in 60 Minutes the other night, which I could not believe that somebody would turn on a tap and that would come out, and they would be expected to drink it. What do you guys expect to accomplish here? It's, you mentioned the March 18th date. I think that's when PURA issues the final decision, but the draft decision comes out March 4th or March 6th. I think that's 2 weeks away.
Yes, thank you, Senator Needleman. Yes, the process schedule for the remand proceedings do call for a draft final decision on March 6th and a final decision on March 25th. I think to that end is why we sincerely appreciate the committee taking up this raised bill in this hearing today, so that there's an opportunity for it to be testified on. We believe that there is a mechanism by which this committee could vote out the substitute language, which I provided in my written testimony, which could then be taken up by the Senate and the House, who are in session tomorrow and the next day. Ideally, that's our path forward in an ideal situation for as Senator Wong mentioned, the legislative intent to be carried through as part of PURA's decision making. And again, I will reiterate, we have never, MetroCog, the board of directors of MetroCog, has never taken a stand on whether or not we thought RWA was the right purchaser or not, or whether the utility should stay private or move to quasi-public. It is our sole belief that this particular transaction, this particular structure, in the way that it was presented and applied for to PURA and the change in control application, does not fit the best needs and is not in the best interest of the residents and ratepayers in our municipalities.
Okay, so I appreciate that. So you're saying vote it out today, and do we have a committee meeting today at the end of this? No. I don't know how we would do that. Yeah, so yeah, just have a spur of the moment committee meeting tonight at 2 in the morning at the rate that this is going. So I'm not sure that what you're asking for is doable. And I think that there was a desire to be respectful about other people's opinions here, but I'm not so sure how effective we're going to actually be at doing something unless discussions, it's what you're also, because I'm not sure I agree with this, but if the language in this bill regarding the governance structure actually happened, would you guys be less inclined to be opposed to it? Do you think that the town, I can't ask you to speak for all the towns because there's 60 towns, I think.
So to that point, Senator Needleman, and thank you for the question, I would say that the governance structure voting membership of the authority board, which is included in the file copy that was raised here, that portion in the substitute language that I provided as part of my written testimony, that language is removed completely, and we're focusing solely on section 42 of the enabling legislation with a couple other minor corrections that again are there just to affirm the legislative intent for PURA to have its full statutory regulatory review power. So the draft that was filed, again due to very tight timelines that we're all working on here in a short session, was a draft that included a change in the governance structure, which we are proposing is removed from any substitute language that's moved out of this committee.
So are you suggesting that the legislative intent, this is more for Senator Wong, was that if the sale went through, that the governance structure would require that PURA maintain oversight over it, or at least through the process of the acquisition? I don't remember the conversation that went on.
There are different versions of it, but yes, I would like to say that there should continue to be some oversight from PURA in regards to whatever entity. And again, as you said, it is an extremely time-sensitive and expedited timeline. So again, I want to thank the chair for the indulgence and the opportunity of raising this bill. But I think what we have in this engagement is a public interaction and transparency as due the due process that was not afforded in the approval of this bill, despite representations otherwise. I think, if nothing else, it provides an opportunity for PURA as a regulatory body and for many of our colleagues and many of the consumers that are impacted that may not know about this issue. I hate to say that the fact that when you have 25 municipalities in unison, how often do you get that? Speaking out against this issue of concern. And I do believe you're going to see rate increases, and you're going to see the pilot potential loss. As one municipal leader said to me, pilot sounds like a great idea, but legislatively, taxation on the properties and the improvements is what really matters and implemented in tax revenue for the municipalities. Pilot may be well and good, but it goes by the whim of the legislative process. So again, we're talking about the consequential impact of this decision, and I would ask that through this engagement, through other colleagues that may be addressing this issue, through the Consumer Council that articulated her advocacy for this bill, that we give some guidance as to the legislative intent to bodies that will somehow see the checks and balances that we have to make a decision and perhaps begin anew. And that's not to say RWA is not able to make another proposal, that Aquarian has every right in their business interest to pursue other prospective buyers. But what does happen after this bill is passed, whether it's an expedited process or not, it reaffirms a legislative intent that PURA will have a regulatory oversight to ensure that our utilities, in the case of water or energy, will have an opportunity to review the process and ensure that the public interest is protected.
I appreciate that. I'm not sure that that's possible in the sense that look, we have 100 and some odd water companies in the state of Connecticut, and they are being combined, even though some towns want to hold on to their own as long as they can. It is a difficult business to be in. I mean, the conversation around testing for something like PFAS, when PFAS became an issue that everybody began focusing on because the government created, or because testing equipment became able to analyze down to parts per trillion, which never had been able to be done, there was one machine in the entire state that was available to do that testing. So water companies are sort of following. There was some federal guidelines that were issued. Now they've been retracted. We don't know, what safe levels really are, but the bottom line is that that part of it, keeping the water safe, is a much more complicated problem. And I think that scale matters on that. I think that you're going to need money to be able to stay ahead of it for the emerging contaminant issues. Last year, much as I don't like to ever have anything to do with granting any regulated public utility more money for something, we recognize that emerging contaminants are an issue and that they're going to need extra money to deal with them. So we did grant that last year with some extra kicker. I think the thing that bothers me at the end of the day in Connecticut, if this deal goes through the way it did, there will be one regulated public utility that supplies water in the state of Connecticut, one. And all the other regulated, MDC, I think is a fine company, but fine entity. It is a municipality. It's not a quasi-public. It's carved out in a different way. If I'm wrong, former Senator DeBella can correct me at any turn. He's standing right there looking at me like I don't know what I'm talking about, but he's probably right. But we're in an unusual spot here, and I think we're going to all have an opinion on this. I just don't know that the deadlines allow for much, and I think that PURA's, I have an inherent dislike of putting my finger on the scale of an ongoing proceeding, right? That's just my general feeling here. And I don't know why we didn't take it up last session, because this happened in July of 2024. And we did have a long session to debate it. I just don't remember if, we get a lot of bills, and some of them we take up, some of them we don't. I don't remember why we didn't even have a conversation about this last year. because that would have been the time to have done it.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity. I mean,
Yeah.
I know the timing is sensitive, but you raise a very important point beyond what we talked about quite a bit in regards to governance structure, cost, financial viability structure. But one thing that doesn't get raised, and it's very important to me, is to ensure that we're talking about water. It is life-sustaining. It is, even though it isn't a big cost factor in regards to production, the concerns about public safety, the concerns about environmental sustainability, the added feature of regulatory requirements that we've articulated in PFAS requirements. Here's the challenge. It is a non-regulated entity subject to the same regulatory requirements of environmental policies. Even though the federal may have changed, what if our state mandated policies, in particular related to PFAS or any other new phenomenon that comes up in water? Are we able, as an entity, as a legislative body or a regulatory body, if PURA does not have that oversight, to be able to say you need to meet those standards? That's another issue that for me, water is very different from a standpoint of life-sustaining and quality of life, and without a doubt. We've had water main breaks in Waterbury. We've seen what happened in Flint, Michigan. We would never want that to happen. It is why we have the unique oversight that it's not only DEEP that regulates our water, but public health that regulates as well as our drinking water. So water in itself is also a unique entity. And I'm seeing, and I'm looking at Representative Mushinski in regards, she's taught me more than I'll ever know about environmental sustainability. I think that's another factor that's not considered in this regulatory guideline. And what does that mean if RWA does not have PURA oversight in regards to those kind of issues that may come forth as a review? So again, water is another, it's a uniquely different entity that we cannot do without. Perhaps we can do without power for a couple of days, but you know what? Dirty drinking water and not having access to water is a life and death issue.
I appreciate that, and thank you guys for coming. I know that this is a big issue that we would love to be able to address. I'm just not sure, practically speaking, that the train has not left the station at this point. So, thank you.
If it's any consolation, Senator, I think we've seen evidence that this legislature is prepared to drop an ESER at a drop of a hat. So if we really were so inclined, I'm sure the legislature could find a way to bring this bill forward. And if there are no further comments, this has been a very engaging conversation. I want to thank you. It's been a little bit longer than I thought. Here we are 3.5 hours in, and we're on number 5. For the uninitiated, welcome to the legislature. Thank you for your testimony, and I imagine there'll be some ongoing conversations with regard to your suggested revisions to the bill and what prospects we actually have.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now for something completely different. We will have Rob Silverberg from the public, and that's followed by Representative Lanou. If you're waiting on us, Mr. Silverberg, you're going to wait a long time.
One last time, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
please proceed.
Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Robert Silverberg, Managing Partner of Morris London. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of House Bill 5247.
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm having problems hearing you, so I imagine others might as well. So closer to the mic, please.
You might be the first person who's ever told me that. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of House Bill 5247. The purpose of the original 2009 test bed legislation was to expedite the process in which proprietary, cost-reductive emerging technologies could be introduced to and be piloted by the state at no cost or liability. This bill passed unanimously and was signed into law by Governor Rell. Today, House Bill 5247 is simply taking a program that was successful with energy efficiency and demand response and expanding it to open the door to additional forms of proprietary cost-reductive technologies. There are a couple of thoughts I'd like to bring to the committee's attention. The idea of implementing an incentive for companies to go through the testbed program and then establish a location in Connecticut has been very well received by those that develop or manufacture emerging technologies. The Job CT program in Section 2 of this legislation is a great addition to the bill, but it would be my recommendation to not alter the language of the Job CT program as has been done in 5247. I recommend keeping the Job CT language that's already in statute and using that language as Section 2 of this bill. The last thought I'd like to leave you with. After reading through some of the written testimony on the testbed legislation, the business community is trying to tell us something. In 25, testimony on the testbed, a company called UBQ submitted written testimony and stated the following. After thoroughly reviewing the proposed bill, UBQ believes its passage would provide a fast-track pathway for entry into the state of Connecticut. Testimony from Black Dane Interests states, Connecticut Innovations Program is a success. The issue for Black Dane is it is for Connecticut companies only. The testbed legislation not only addresses that issue, but would also encourage out-of-state companies like Black Dane to establish roots in Connecticut. Another piece of testimony I came across from EarthCore, where it states the more programs that are put out there, the more opportunities the state will have to be exposed to cost-reductive technologies. Members of the committee, the business community is trying to tell us something. The only question left is, are we going to listen? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be happy to answer any committee questions you may have.
Thank you. Let's start with the comment you made earlier with regard to the section that relates to CT jobs. What is it you're recommending that is changed?
In the particular language in front of us, some of the language of the Job CT program has been changed. That was not the intent. The intent was to take language that had already been agreed upon, already in statute, and use it as the incentive to have these technologies go through the testbed program, and if procured, if they would like to offer the opportunity to move a location into Connecticut, they could qualify under the Job CT Act.
Thank you for that. And we can take up where we're not on the same page at a future point. This is, again, not a fresh idea. This is something that this committee has entertained and voted out of committee on several occasions now at this point. We've encountered opposition from the executive branch. Could you explain why we seem to be in an impasse?
It's a good question, Mr. Chairman, and one for the last few years I've been trying to figure out. We are taking a program that was initiated under a Republican governor and passed unanimously in 2009, and then in 2015, under a Democratic governor and Governor Malloy, passed unanimously. In 2014, the state of Pennsylvania took a look at the testbed legislation of '09 and copied it. They created what was known as the State Agency Green Technology Implementation Act. That bill passed unanimously. It is a near carbon copy of the Connecticut testbed legislation. The whole idea, again, was to be able to expedite the process in which these proprietary energy efficiency or demand response technologies could be piloted by the state and then be procured. Part of the problem that I have heard and read in different testimony was regarding the procurement process. We are talking about proprietary technologies. They have the IP, they have the patents, and the example that I like to use is, it doesn't matter if you are from Madison, Connecticut or Madison, Wisconsin. If you have the IP and the patents and somebody else tries to make your technology, they're going to get sued. So there is no interference with, say, the Connecticut Innovations Program. Pennsylvania identified this. We're talking about proprietary technologies that could then be procured via sole source performance-based contract. The concept was, why put it out to bid if only one particular company is making it, if it's proprietary? So I think in hindsight, that was some of the objection that we'd heard from the executive branch, but I would state that this procurement process has been in statute for the last 17 years.
So let me just understand, effectively, similar language was presented in the state of Pennsylvania, written into law. So it's I guess it's too early to assess whether it's really working in Pennsylvania yet.
Actually, it is. With me, and I will be very happy to hand this to committee. This is a copy of draft legislation that's in Pennsylvania right now. There are a couple of bills I'm working on in Harrisburg. The bill that's in front of me is a carbon copy of the 2023 test bed that passed unanimously through both chambers and got vetoed. It got the attention of the Pennsylvania legislature, and one better, the Pennsylvania legislature works a little bit different than Connecticut. We have joint committees, they have split committees. They have a House Energy and a Senate Energy. One of the other differences is the House of Representatives has a majority control of Democrats. The Senate is a majority control of Republicans. The interesting thing about the Pennsylvania test bed of 2026, it is going to be a companion bill. You are going to have the House Chair of the Communications and Technology Committee, a Democrat, putting forward the bill, and at the same time, the Senate Chair of the Communications and Technology Committee, Republican, will also be putting forward a bill. So there has been bipartisan support from this in the Commonwealth since its inception.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure whether to be proud of the state of Connecticut that we've got this all covered and we don't need such a bill, or wondering what's the difference in Pennsylvania's willingness to contemplate a new tool in the toolbox.
I think you just stated, is that they had a confidence that they did not have it all covered, that nobody could ever have it all covered. We're talking about emerging technologies that change rapidly. And one of the things that I have heard from technologies talking with different legislators in Pennsylvania is to continue to provide more programs, because not every program is a perfect fit for every industry. The more programs that you can provide, the greater the opportunity for different technologies to be introduced to the state.
Thank you for that. I will just say that my continuing interest in this concept is that, speaking just for myself, I'm bewildered by the rate of innovation of technology and how quickly something new comes on the horizon. I'm not even talking about AI, I'm just talking about other technologies that dramatically may change the operation of a business, or in this case, a government enterprise. And I remain intrigued by the concept of keeping our options open and availing ourselves of what might be coming down the pike in a way in which the government, which is not typically nimble or agile, can respond in real time to some of these opportunities. I will hand it off to Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming before us. So you obviously realize we heard this bill last time, and one of the things that stumped me when I'm making my decisions is the Commissioner of Community and Economic Development. So I wonder if you had a chance, I know this is obviously from last year, I believe you read his testimony, because I think his was focused on the CT Innovations program that already exists. What you would say to us to convince us that both of these either can work together, or both of these are very different and you need both of them. I think I would appreciate that.
Of course. Ranking Member Mara, I would state that, going back to a previous comment I mentioned, we're talking about proprietary technologies that have the patents and the IP. So if you were from Dover, Maryland, or Dover, Arkansas, it wouldn't matter, because anybody else who tried to make your technology, if they did, they would be sued. So for the Connecticut Innovations Program, it is a true focus on Connecticut companies that are producing proprietary cost-reductive technologies in a number of different fields. However, if you are from, say, Colorado or Illinois, you do not have the opportunity to participate in the Connecticut Innovations Program. What the state is looking to do with this particular legislation is to give the technologies in the remaining 49 states the opportunity to do the same things that Connecticut companies are doing within the CI program, have the opportunity to pilot their technology, demonstrate their capabilities, and have the option to be procured.
Thank you. So basically you're saying that this would include, people from other states, not just in Connecticut, but they have patents that are in other states and they can come here and work on them as well. Okay, and then what is the cost that you're looking at? Is this a funding thing? How are you seeing that work?
It's an excellent question, Representative Mara. There is no fiscal note to the bill because the proprietor of the technology pays for the pilot. If they go ahead, if a company has an interest in participating in the test bed program, they would fill out an application, assess a feasibility assessment, they would obtain that, and submit that to the advisory board. If the advisory board takes a look at this particular technology and deems it ready to be piloted at a state agency, a pilot would then be performed. At the end of the pilot, a report is presented to the commissioner of the testing agency. And at that point, if the commissioner would like to procure this, he would make a request to the Department of Administrative Services.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hughes. She may have stepped away, but her hand had been up previously. Seeing no other comments or questions, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. We'll talk more later, I'm sure. We now return to elected officials, Representative Lanou, and then back to the public with Michael Vinjo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greetings from the borough of Jewett City. Good afternoon to you, Representative Steinberg, Representative Mara, Senator Needleman, Senator Fazio, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify this afternoon on SB 246. This request is to support our farmers, our agricultural growers who have gotten a raw deal in so many different ways over the last few years. We need to support them in any way possible. What the legislation calls for is demand charges for natural gas to create a special category for our farmers and agricultural growers in the state of Connecticut, that their demand charges on natural gas be assessed during a 3-month cycle, as opposed to being locked in for the entire 12 months. To give you more of the detail of the problem and the solution, is the impetus of this bill is the owner of the Jewett City Greenhouses, agricultural grower for many, many years, Mr. Lou D'Amico.
Good afternoon. And again, thank you very much for having me speak on behalf of this bill. My name is Louis D'Amico. I'm the president of the Jewett City Greenhouses Incorporated. We're a 4th-generation family-owned greenhouse in Jewett City, purchased by my grandfather in 1937, and now being operated by myself, my wife, and my 2 sons. The business is registered and issued a farmer's tax exempt permit with the state of Connecticut. I would like to thank Controller Scallion for speaking on my behalf previously. I really appreciate him coming out on this. My greenhouses were built in the late 1800s, and its footprint remains in the center of the borough of Jewett City. We grow 12 months of the year, 365, and now specialize in plants for each season throughout the year. And we also grow seasonal flowers. Eversource came into Jewett City approximately 5 years ago with natural gas. And when that happened, I brought natural gas into the greenhouse as a second source of energy. I've always been dependent on oil, and I always thought I need a second source in case of an emergency. And I converted one of my boilers to natural gas to allow us to use either fuel at any time. I like natural gas. It burns efficient, very clean, and it is now my preferred fuel to heat the greenhouses. The issue with Eversource is not the use of the natural gas, it's the demand charge. The demand charge is calculated by usage of natural gas in a 24-hour period, 10 a.m. to 9:59 a.m. the next day. The usage in that one 24-hour period is the base that determines the demand charge for the next 12 months. If the highest demand charge occurs in December, it stays at that high rate until next December. But if my usage goes higher in January, the next month, the demand charge resets for the next 12 months at the new rate. Farming in Connecticut is very difficult and expensive. And with these demand fees, especially in the months that there isn't any natural gas being consumed, this limits on how much money we can allocate for extra employees during the very busy growing season. You know, there's only so much money coming in and we have to allocate it where needed. This proposed bill submitted by Representative Lanoue would reset the demand charge each quarter, so it would be a much fairer fee based on the actual peak daily usage recorded during the immediate preceding 3-month period. Demand charge is charged each month on the sales service demand charge and delivery demand charge, both based on peak daily usage. I also have a monthly fixed demand charge meter. Eversource supplies electricity to many farmers in Connecticut, and the demand charge has been eliminated for farms on electricity only. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me start by asking, have you had conversations with Eversource on this subject?
Many, yes.
And they have, how would you characterize their response? Are they seemingly open-minded about the prospect of changing the methodology for the 12-month rate if there was legislative action?
They are opposed to any changes to the demand charge at this time. They feel that the demand charge is set at a fair rate, and they want to keep it at that rate.
Thank you. As we have it, they're going to be testifying shortly, so I'll get to ask them directly. Any other Representative Mara?
Thank you so much for testifying today, and thank you to Representative Lanoue for bringing this forward. He did a lot of research on this before he brought it to us, so I think we were able to really kind of dig into it a little bit and understand some of the situation that you've got. I just want to touch a little bit, when you talk about having it maybe quarterly for agricultural businesses, what exactly are you defining here for agricultural?
Okay, are we talking my business, which is a farm, we grow plants and cut flowers. We use electricity, we use natural gas during the heating season. So, of course, we would probably start using October, November, December, January, February, March are my 6 months that we heat the greenhouse. And those 6 months, whatever I use for natural gas, I'd have to pay the usage of course and all the bills associated, including demand charge. But with Representative Lanoue, we came up with a solution that whatever the highest demand charge for that 3 months, I'd be charged that going forward for the next 3 months, and then it would reset on every 3rd month anniversary. And then going forward, I pay the demand charge on what happened the previous 3 months.
If I could also attempt to answer this, Lou did a great job explaining that. But I think part of your question, Representative, is how are we defining a farmer or an agricultural producer or operator in the state? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So the currently, they're under the Connecticut statute, it's 12-107 lowercase c, defines a farmland owner or a agricultural operator or grower in the state. And that's actually what DRS, Department of Revenue Services, uses to determine the farmers who are tax exempt from, have a tax exempt permit. And so the criteria outlined in that statute, 12-107C, is already defined in statute, and that's who we would use as we create this category, the same category for farmers and agricultural growers as it relates to the demand charges for natural gas.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful that it's already defined. And so maybe this is back to Lou. When we're talking about how much you feel like you are paying more than your kind of fair share of natural gas, what kind of dollars are we talking about, and what exactly what does that mean for your greenhouse and your business in general?
Well, the actual dollars for my greenhouse, and I'm a smaller operation, the demand charge has just gone up almost 30% from November to December. They had a rate change in December. And my demand charge went from $2.79 or $2.83 to $3.79 per 100 CCFs is how they measure their fuel consumption. So every month, on top of the usage, which I'm not complaining about, if I use it, I have to pay for it, and I know there's shipping involved. But on top of that, this extra demand charge could be anywhere from, in my case, anywhere from $300 to $500 a month extra. And if that demand charge hits that high peak and I have to pay an extra $500 a month, that's for 12 consecutive months. It doesn't stop after that next month. So I have to be very careful on how I burn natural gas and supplement it with oil to keep my demand charge at a lower rate. And I know greenhouses in the state, and I have a friend of mine who has a greenhouse. His demand charge could be upwards of $3,000 to $4,000 a month for usage. It's a very expensive fee that we have to pay.
And that's why this is so unfair to our farmers and those in agriculture. They have their growing season, their harvesting season that is only for a very specific period of time, a couple of months, 3 months. In Lou's case, yeah, he grows year round, but at least 6 to 9 months out of the year, the amount of natural gas he uses, 0. But yet he's getting whacked and penalized for that. And not only Lou, and not only in his subset of agriculture, but all the different agricultural growers across our state. These are the people who are feeding our state. These are feeding our people. And they're getting penalized, and they're getting hit particularly hard because they have a harvesting season and a growing season. And a lot of them are in the same boat, just like Lou, where they're only using this for a very specific period of time. And this is, again, an industry, a sector in our economy that's been hit particularly hard in so many different ways. And we need to get our electric and natural gas and gas costs for our farmers under control, and we need to do that very quickly.
And just to clarify, did you say that you use oil now to supplement because the natural gas price is so high?
I have 2 boilers in my greenhouse. One's a natural gas converted to natural gas. The other one is an oil-fired burner. So there are times, especially on a very cold night, I really have to burn oil because it gives me more BTUs than natural gas does, and it really heats my greenhouse at a quicker rate than natural gas. But those are only the very cold nights that we experience. But when I burn natural gas, I have to watch how many CCFs I burn a night because of my demand rate. If I go over a certain amount, which in my budget, I've put aside so much for demand. If I go over that rate for one day, I have to pay on that new rate for 12 months. So I really do watch my usage of natural gas on a daily basis.
Okay, and just my last question. Are you in touch with the other farmers in your community? Is this an issue for them as well?
I have talked to other farmers in this industry that burn natural gas, and they very much in agreement with what I am trying to present today. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments? Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to testify. Lou, I just had a quick question for you. Obviously, we're hearing that this charge for you is a couple thousand a month. That's pretty significant. I was just wondering if you could expound a little bit more on if is this sustainable for you? Are you going to have to switch to a potentially more dirty fuel like oil for all of your heating needs during the winter if this continues? And the amount of money that you would save if legislation like this was passed, how would you use that? To reinvest in your business and support your community?
Well, there again, let's qualify. I'm not wanting burning thousands of dollars a month in demand charge. I am in the hundreds. I admit, I want to get that straight. But I would use the money that's a savings, preferably for employment purposes, to bring some other part-time help in, especially during my peak growing seasons, which are basically in right now. We're getting ready for the Easter, the Mother's Day, and the spring season in the greenhouse business. And if you know anything about these greenhouses, now everything is gearing up for the busy season coming up. The next 3 or 4 months, this is when you make it to carry you through the slow months. So I hope to keep using natural gas. I feel it is a very good fuel for the greenhouse. It burns very clean. It's good for my boiler. And I expect to keep using natural gas. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And are there any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for Nope. Thank you for your testimony today. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll have further conversations. We next move on to Michael Vigent.
Thank you.
Followed by First Selectman Kevin Christie, the last of our elected officials. Michael, good to see you. Welcome.
Good to see you, and thank you, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I am Michael Vigent. I will be quick today, and I am the CEO of Great Blue Research located in Glastonbury, Connecticut. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address the committee on House Bill 5247. I'm here today to speak on the section of the legislation that pertains to the feasibility assessment and to answer earlier questions from Representative Steinberg and Representative Mara on why maybe this didn't go through in the past. One of those reasons that I've learned is about oversight and having a voice in that conversation. That is specifically why the feasibility assessment language was included. And the idea for this language was originally brought forward by former state representative Holly Cheeseman. The purpose of the feasibility assessment is to ensure that the state agency commissioners, department heads, and appropriate agency personnel have the opportunity to state their position on a potential testbed pilot. Additionally, the feasibility assessment will be able to ascertain the viability of a technology, product, or process in state or out of state performing a successful pilot for an agency. Though this bill may be amended, in the current draft, lines 55 through 68 of this bill state that a proprietor of a technology applying for this program will have the feasibility assessment performed by an independent consulting or market research firm, and they would pay for it themselves. So again, no budget needs on behalf of the state. As stated in this legislation, such independent consulting firm or market research firm shall be classified as a provider of services under the Department of Administrative Services Industry Code of 6000 for research and development services, or the NAICS code of 54191. By giving an applicant a list of qualified choices from DAS to choose from, they will have greater reassurance that the assessment they're paying for is being performed by a reputable, approved, and experienced firm. Additionally, state agencies will be further reassured that the assessment performed will be accurate and comprehensive. In the interest of time, I'd be happy to provide greater detail on how the feasibility assessment process works through Q&A with the committee, but a brief overview of the process is as follows. Number one, we identify the audiences being served and or those who benefit from the technology. We then would develop, again, with the committee and other folks' input, the areas for investigation to understand the needs, the expectations, concerns, barriers to entry into the market, and also likelihood of utilization. From there, we would then identify the best methodology to address the audiences and areas for investigation, keeping cost, time, efficiency, and quality of work all under consideration. And then last but not least, understand the outcomes which may improve the path to market, setting clear expectations, identify resolutions to key areas of concern, as well as stated solutions that each technology addresses. So I've done my best, given the time today, to keep it short and sweet, but I will open up the floor to any questions that you all may have at this time.
Thank you. I think you did a nice job in the limited time in explaining good process and how we can protect the state's interests across the board. Maybe you can answer this question for me, Michael. I should have perhaps asked it to Mr. Silverberg. We're all talking very theoretically about technology and innovation here. Can you give this committee an example or two of the kinds of things that might appeal to the executive branch that they might not otherwise be aware of, just broadly from an industry standpoint?
So in our industry specifically, my firm, Great Blue, does research for utilities, healthcare, municipalities, government entities, and from, I guess I'll address, given the energy side of the equation, a lot of work that we're doing is on energy-related technologies, whether it is solar to storage, whether it is rate-specific technologies, whether it is technologies related to bill management and load management and how folks can keep an eye on their bill. At the end of the day, in all of the work that we're doing across the country, not just here in Connecticut, but across the country, all the issues that have been talked about here today are being asked about in other states. How can new technologies be brought in to help our ratepayers, to help our utilities, to help our healthcare organizations do better work more efficiently, more cleanly, and provide the best rates across the board? So they don't all exist here in Connecticut, but by having folks come in from other states, as Mr. Silverberg referenced, we also are forcing that feasibility assessment so that folks in this room or on the board, the advisory board, have the opportunity to have that voice. And if you listen to the theme of what's been happening in the room today, not having a voice in the conversation has led to a lot of discussion. So that is where our idea of the feasibility assessment, again, it wasn't our idea, it was Holly Cheeseman's idea, but how to incorporate that into this language helps address and checkbox a lot of marks across the board.
Thank you, and very effective name dropping.
I do my best, only when it makes sense.
Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm just curious, since you're speaking at it maybe from the company point of view, what about this program would bring companies to Connecticut? What's the benefit? What do they see as a benefit to coming to Connecticut and doing something like this? Since clearly we're not giving money, we're not giving grants, where's the benefit?
It's an opportunity. Well, you know, if you want to talk specifically, I think one application is the challenge that we have with our supply and our grid demand, right? So as we talk about peak demand times not just happening in the summertime anymore, happening in the wintertime. One technology that I've been hearing about is the ability to bring some storage to the equation that stores solar generated power in a non-lithium form. So coming to a state like Connecticut where there's an immediate need and the ability to bring that technology and get it off the ground, I think there's high demand for. But also, I think it was to Representative Giacomino, and I apologize if I got your name wrong, when you talk about other entities wanting to bring good products and services to a marketplace, we have needs for certain technologies, specifically in the energy space. If they can come get that pilot program off the board and have the ability to capture some feedback on both sides, I think it creates an opportunity.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're saying that this offers a potential future market for a company. If they come here and they do a pilot program and they're introduced to the state of Connecticut, might be a future place for them to have a market?
100%.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for your time today. We appreciate it. Thanks for those clarifications on process.
Thank you always for having me. I appreciate it.
Next up, we have First Selectman Kevin Christie from the town of Westport, followed by Dariush Dunyavi from Eversource.
Good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Ranking Member Maurer, and Ranking Member Fazio, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. This dates back a few hours, but Senator Needleman, if it makes you feel any better, I've had my AirPods in for the entire hearing and still have about 15% or so battery left. My name's Kevin Christie, and I'm First Selectman of the town of Westport. Here testifying in support of raised Bill 5249, an act amending the charter of the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority concerning the potential acquisition of a water company. For me, this issue comes down to affordability and regulatory clarity. Pure's own mission states that it is charged with ensuring that Connecticut's investor-owned utilities provide safe, clean, reliable, and affordable service. Less than 3 weeks ago, I was in Hartford for the governor's State of the State address. And in that address, he said that Pure requires a constructive relationship with our utilities, but Pure should never be afraid to hold the utilities accountable and ensure that ratepayers are only covering costs for infrastructure and energy use. That message at 2 different points received some of the loudest and lengthiest applause of his address. And the Attorney General, as recent as last week in a letter to Pura, has similarly emphasized that affordability and the public interest must guide the review of major utility transactions. Raised Bill 5249 does not dictate an outcome. It does not tell Pura what decision to make. It simply clarifies that Pura retains full statutory authority to evaluate all aspects of a proposed change of control in determining whether it is in the public interest. If we're serious about affordability and accountability, we should ensure that our regulator has the clear authority to fully execute its mission. Thank you, and I appreciate your service and your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. You've heard, as you said, since you've been listening in, a fair bit of testimony today, and there was some conversation about what I describe as the reassurances proffered by Aquarian. Did Aquarian approach the town of Westport with this series of promised changes? And did that in any way affect your opinion about the going forward with the sale?
They have shared blanket communications with me. It has not impacted my view, and I would also share that really for me, this testimony and this proposed bill is really clarifying scope and reinforcing legislative intent, and it does not dictate the outcome. I know there has been a lot of discussion this afternoon about some of the transaction structure and implications for ratepayers. But really, I'm here to support clarifying the legislative intent for Pura.
Thank you for that. I'm sure you're aware of a significant project that Aquarian embarked on some years ago with regard to the water holding tanks on North Avenue in Westport, which engendered some controversy. Not that Westport really ever has much controversy over land use issues. But during that time, there was some conversation about the need perhaps to replace out other significant main lines like on Long Lots Road. Are you at all concerned that by the change of structure and ownership, that the ability to move forward with major infrastructure projects might be somewhat more complicated?
Yeah, I think we've heard testimony about the merits of RWA and Aquarian themselves. I think to the extent needed infrastructure is implemented, then there has been discussion today and prior to it, a number of levels of our local and state government that needed infrastructure upgrade should be paid by ratepayers. In terms of this transaction, I can't speak to Aquarian's ability to execute on future upgrades, but I would urge Pura to consider that in the context of the transaction.
That's a great point. In that we kind of belabored this issue with those who spoke previously, we probably have less to go over with you. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I want to thank you for your patience in waiting over 4 hours to testify, and hope you've had a good first experience testifying before this committee, and we'll see you again.
I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will move on now to what's that? Beg your pardon? All right, as I was saying. Next up is number 11, Dariush Donyavi from Eversource, followed by Vincent Pace et al. From Eversource. So we're going to have some Eversource. They don't want it. Wherever you are. If not, I guess we'll move on to Vincent Pace and crew.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman and Steinberg, and Ranking Members Fazio and Mara, and other committee members. My name is David Borowy. I am the chair of the Authority Board of the Regional Water Authority. Today, I'm representing the RWA and the new Aquarion Water Authority. I am joined by representatives of Aquarion Water and Eversource. In addition, Jeffrey D'Onofrio is here representing the Office of Consumer Affairs to answer any questions that you may have about how OCA serves the interests of RWA customers, and will also do so for AWA customers. Thank you for giving us the opportunity today. Yesterday, we submitted detailed written testimony in opposition to HB 5249, which relates directly and exclusively to our transaction. I would like to briefly summarize why we oppose this bill. First, there are several legal problems with the bill, which are described in our written testimony and can be addressed by the attorneys on our panel. Second, the bill does not take into consideration that we filed with Pura and presented to the town served by Aquarion a detailed modified offer of compromise in October 2025 to the town's major concerns. The offer of compromise offers meaningful solutions to the town's concerns, including one, payment in lieu of taxes for all the Aquarion towns will never receive less than Aquarion's current property tax. Having served for 20 years as an elected town council member in Cheshire, most of that time I was finance committee chairman, so I well understand the need for steady taxation. Two, a $10 million rate stabilization fund to offset the impact of future water rate changes for all Aquarion customers. 3, preservation of an existing $16 million annual credit in Aquarion's rates that will continue to benefit all customers in perpetuity. 4, we have committed to establishing a special transition committee composed of 5 Aquarion towns and 4 members from RWA towns. We have committed to have the Special Transition Committee make arrangements for the Office of Consumer Advocate to have sufficient staffing to address the needs of the AWA customers. And B, also, once the AWA establishes its operational footing and maintains its credit ratings through 2 bonding cycles, the RWA and AWA boards will bifurcate. At that point, only board members appointed by AWA Representative Policy Board will vote on AWA-specific matters, such as capital projects and rate filings. We can implement this structure without legislative amendment. To date, the COG attorneys have been unwilling to engage us with our offer of compromise. However, we are certain that our offer fairly and adequately addresses the major concerns of the towns. Also, the record of PURA docket shows that this transaction is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to replace the current investor-owned water utility model with a not-for-profit public utility model that can finance infrastructure investments at a much lower cost of debt and without the need to pay returns to investors. The AWA will be owned and managed by the town's representatives through the Representative Policy Board, with a member from each municipality who are the ultimate economic decision makers. Well, when I was mayor of Cheshire, I gave very careful consideration to the person that I chose to be the representative. That concludes my testimony. I and the panel would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony and for bringing such an august group with you. I'm not sure we're prepared to interview each one of you, but first of all, I want to thank you for going through the extra effort of coming up with a number of suggested compromises that address a number of the issues that have been brought forward. That act of good faith is noted. Secondly, I'd also like to say that our deliberations have never been about the quality of service that Aquarion provides or that of RWA, and our intent is just to look out for ratepayers as well as we can. You've heard me speak earlier about the distinction between governance and oversight. And a lot of the focus, thanks to PURA's decision, has been on explicitly the governance piece, which, according to the judge, was explicitly stated in the bill that we passed. I'm not quite sure I feel as explicit as all that. But you've heard some concern about the fact that should this sale go through, even with the governance structure you described and the changes that you've described, we still would not have the same quality of oversight that we're used to having with PURA. And given the size of Aquarion, the importance of water as a resource in our community, it's a concern for a lot of us. Part of me wishes to bargain with you, which I won't really do, and say, why don't you just agree to have PURA maintain oversight over the new entity going forward? In lieu of that, how do you reassure this committee that anything you could put together would approach the level of rigor and oversight that a PURA provides?
Well, there's several aspects to the oversight. The most important is to remember that the Representative Policy Board is in charge, and there will be a 60-member, one from each of the 59 towns, as well as a governor's representative. The Regional Water Authority has worked fine for almost 50 years with that type of governance, and we have 3 committees. All members serve on at least one committee, and they are very active and participate. In addition to the oversight being members that are appointed by the first selectmen and mayors, we will also have an Office of Consumer Affairs who can and does hire any consultants that they feel is necessary to help them evaluate any of the capital projects that we present to them, or any of the rate cases where they have questions about the methodology of the rate cases or whatnot. Sorry.
And we'd like to add to that, we have the Office of Consumer Affairs.
Identify yourself.
Right.
Yes, good afternoon. It's Vincent Pace. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for Eversource Energy, and we do have the attorney for the Office of Consumer Affairs who can describe the role that he plays and his experience in representing the interests of consumers.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff D'Onofrio. I thank the committee for the opportunity to address you and answer any questions you may have about the role of the Office of Consumer Affairs. My background is I've been practicing law in Connecticut for 35 plus years. My practice primarily consists of municipal law, construction law, commercial litigation, and business law. A significant portion of my municipal practice is my role as a town attorney. I serve as town attorney for several towns and as special counsel for, well, I represent a total of 19 towns. So I do a lot of municipal work. I also do a lot of construction work. And I became the Consumer Affairs Officer for the Regional Water Authority back in 2008. So this is my 18th year as serving as the Consumer Affairs Office for the Regional Water Authority. And the Office of Consumer Affairs has a somewhat unique role based on the enabling legislation that was adopted by the General Assembly 50 years ago. My role is not only to resolve any consumer complaints that get escalated to the Office of Consumer Affairs, but to weigh in through memoranda to the RPB, testimony, and any other means that I deem appropriate on any matter of interest to consumers. So the typical matters of interest to consumers may seem to be limited to rates and large capital projects and, of course, acquisitions, but it goes way beyond that. I attend every meeting of the Finance Committee of the RPB, every meeting of the RPB, every meeting of the Consumer Affairs Committee, every meeting of the Nominating and Executive Committees. So I'm in the loop with respect to business decisions and potential business decisions on a regular basis every day of the year. And it's always been that way. So my opportunities to weigh in are not limited to when there's a pending application or when I get asked to testify. And over the years, I've weighed in on any matter that I feel is of interest to consumers. Back when I first got involved with the Regional Water Authority, it was clear to me that the organization had been born in debt, okay? When the organization was formed by the legislature, it issued $250 million in bonds, this is 46 years ago, to purchase the assets of New Haven Water. So it was born in debt, it was highly leveraged, and that was one of my initial concerns because it's in the best interest of consumers to have a healthy, vibrant, long-term, viable water authority. So the focus very early on that I had was on the financial side. And over the last 16 years, the authority's made enormous strides in deleveraging and really becoming a best-in-class utility. I heard some of the testimony. I don't think there's much of an understanding about what the Office of Consumer Affairs does, which is fine. So to the extent that anybody has any specific questions, I'm happy to answer any and all questions that you have about what the role of the OCA is. The OCA is not unique to Regional Water Authority. Back in 2017, the legislature created, through an amendment to the MDC enabling legislation, an Office of Consumer Affairs. And as you heard from prior testimony, there's other OCA-type offices that are providing consumer advocacy services for utilities that are not regulated by PURA. But, you know, I've been doing this job now for 18 years, so I've got a pretty good idea of the way that the organization functions. And like I said, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about what my role is and how I would perform that role if the transaction ultimately is approved. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm by no means concerned about your ability to weigh in as an attorney in this instance, but let's focus on the office that you described. How would it be created? How would it be populated? Who would pay for it?
The way that the OCA is currently structured is the Representative Policy Board appoints the OCA. So back in 2008, the Representative Policy Board issued a request for proposals. They did a competitive procurement process, and my office, my law firm, Ciula and D'Onofrio in North Haven, was selected. And all the expenses of the OCA are paid for by the authority. The OCA has a budget in the sense that there's a placeholder in the authority's annual budget, but there's no limitation upon my ability or the OCA's ability to hire consultants when there's matters that require a specific technical expertise. And I'll give you 3 examples, okay? I've hired experts. There was an application to acquire an aquaponics business. I hired Dr. Michael Timmons from Cornell School of Agriculture, who was a preeminent expert in hydroponics and aquaponics. When the authority initially sought to replace its legacy customer information system, I hired a technology consultant. And then likewise, when the SAP system was replaced a few years back and an application was filed, I hired a couple of consultants that had extensive experience not only in the IT field and in the software field for utilities, but also in change management. So when there's a specific need, the OCA's hands are not tied with respect to hiring experts. Frankly, capital projects, I really don't need an expert. I've been a construction lawyer in Connecticut for 36 years. I sit on the board of directors of a large contractor. I know how to evaluate construction budgets. I know how to evaluate construction projects. So does that answer your question?
Mostly.
Okay.
Might I ask, who would you be compensated by?
The legislation that was passed in 24-1 provides that the OCA for the RWA is the OCA for the AWA. They're going to be operated as two separate systems. So the RWA continues to pay the OCA for the RWA, and the AWA would be responsible for paying OCA services that are rendered for the benefit of the AWA and its customers.
I have to admit, I'm having acronym overload. If you could say that 10 times fast, then I'd really be impressed. Thank you for that. You might see where I'm going here, which is one of the things that's very important to us is that the oversight of such an important entity be independent and be in a position to look out not only for the interests of the company in terms of efficient business practice, but also for ratepayer interests.
Of course.
How can you reassure us on that point?
I can tell you that we don't get a lot of consumer complaints. We probably on an annual basis get around a half dozen. And the process that we have in my office is Lou D'Agostine, who's a partner in my firm, conducts the investigation into a particular consumer complaint. And once the investigation is complete, I review the recommendation, and then our bylaws for the regional, for the representative policy board set forth the process for how a consumer can appeal a recommendation if they'd like, and likewise the authority can. So the same process would be applied in terms of investigating any consumer complaints on the AWA side. We obviously don't have an idea as to the order of magnitude of what the volume would be for AWA because they don't have a similar Office of Consumer Affairs right now. So we don't know how many complaints would be escalated to the OCA on an annual basis. But, you know, frankly, it's not enormously time consuming to investigate the typical complaint. In 18 years, you know, the most complicated complaints that led to hearings before the Consumer Affairs Committees have really been about relatively simple matters, like whether a meter was defective, whether a customer received an adequate reimbursement for waste adjustment. The issues are not all that complicated. They're not all that time intensive. You may spend 5 to 10 hours between interviewing the consumer, reviewing documents you receive from them, interviewing the Regional Water Authority employees involved, reviewing their documents, and issuing an opinion. So the same process would be applied to AWA, and if more time is necessary, then more time will be expended by my staff on it.
Maybe I'm not understanding the process well enough, but I really wasn't as much focused on consumer complaints, as important as they are. And if you really wanted to use your lifeline, you could talk to Mr. Logan over there, who could probably tell you what the rate of acquiring complaints would be. And maybe you have some insight even as to how many were forwarded to PURA, so that you would have a frame of reference and not be potentially overwhelmed by the volume that might occur with a much larger entity than you've experienced in the past. That's really, again, part of my question is, just like I don't equate governance with oversight, I don't equate complaint management with oversight. There are issues significantly larger than an issue with a meter or a leaky pipe that might be of concern to ratepayers here in the state of Connecticut. I'm not yet convinced you got that covered. Could you explain further?
Well, again, the OCA can intervene in any matter of interest to consumers. So when we have an issuance test rate application, I submit interrogatories to the authority after I review the application as to any questions or concerns that I have about it. They provide responses. I provide an opinion to the RPB as to whether the application is complete and as to whether the application should be approved or denied, and then I testify at the hearing. Likewise, every capital project application over $3.5 million, it has to go to the RPB for approval. All those applications come to me. I submit interrogatories if I have questions or concerns based on the application. I review all the confidential information that's provided under protective order to familiarize myself with all the engineering involved with the capital plan, and provide a memo to the RPB and testimony. I attend all of the budget presentations and ask questions on an annual basis about the capital and the O&M budgets, submit my opinion to the chair of the authority board as to concerns that I have about any of the proposed O&M or capital budgets. The role of the OCA isn't limited to when something's on the docket. The role of the OCA is 365 days a year. I attend the Finance Committee meetings that usually are the first Monday of the month, every single month. If I have concerns about something that's on the agenda, I voice those concerns at that meeting. I attend every Consumer Affairs Committee and provide them with a report as to what the OCA's activities have been in the past month and deal with any issues that come up at that committee. Likewise, I attend Executive Committee and Nominating Committee meetings and express all my concerns on behalf of consumers in real time at those meetings. So by the time an application is submitted, whether it's for a capital project, whether it's for an issuance test rate application, whether it's for a proposed acquisition, nothing is a surprise to me because I've been privy to the discussions at the meetings about what's coming, and I'm able to ask questions before we get to the point of having an application. So I advocate for the consumers on a regular basis in the context of all those different opportunities.
And if I could add, in recognition of the question you asked about adding additional towns, we did develop an offer of compromise that was filed in the PURA docket that addresses the town's major concerns. On this issue of the OCA, Section 4E of that offer of compromise says, in recognition of the fact you're adding new towns, they will add additional staffing to the consumer advocate to ensure there is sufficient coverage with the new towns coming on board.
Thank you. That gives me a little bit more reassurance. I think that my net takeaway is that you as an attorney are certainly very critical to this ongoing process. I'm wondering whether the state should take out an insurance policy on your behalf. Given that, do you have a backup plan? Do you have an understudy in case you're under the weather?
I do. I have a couple other people that have, over the 18 years, stepped in and attended meetings and are very familiar with the authority. And the benefit that I have from 18 years of doing this is there hasn't been an application that is unusual from my perspective. And although the rate base and the number of customers for the Aquarion Water Authority is significantly larger than the RWA, it's a water utility in Connecticut. They submit capital. I've reviewed in the process of reviewing the application in the summer of 2024 to opine on whether this transaction should be approved by the RPB. I reviewed a lot of the due diligence materials, so I have an understanding of the differences and the similarities between the two. The capital projects are larger for Aquarion. They have larger projects and a larger capital plan than RWA, and the whole rate-making process will be completely different because AWA will be subject to the issuance test rate application, but I have obviously 18 years of familiarity with that from dealing with regional water.
Thank you. One more question I'll hand off. Going back to your offer of compromise, I had a question with regard to the immediate rate impact protections, in which you indicate that a dedicated $10 million rate stabilization fund will be created. Could you explain a little further what that's about and where the money comes from?
Mr. Bowery can
Yes.
start, and you can ask for assistance if you need
That's
that.
what I was going to ask. The rate stabilization fund, we have one with the RPB, and that is money that is available if we were to have some huge spikes. For instance, if we had a wet summer, it would be money that we could use rather than raising rates unusually high. Those funds, Rochelle Kowalski, who's our CFO, will have the details of that.
Can you hear me? Yes, regarding the RWA Rate Stabilization Fund, it's actually been at its target level now for several years, but it's envisioned that the AWA Rate Stabilization Fund will operate in the same way, in that it's a fund that's available, as David mentioned, Mr. Bowery mentioned, that it will be available to offset spikes in the if there should be spikes in the rate making. I'll also add, though, the offer of compromise is very targeted to help offset initial rate increases. So that is to further, even further reduce the near-term rate increases.
Tim, for that. Oh,
Sorry, this is Jeff Norman from Eversource. To answer the question directly, though, it's going to be funded by Eversource, and it'd be Eversource investor funds, not the regulated entity.
And have you ever had need to use a stabilization fund before?
So RWA historically in 2009 and 2010 did actually have to use the rate stabilization fund, but we're very, very pleased to say that for the last probably now 15 years, we have not had a need to use the rate stabilization fund.
Thank you. And if you did have to access it, how would it be replenished if it would?
Under the RWA structure, the rate stabilization fund there would be replenished through the rate. So again, as an authority, we do only have ratepayers. There's not we don't have equity investors. And we have from about 2010, which was the last time that RWA used its rate stabilization fund, some of its rate stabilization fund. It was replenished by about 2013, 2014, and we have not had a draw on it since.
For that, I'll just end by saying that many of us have belabored this issue because of the obvious disparity in the size of the two organizations. And it reminds me a lot of the conversations we've had in recent years with regard to the Siting Council. And we've had reassurances from them that they're able to handle whatever comes their way. Yet I've been very concerned, given the need for major infrastructure projects, that they may easily be overwhelmed, that their past experience is not a good predictor of future results. That's why we are concerned that this entity, which will inevitably change the way that Aquarian operates in some fashion, will not necessarily do as good a job as Aquarian has in the past of serving ratepayer interests. So I hope you understand our concern, our nervousness about this kind of change, but it's not intended to cast aspersions on the ability of the companies to do their business, but rather that the change will not be in ratepayer interests. And with that, I'll hand it over to Senator Needleman.
If I could just briefly respond to that comment, I do want to point out that we appreciate the input you provided, Representative Steinberg, but on the issue of managerial and technical suitability, during an 8-month adjudicative process, PURA said the buyer does have the requisite managerial and technological suitability. The only criticisms they found were criticisms with the 2024 Special Act, where they disagreed with the judgment of the legislature on governance. So in an 8-month process, PURA concluded the buyer has the requisite skills, management team, and technological suitability to run the business safely and reliably. And Mr. Logan may want to add to that if he wants to.
Yeah, I just wanted to bounce back to the Office of Consumer Affairs. You know, there's been a lot of talk in terms of comparing the OCA to the OCC, but they're different roles. With the Regional Water Authority, the OCA, they're there every step of the way, right? They're there when the rate case is being put together. They're providing interrogatories. It's not voted on until it goes through the OCA, as opposed to Connecticut PURA, where Aquarion puts together the rate case application, we provide it to them, and then PURA comments on it, and then the OCC reviews it and comments. They're not there when it's actually being developed. They're not there when they're looking at the cost of service study. They're not getting the interrogatories or the comments prior to the application being voted on, if you will. It happens after the fact. So there's a stark, a huge difference there. And that's where you can see over the years when you don't see a rejection per se of the rate case increase, because they're all in the room together working it out. Looking after the consumer's best interest, looking at what makes sense for the organization, and I think that's a huge difference. And just really quickly, when we talk about the complaints to PURA compared to the OCA, I'm going off of memory, but it's something that we look at intently at Aquarion Water Company, and my recollection is that it's less than a dozen a year that escalate. We certainly get complaints, but they're usually handled at a lower level before they get to PURA.
Thank you for that, and it is reassuring. My only comment with regard to the PURA process is that 8-month period was particularly turbulent and perhaps not representative of ideal PURA process. So I take that with a bit of a grain of salt. And with that, I'll turn it over to Senator Needleman.
Afternoon, and thank you guys for coming today. This is quite an auspicious group, high-powered, former senator, chief counsel, deputy chief counsel, I'm sorry, and the rest of you. No, I'm only kidding. So first and foremost, I couldn't think of a more tragic outcome than after what happened, in the special session and the work Larry did with him passing away the way he did. He was a very nice man, and I didn't know him well, but we got a chance to talk. Condolences, because I don't think anybody thought that he was imminently, that sick. So I think that either he hit it really well or something that he had just went awry. So you guys must be reeling over that, because he was the principal champion. He had worked at Aquarion, and and I know he really was very well respected in the water industry. So so I have a bunch of questions. I'm not the most familiar guy when it comes to water utilities, but I have a little bit of experience about how infrastructure dependent the business is and the improvements, and I tend to believe that anything you bury in the ground could easily be forgotten. So are you, any of you guys familiar with the industry standards for average rate of infrastructure replacement for major infrastructure in the water industry?
I think Sonny would be, as our CEO and our engineer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the kind words. I think, we all miss Mr. Bingaman as well. I think, he was very well respected, and he carried a lot of weight in the...
Can you do me a favor and just identify, everybody should identify themselves just for the record. Do me one favor, because we're all a bit perplexed. It was a bigger group.
Sure.
Under Vincent's name, we're blaming Vincent for all of this, just so you know.
Sure. Sunny Lakshmi Narayanan. I'm the interim president and CEO. I'm also the VP of Engineering and Environmental Services. As I said, we certainly do miss our president and CEO, and he was huge shoes to fill in, and I think, still the void is being felt. So thank you for all the kind words. With regard to the infrastructure, I think, we have a very, I would say, very nuanced as well as a very specialized process in which we prioritize capital projects when it comes to evaluating the necessities of the various assets that we have, whether it's going to be the reservoirs, whether it's going to be the dams, whether it's going to be pump stations, treatment plants. So there is an elaborate process that goes in, and there is plenty of, I would say, subject matter experts who kind of give inputs. We have different divisions and departments which give inputs. We have a separate one for cybersecurity assets. We have one for physical assets. And the process is very scientific. We evaluate the various projects that we come in terms of the necessity, in terms of the risk, in terms of the resilience, in terms of water quality, in terms of regulatory requirements. Those get rated on a priority basis in terms of what gets to be funded during that year. And that process takes at least 3 to 4 months. And after that it goes, and during the process, as the OCA mentioned, he participates as part of the process during all these hearings when we do with the Finance Committee, as well as we also have a Land Use Committee that looks at the 28,000 acres of land that we manage. And in terms of disposals and acquisitions too, we have expanded the acquisitions by a significant portion from when we were a New Haven Water Company to now we almost have like 28,000 acres which we manage. And in all aspects, covering, I would say, the entire gamut of infrastructure, there is a scientific process that goes through. In terms of infrastructure spent, we at this point average close to $50+ million a year.
Excuse me, I just want to cut you off. I didn't understand the number, and how does that reflect on the total, before depreciation asset value of your infrastructure? I think that's an important number.
Right, I'll have Rochelle chime in on that exact value, but if I can just add a little bit more color to this. Typically, I think, when you compare, I would say, utilities to utilities, it's not apples to apples, right? So we are a very contiguous system where we have all the 20 towns that are being supplied by 3 or 4, I would say, major reservoirs and a couple of well fields. If you look at, I would say, like, I'm going to use example of Aquarion, they are not as contiguous as you are. So in that way, it's very difficult to compare apples to apples in terms of infrastructure comparisons. So it's unique to the nature of each utility to evaluate the merits and the risk and resilience that's required, and that's how we come up with these things. So even though the process may be very similar across utilities, but it's very unique to each utility, right? So I will kind of...
I get that, but there must be general, like, the IRS, for the purpose of depreciation, would say certain pieces of equipment are 5 years, certain pieces are 10 years, buildings are 39.5 years, subject to cost allocation studies. So I'm familiar with that, and generally for a business to sort of tread water, the IRS standards are not necessarily the gold standards, but you look at a piece of equipment that depreciates over 7 years, you hope you get more lifespan out of it. But so again, across the platform of water utilities, not all utilities, because certainly water is different than everything else. What is the industry standard for replacement of infrastructure, and what is RWA's replacement? I've been given numbers, so it's sort of a loaded question, and I just want to hear what you guys do internally, because I want to verify that what I've heard is fact, fiction, or none of the above.
Right. In terms of infrastructure, you can look at many different types of infrastructure, right? So one would be the pump stations, which would have a longer lifespan of, say, 20, 25 years in terms of motors and pumps. Let's say storage tanks. If there is a steel storage tank, that'll run for, say, 50, 60 years if they're maintained properly and painted in accordance with every 3 or 4 years. In terms of precast concrete, they could run for even 75 to 100 years. So it just depends on, I would say, what we need to look at in terms of that specific asset. But we would be amongst, I would say, the industry averages when it comes to the pump stations and all that. And typically what we also do is we have an independent consulting engineering firm that comes and evaluates once in 5 years, or I would say periodically, to the extent where we actually have them go and inspect, and they typically follow industry, I would say, protocols and averages. So they develop a capital assessment, I would say, plan for us, which will also be part of the decision-making matrix, which will tell us exactly which ones we need to replace. So it all depends on the type of asset itself. There is no particular, I would say, size-fits-all kind of a thing that works for each particular asset. The pipelines can be a little bit more, I would say, in terms of the life itself, whereas I would say a SCADA system, which is more an IT, a cyber security system can actually be requiring much more improvements based on how cybersecurity evolves. So it's tough to kind of say, it's 7 years or 10 years. It's going to depend on the asset.
So I was, the information I've been working
Yeah.
with is regulated water utilities are on a 1% per year infrastructure replacement schedule, which is a 1 in 100 years. That's sort of an industry standard. Again, I'm not in the business, so I don't know. And certainly a way to evaluate it would be to look at your, the value of your assets pre-depreciation and divide that into what your spend is to come up with a number, but I don't have those numbers. I'm assuming that the member towns have those numbers. I think in a investor-owned, public, regulated utility, those numbers are available to the public, not only not only to the member towns. The residents would see that, but my concern is, again, and I've said this before, as a first selectman, I love my fellow first select people, but we have to deal with annual budgets. You were the chair of the Board of Finance. You know the pressure on us every year. So every line item that we look at, we want to keep down to a minimum. And I think if I had, with all my colleagues, a lot of say in the operations of a lot of things directly, we would try to spend less money. That's my fear, that in a investor-owned public utility that is fully transparent and fully regulated, there would be less ability to do that. And on some level, as a first selectman of a town that is a regulated, part of a regulated water utility, we get a bill, we get an estimate, we know it's subject to review at a regulatory authority, and they tell us what it's going to be. We don't negotiate with them. It's, you want the fire protection, you're going to pay for it. My concern is, again, this is one of the other issues that I always have, is the interest of the municipality versus the interest of the residents of the municipality, right? It's a real issue. I mean, I could see it across a million things. Mira was one of those examples. The interest of the residents was very different than the interest of the towns trying to keep costs down. We think we're doing it for the benefit of the residents, but it doesn't always work that way. And I think that I'm not going to weigh in on this deal at this point. I think our moment has passed, and quite honestly. However, I would just caution you folks that water infrastructure, and you're gonna give me a lot of complicated answers, and I just wanted a simple answer, which you're an operations guy. I don't think you can do that. It's like, I can't do that either. Okay.
Amongst, I would say, the industry, we have the lowest breaks in terms of water mains. So that is a very significant achievement in terms of how we maintain our piping infrastructure. In terms of leakage, we are almost less than 10%. That's called unaccounted for water, right? So 10% is almost the gold standard, right? So it's nearly unachievable. But regional water has achieved almost a 10% in terms of unaccounted for water.
Can I just pause for 1 minute, going to the Aquarion guys? Where are you?
In terms of what, Senator Needleman?
Sorry?
In terms of what, Senator Needleman?
In terms of the leakage.
We've been doing pretty well, actually. We're around 13, 14%. We have
So
our
they're better
financial-
than you.
We are up around 13 or 14%,
Sorry, George.
which is pretty good.
Okay, thank you.
So I think, those are two statistics that kind of lets you know that how regional water's infrastructure is managed, maintained, as well as replaced, all in terms of maintaining the infrastructure.
How do you compare with MDC?
I don't know MDC's numbers, so it's very difficult for me
Okay.
to
I'm only kidding, by the way.
It's okay.
Bill is sitting right there. I could just ask him. Yeah, so again, my concern is that a lot of municipalities, I think that, I don't have any doubt that you guys will do the right thing when it comes to emerging contaminants. And I do fear that the pressure on the part of the municipalities to keep costs down as opposed to quality up is a dynamic battle. And just experience is that a lot of towns getting together trying to make a decision around competing interests between the town budget and the interest of the residents. We fight that battle all the time. It's like Board of Finance has to deal with that about what's best for the kids and what's the least expensive way to deal with it because there are a lot of other taxpayers in the town. So my concern is actually less about the price being lower, right? My concern is more about the quality for the residents being worse. And I think that at this scale, I think it's a big quasi-public. It will be the largest quasi-public in the state of Connecticut, and the only thing that was comparable was Mira, and it went up in flames. So, and I think that the ratepayers, the customers, the residents of the state and the towns suffered, and so did our policies about our environmental goals. They really suffered as a result of it. So I don't want to grill you. I'm sure you have a lot of technical information. What I had been told is that the industry standard is 1%. Those numbers, I'm sure you could provide them, and that RWA is on a completely different schedule of more like 1/4 of 1%. That's not a major replacement in any way, right? So I hope that it's not that, because that means that it's a 250 or 300 or 400-year cycle, and I really want to make sure that the customers in the towns that are now under the governance of a regulated water utility are not going to suffer and be brought down, because pipes in the ground, out of sight, out of mind. And New York has gotten away with wooden water pipes out of the Catskills for 100 and some odd years that leak all the time, that there's all kinds of problems with. Probably get splinters when you drink the water. But they just haven't spent the money to replace it because it's working, right? So I just want to caution everybody that I'm concerned about that, and I think the town should be concerned. We all want to chase cheap, but we want to chase quality and replacement. I have no idea what caused the problems in Waterbury, but that is the end result of a water main break, right? A town loses water for a week, town loses water for longer. Usually towns are not supplied out of multiple sources. I'm assuming even in RWA, you don't connect all your water sources to each other. But I know even if you do there, because it's a very contained area, I think that once you get to the Aquarion realm, the backup sources, the ability to, to not have problems is much more limited. And I hope that if this deal goes through, that the ratepayers, the customers, the residents are the top priority, not the town budgets.
Well, Senator, I would say that you have we have an asset management system that is modern and current and up to date, and it does say each asset and what type of class of asset and how long it will last, and we are replacing them on the schedule that they need to be. And that was probably what happened with Waterbury. They weren't excising the pipes, they weren't testing the valves and things. We are not only testing them, we're replacing them as they need to be, and so we do have a system that's up to date with that. Maybe it'll lay your fears, maybe it won't, but the RPB for the Regional Water Authority, at one time, back when I was chair years ago, we had 8 members who were either current or former mayors that were on our board. So they had a perspective, just as you do, as first selectmen. They have a perspective of, does the Board of Ed or does the Public Works get the money? And let's do what's best for everybody overall and keep the rate at a reasonable rate. And we believe we've had a reasonable rate, and we've had input from the public person who is charged with representing the ratepayers and charged with representing them. And we've had what we believe are reasonable rates.
Thank you. I don't know if they're higher or lower than Aquarion's or where it compares to Connecticut Water. Actually, I'm
Well,
not.
our rates are a little bit higher than Aquarion and significantly lower than Connecticut Water. And part of that, it's not a big difference, even though some of the comments have made it out to be that it is, because the difference is that there are programs that an investor own gets to add on fees that we don't. Our fee is what it is, period. There's no WIFIA, and there's also no taxes that we have to pay and other items that get added on separately. PFAS, mediation is all, and items like that are all included in our one rate and our one bill. Yes, we can segregate it out to say, hey, we'd like reimbursement for this particular type of project, which we're allowed to do, but it's only one bill, and it's not different parts to it.
We should take over figuring out how to do the bill for you guys. No, I'm only kidding.
Senator
Thank
Lieberman,
you.
if I could-
That was his idea of a joke. Well, you understand my concerns. I still haven't gotten a number that says that we're at the 1% a year that I believe is what I've been told is the industry standard versus the, 0.25% a year, which I've been told is more consistent with your replacement schedule. But
We will get it for you.
Thank you.
Because we have it, it's just we may not
Yeah,
have it
yeah,
off the
no,
top of our
I
head.
didn't
We will
expect you to
follow up with
come.
that, Senator.
I didn't expect you to come with that. It's always good to see Vincent. Makes me smile. I hope I make him smile once in a while. So
And
I don't
Senator-
think I
Senator
have any
Needleman,
other
if I may.
questions right now.
Senator Newman, if I may, Aquarian Water Company, in terms of that 1%, in terms of water main replacements, is at that level. Just for your background, our capital budget last year was about $170 million. We plan on maintaining that after this sale, if we were to go through. And also keep in mind that we are keeping all the same employees, from the president to the director of engineering and operations, customer service, our meter readers. So we have folks that are running the company of very high integrity, and we expect that to continue. We all expect it to continue, assuming that this acquisition goes through. I've been at Aquarion for 33 years. I'm currently the Director of Community Relations, but I had other roles at Aquarion as well. I was the Director of Engineering at Aquarion for several years, and environmental management and also government relations. And, working and talking with these folks over at Regional, we're not looking, this is not a merger. We hear a lot about merging the organizations, but they are going to be operated separately. They're not going to be merged into one. And yeah, sure, there is the overarching governance board, but the regional policy boards are the ones that are going to be creating and approving the budgets and the like.
Alrighty then. Representative Yacarino, followed by Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all being here today. I didn't expect to be here so long. As I left North Haven this morning, I was shoveling and I saw Attorney D'Onofrio, who used to live in North Haven, and never expected to. I didn't realize you guys were going to be here today. But anyway, thank you. I asked a lot of questions earlier to the other folks, and I guess just to maybe ease some more concerns. The concerns were from the three gentlemen, Senator Wong and I think 2 COG members, about infrastructure either not being upgraded or levying higher fees and rates on ratepayers. Could you ease that in any way? I don't see it happening, but it could happen.
We can start with Mr. Bowery and others can add. Go ahead.
Thank
please.
you. Our rates, we issue a rate case to the Representative Policy Board when we go out for bonds for our capital projects. We try to go out about every year and a half. Our capital budget this year is about $50 to $55 million. That is enough to keep our system in very good shape. As Sonny had said, we have one of the lowest main breaks in the country, and that's good. We go out and we do that in order, and I don't want to answer it wrongly. I think Rochelle is going to have more of the details with that. I'd rather let her answer more of the finance stuff.
I think a key thing that I want to clarify is the model that the prior panels referred to. It has over $2 billion of additional capital investment for Aquarion, and that is what's driving the rate increases. It's the additional capital investment that's required.
And I might add, this is capital that is going to be invested by Aquarion, whether it's owned by Eversource or whether it's owned by Aquarion Water Authority. And the point we've been sort of trying to make that I think is getting lost in some of the big numbers that are a bit shocking to folks is, at the end of the day, the cost of investing for Eversource, given it has to pay off debt, it has to pay off income taxes, it has to pay off investors, that cost of that dollar of investment costs more for Eversource than it does for AWA, who's just issuing tax-exempt debt to finance. And so at the end of the day, going forward, every dollar spent is going to be cheaper for ratepayers under the AWA model than under an Eversource model. And that's sort of just the basic economics and the point we've been trying to make, but I think has been lost a little bit in some of the big numbers that folks have been throwing around and the amount of debt that has to be taken out to finance the purchase. But this is a better deal ultimately for ratepayers.
I appreciate that, and I would guess that you have less water breaks, you have a better water service, cleaner water to drink. That we drink it all day, every day, and like I said earlier, whatever reason, RWA has done a really good job with eliminating PFAS and taking that method and methodology to merging the two entities. I think that it goes a long way. I don't know how you do it, but you do it. You do it. Maybe you could explain. I don't know who wants to explain that. But you have very clean water.
We do have clean water. We do meet all the State Department of Public Health regulations, and they are our regulator. Right. They are the ones that tell us how the water has to be, the purity of the water. I will say that we're so innovative as a company that we're actually going out for a patent on a process for PFAS removal that has been very successful and worked very well. Sonny's team has worked hard on that and deserve. So we are moving forward. We are a leader in the industry in terms of some of those benefits to our ratepayers. Thank you
we all
for recognizing that.
And you'll continue that, I'm hoping.
Yes, of course.
And just one last thing. The gentlemen also were concerned about not getting the full payment in lieu of taxes.
Mm-hmm.
I read the compromise earlier, some of the language, it stated they're going to, the municipalities will get that payment.
Yes.
Can you reassure anybody, or?
Well, again, as Senator Needleman would know as a municipal leader, some municipalities are worried because state pilot means something different than what our pilot means to them. And I know we're a prison town, and we used to not always get 100%. We would get 70 or 80% of what we're supposed to get. We as the authority do not have the power, nor would we, because we're making the promise to keep that. We will not lower the payments that we owe. We will pay whatever was due in taxes on the day of the closing, and going forward, we're going to be subject to revaluation as well. So if the pipe in the ground, suddenly it's worth more because of the revaluation, we'll pay more in taxes, which we do to other communities. We'll also pay on new replacement pipe and significant other assets as well.
I appreciate that. I have one last question. The infrastructure now, the pipes in the ground now, obviously there's some really old pipes in the state. We're a fairly old state, at least a couple hundred years old. And the pipes, I don't know how old they are, maybe 100 years old, some of them. Will you continue to go inspect them? Is that a regular, like on an ongoing basis to see what is needed before there's a pipe break or disaster?
Yes, absolutely. We will continue the inspections. We will continue our regular maintenance. And we will share ideas together with the two companies because they're both successful, good companies. Not a matter of one of them needs help or the other one needs help. We're trying to set up an authority because of the fact that it is for sale. And we know the authority model runs on a much less expensive cost of debt, which is a significant operational cost for a water utility. So we believe that this is a way to save significant money, make it more affordable, and get better rates for the ratepayers.
I appreciate it. I thought you were going to say something.
The only point I'd like to add also, if I have the indulgence to do that, is you're considering this legislation, and our pre-filed testimony identified a number of legal problems with it. If I could very briefly identify for the record, the pre-filed testimony talks about it in more detail, but to help you make an informed decision, what we pointed out in that pre-filed testimony is a number of legal problems with the bills submitted to you. The first thing we'd like you to think about would be the legislature passed a law in 2024. In reliance upon that law, we negotiated a contract to sell the business. We went through an 8-month process before PURA. PURA disagreed with one element of the transaction. They criticized your law that was passed in 2024 on the issue of governance. It went to the Superior Court. Superior Court agreed with us and said PURA is not allowed to criticize the legislature and disagree with it. It's now back on remand in front of PURA, and they're poised to implement their decision, a draft decision, as early as the first week of March. What the COGS came to you and said is, we want you to intervene with the pending process. We want you to intervene and potentially modify a pending process that is sent to a court, to an executive branch agency, and their sole purpose is they want to try and block the transaction. Now, think about the fact that we entered into a contract in reliance upon that law from 2024, and the contracts clause in the U.S. Constitution protects unreasonable government interference with contract interests. We were relying upon that structure, that governance structure, in deciding to move forward with this transaction. Other legal concerns we raised in our pre-file testimony was the separation of powers issue. When the COGS testified to you, they repeatedly said over and over, give PURA its full power. What does full power mean? The legislation says they can exercise their full power, including but not limited to, and you cite some statutes. In our testimony, we explain the separation of powers requires the legislature to give specific criteria to the executive branch agency when they're administering laws that you pass. Full exercise of power is vague, unclear, and overly broad. So the testimony points out that's a violation of separation of powers. And also what I would point out is the Superior Court judge who looked at the issue said, PURA can look at this transaction under existing statutes, 16-47A, which is a change of control statute for water companies, and General Statute 1622, which is the public interest standard. So there's no need to enlarge or expand PURA's authority with this overly broad standard. The judge said they can look at it under those two statutes, the change of control for a water company and also the public interest. So there's no need to add this additional language. And Attorney Canavan can also identify another concern we found with this bill that you're evaluating.
Good afternoon, Dan Canavan on behalf of the RWA. Probably secondary to the issues that Attorney Pace has raised, Section 5 of the proposed bill also is a bit of overreach. It goes and eliminates, or at least makes a condition precedent on PURA approving the transaction from RWA enjoying its conflict of law provision. That provision has been in law since 1977. It appears that, I don't know the intent of that proposed legislation, but there seems to be no need to remove that provision that RWA has enjoyed and has to enjoy as it is a quasi-public entity from its enabling legislation.
You just do me one favor and identify yourself.
Yes. Daniel Canavan on behalf of RWA. Thank you.
Just one last question. With the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
This will have to be the last one,
It is
please.
the last one. So, thank you. Just for clarification, so deep in Department of Public Health, they oversee the water quality, not PURA?
On the issue of water quality, it's Department of Public Health that really, in my view, has the primary role. And PURA's role is more of an economic regulator to ensure that the rates are just and reasonable and to address any customer complaints that are dealing with issues about service that we provide to our customers. But any panel members can add to that if they want to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's accurate. That's accurate. That the primacy agency is the Department of Public Health, and we follow what they tell us to do in terms of the purity of the water, how we do it. Our enabling legislation that the legislature passed in 1977 says that we shall have reasonable and fair rates.
And you have. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all.
We'll go with Representative Sanchez, followed by Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Mr. Chair. Just a simple questions here. So thank you for the testimony, sharing everything that you have. It's quite interesting. I am familiar with the water industry, sort of, as well as the sanitary side. What goes in must go out, right? So, so as far as the, the cost, the customers and the rates, will the customers experience an increase under the AWA authority model than they would under the currently investor-owned utility, let's say for over a decade? What kind of increase will they experience? Also, who will approve the rate changes for customers under the AWA authority model?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Any rate increase that we as the authority would recommend to the representative policy board, in this case of either Aquarion or New Haven, would be one that we would have approved for them to look at. They would have the final say, as you said. We do not plan and we do not expect, and our models do not show any rate increase for the purchase, to cover the cost of the purchase. As we've said, the fact that we won't have to pay taxes as an authority, the fact that we won't have to pay out equity to owner's share, and the fact that we will be able to get the cost of capital significantly less allows us to do it within the budget of what's already planned. Will there be increases? Yes, there will be increases if capital needs show that we have to do increases, but those are the same capital items that were just talked about. The $170 million a year that Aquarion feels at the moment they need to do each year, that is going to generate a rate increase. But that's no matter who owns it. It's going to be the same. There will be no increase for the purchase because of the three reasons I said that'll be covered. And that'll all be decided by the people. That'll be decided by the representatives that are appointed in either body. Depends on which one.
And you're talking about the 60 appointees?
The 60 members or the 21 members, right. 59
okay.
plus one, exactly.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess, I'm not sure if this should go to you or to Jeff, but how do you pronounce your last name?
D'Onofrio.
D'Onofrio, I did spell it right. All right, so, I just want to follow up now with, as far as, the context of the public authority rate-making process. What's your role or the OCA's role in that?
Well, what happens is the management of the authority submits an issuance test rate application to the authority board. If the authority board recommends it to the representative policy board, then the authority files a formal application with the representative policy board. It gets sent to me. I review it first to determine whether it's complete under the standards of completeness in the RPB bylaws and rules. If it's complete, I then submit written questions, interrogatories about any issues or concerns that I have based on my review of that rate application. I get answers to the interrogatories. I then draft a memo to the RPB with a recommendation as to whether to approve or deny that application. And then at the public hearing on the rate application, I provide testimony.
Thank you for that. And someone mentioned asset assessment. I'm wondering, with the asset assessment, obviously it's got to have the data on the average age of the infrastructure. What is that? Do you know?
I'm going to let Sonny answer more on that, but there are so many different types of assets that there's going to be a motor is going to be different than a valve, is going to be different than a pipe, but I'll let Sonny get more into that as the engineer.
So you mentioned that, I guess it was you, Sonny, that you mentioned you have only like 10% leakage?
Correct.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
It is.
So is the infrastructure, is it fairly been replaced over the last 10 years, 15 years? What's making it so successful?
One is, I think, as you mentioned, Senator Representative, it's a continuous, I would say, replacement, repair, and infrastructure getting, I would say, looked at on a continuous basis to replace the infrastructure as needed. The second aspect is, as we had mentioned, we are, I would say, by nature, an innovative company. So we have introduced technological advancements using machine learning processes and all that, where we use leak detection in a much more advanced fashion. So it helps the crews go and identify leaks in a much more robust, proactive way, so they can actually fix the leaks and repair the pipes. So that is the way we are able to achieve it. and using, I would say, latest technologies that are available.
And how do you take care of the customers who have, let's say, the corporation valve or a line connected to the house? How are they assessed?
Very similarly, we have, I would say, the leak detection program that runs all the way from the main all the way to the valve, as you said, the curb stop. So typically, we are responsible as a utility to maintain from the water main all the way to the curb stop. From the curb stop to the meter and beyond, it's the customer's responsibility.
Okay, just my last question. So the Metropolitan District, the MDC in this region, is considered a municipality, not a quasi. So now, apparently, if this works out, you guys are going to be a quasi. So can you share with me what would be the difference, being that you're going to have, what, 24 towns or more?
We're going to be we will have the same structure. We're a political subdivision of the state. MDC is a political subdivision of the state. And we will be able to take advantage of state bids and some other items that other municipalities can take advantage of. But there are some municipal things that we can't take advantage of, like we were not able to get ARPA funds back when they came out.
Right.
But we are going to be a political, we are, as an RWA, a political subdivision of the state. We would like to stand up Aquarion Water so that they could become one as well and have benefits that come with that.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Constantine, followed by Representative Piscopo, followed by Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, gentlemen. How are you? And Madam. So I was going to ask about the financing costs and how it was going to affect rates, but I think between Representative Yacarino and Representative Sanchez, you covered how the financing costs will not be affecting rates. So I was looking, at the joint applicant's offer of compromise, where you get to no cost shifting between AWA and RWA systems. I'm under the impression, I come from I'm on Wellwater, but the southern part of the town has Aquarion. I'm under the impression that Aquarion rates are about $44 a month. RWA rates might be about $68 a month. So I'm just kind of looking at the inequality between the two rates. You say there won't be any cross-subsidization between utility systems, and we'll only be paying for the costs to maintain our own infrastructure. Would that be permanent? But since RWA has a majority of the board, they could overrule that at any time if they see more need up at RWA. Could you explain how the governance system and this cost shifting
Absolutely.
would be protecting Aquarion customers?
I'll let them answer. Maybe I just could speak to the Aquarion rates in part why they're so much lower, because as David said, it's really hard to compare rates apples to apples. So we have been regulated by PURA. Aquarion's last approved rate increase was in 2013. So that was a long time ago. There's a number of reasons why rates haven't gone up since then. Aquarion was able to take advantage of some tax benefits that enabled them to have more cash flows to support capital investments, so they didn't have to raise rates for a period of time. Then Aquarion was acquired by Eversource, and during that transition period, we didn't want to rate shock customers. We were learning the business. We didn't increase rates. We did go in for a rate case in 2022, and as it's been discussed today, actually received a rate decrease. So in fact, our belief is that Aquarion rates are significantly under recovering. Our return on equity is quite low, much lower than what we're entitled to recover, thanks from PURA. And so we actually, if this deal doesn't happen, have filed a notice of intent to increase rates by up to $88 million later this year. Now, we may not get all of that, but that's significantly higher than the rate increase that RWA is modeled out. So I think that comparison, again, it's sort of the sticker shock I talked about earlier. There's a lot of numbers and information out there, but I think it's a little bit misleading to compare the two, because Aquarion is just artificially very low right now.
The only other thing I'd like to add is in the commitment of compromise, there's a commitment not to blend rates. So the Aquarion rates will be set based on Aquarion. RWA rates will be continue to be set for the RWA system.
And while we, as the 11-member board, are the board of directors, for each company there is a separate representative policy board. That board is the one that sets the rates. and approves capital projects. So the 59 towns plus the one governor's rep, the 60 members of the Aquarion Water Authority will be setting the rates and approving capital projects only for the Aquarion Water District. And the Representative Policy Board out of New Haven will only set the rates and capital project approval for the 21 towns. You can't, we may recommend it, which I think would not happen, but that doesn't mean it would get past the regulators.
So to
And I don't see us wanting to do that.
So to clarify, the new AWA would be formed by the current Aquarian customers, so they would actually have full representation
Yes.
regarding setting their own rates?
Yes, exactly. The
Okay.
59 towns would be 59 representatives plus a governor's representative. Yeah, it's a little large, but it's not unprecedented in the state.
Okay, so let me get into my second question. And I am not sure if you appreciated the kind of the kudos from MetroCog and WestCog in their testimony. Doesn't sound like they want to lose Aquarion as their water supplier. So we all better understand the situation. I guess this is more for the current Eversource Aquarion team. Could you explain the financial and business considerations that has led Eversource to wanting to offload Aquarion?
We'll have Mr. Norman start with that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, when we made the acquisition of Aquarion back in 2018, we had aspirations of entering into a new line of business. It was we were actually the first electric and gas utility to acquire a water utility, I believe, in the country. And we thought it was a new platform to continue to grow the consolidated Eversource business. And what we've learned is it is very difficult actually to grow a water business. It's a lot of individual small municipal entities that make it difficult to build a lot of scale. So we weren't getting quite the growth that way that we were expecting. And then we've just been sort of paralyzed from a rate perspective the last several years for the reasons I just articulated. We haven't been given rate increases for the last several years, and we're earning below what we want to earn. And so we found this as an opportunity to, unfortunately, generate some cash to support, our capital investments across our organization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. I thought I understood this when I came into the room today. So I just have a real simple question. Why does the Regional Water Authority want to pursue this purchase of Aquarion?
We're not purchasing Aquarion. We want to pursue setting up an authority where they will be separate. We think we can serve each other well with sharing of best practices, with maybe sharing water. We're a very water-rich utility, and I think by doing that, it would maybe negate some of the capital spending that might be needed in AWA. But we feel that also the synergies of working together as two companies, that's a big part of it. But I know Rochelle has more that she wants to add about that as well.
I would just say a key driving force of this is we really do believe in the model that's been very successful for RWA, and we do believe that overall what is being proposed by setting up AWA will provide, is definitely a benefit to the ratepayers.
Thank you. And just following up on Representative Constantine's question, and I think my friend George Logan pretty much covered this, but so Aquarion will not be controlled by the Regional Water Authority. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. It will be controlled by an 11-member board of directors to make recommendations to the Representative Policy Board, which will be of members from each of the towns.
And they have greater representation on your board, on the Regional Water Authority board?
The Regional Water Authority, the Board of Directors will be 11 members, and it will be 6 members from the Regional Water Authority and 5 members from Aquarion. And the reason for that is that we've met with rating agencies, and the indicative ratings that they've given us is predicated upon us having the experience level of experienced people running an authority. But we've said, after a couple of rate cases, we will revisit this and see if we can bifurcate the board Once we get going, once we find we're in a steady state is what we're calling it, we can consider bifurcating the board and allowing only the 5 AWA members to decide on AWA projects and rates, and only the 6 representative Regional Water Authority members from New Haven to decide on those rate cases.
And if I could just add, another concern we have with this bill being submitted for your consideration is that it would change the governance structure. And that's going to harm the ratepayer. And the reason why is, as they explain, they have a very low cost of debt. The rating agencies are comfortable with their structure. If you now change that structure, their cost of debt goes up. That means the ratepayer pays more.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. I had a follow-up question about the OCA process for rate making. Attorney D'Onofrio, you mentioned that you're the one submitting the interrogatories. You also mentioned earlier that you bring in experts. Is that typical during the rate setting process that you bring in expert parties?
I do not engage experts in connection with the issuance test rate application. The issuance test rate application is formulaic. And really what it comes down to for me is I have familiarity with the components because I'm involved in the budget review process, the capital and O&M budget review process on an annual basis, so I'm not surprised. But more significantly, I'm very familiar with the capital planning. So if the CIP, if the capital improvement plan is as presented during that annual review process, it shows up in the every 18-month issuance test rate application because the issuance test is necessitated by the need to issue bonds to finance the capital program, net of internally generated cash. So there's no component of the issuance test rate application that an outside expert could have any expertise in that would be of any value to me, and therefore I don't expend the consumer's funds on experts for rate cases.
So in what instances are you bringing in outside expertise?
Twice in the last 16 years, the authority has undertaken to replace its customer information systems. Very large, $15 million or so projects. In connection with the first one, they were replacing a legacy system. And they were proposing an SAP replacement. And I had no familiarity with the product. So I hired a utility software consultant from Deloitte to advise me as to A, whether or not the project was necessary, B, whether or not the alternative presented was the best based on the other bids that were presented, C, any changes that should be made to the contract or to the process so that we minimize the likelihood of failure, because I found in my independent research that there was a high rate of failure for CIS replacement projects and utilities. And then D, when he told me the reason for the high rate of failure was resistance to change, what best practices could you recommend be implemented in the event that the RPB approves the project? And he gave me, 1.5 to 2 dozen best practices. And then likewise, fast forward 15 years later and it came time to replace the SAP system, I went back and hired consultants to advise me on that. And as I mentioned earlier, there was an application to purchase an interest in an aquaponics business, and I had no familiarity with that. So I went and found who the most published person was in hydroponics and aquaponics. It's a guy named Dr. Timmons, who was working and teaching at Cornell School of Agriculture. I hired him, and he came in and told me it was great science and a bad business. So I was opposed to that application, and it was withdrawn before a vote.
And then I think you'd mentioned deleveraging the financial structure,
Yes.
that the authority had changed. Can you explain more about that? What was it, over leveraged? What happened? I think you said over 15 years.
So after the authority was established by the legislature, the authority was formed through the issuance of $250 million in debt to purchase the assets of New Haven Water Company. So its debt to asset ratio at that point was well over 100%. And then going forward for, I would say, the next almost 20 years or so, the authority was reliant exclusively upon issuing debt, issuing bonds to pay for its capital program. They had sporadic rate cases. They went several years without having rate cases. And when they did have rate cases, they had very low rates. This is very apropos to what Senator Needleman was talking about. The rate looked good on paper, but when you looked at the finances and you looked at the asset debt ratio, it was not healthy. And what it came down to for me after I became OCA is I was interested primarily to get deleveraged, to decrease the reliance upon the issuance of debt. I needed two very critical pieces of information. Again, this goes back to what Senator Needleman was talking about. Number one, I know what you're spending on capital. What should you be spending? What's the right size for the capital program by category of project? The authority hired, I think it was R.W. Beck and then Leidos, and they were taken over about 5 times before we got the final report. But there's been a couple of those external independent capital program studies done to determine what should the authority be spending to be a best-in-class water utility in the Northeastern United States. What should they be spending on each category of capital? Likewise, what should the rates be? The cost of service study is a very important tool that I review in connection with issuance test rate applications. The third-party cost of service study that tells us by category of customer, by type of service, what should be charged to recover the cost of service. So, you know, the whole idea is to be true to the enabling legislation, which says provide high-quality water at a reasonable cost. So to know what a reasonable cost is, you need somebody with expertise to tell you what you should be spending on capital. Once you know what you should be spending on capital, then what Sonny talked about, the capital project prioritization matrix. Once you have a list of projects that you know are necessary, prioritizing them and building them into the 1-year, 5-year, 10-year capital plans, and then prioritizing them based on how they score in the weighted matrix. But it's always been about what should we be spending. We know what we're spending, and everybody would like it to be the lowest number possible. But if we have an incident like Richmond, Virginia had in January of 25, or Waterbury, Connecticut, or even though it's wastewater, Washington, D.C. with 250 million gallons into the Potomac, right? Then the amount of money that you spend and the loss of public trust, none of that's in the best interest of the customer. What's in the best interest of the customer is to have a long-term, healthy, viable water utility that does not charge more than it needs to charge, but also does not charge less than it should charge to responsibly maintain its infrastructure. So that's really the OCA's philosophy when I look at a rate application. What the capital projects that comprise the rate application, I know about those projects. They're in the capital project prioritization matrix. They're talked about extensively at the budget meetings. So there's no surprises.
Can I just underscore 2 things that we heard there that contrast drastically from the OCC Puro model? Here we have the OCA, the consumer advocate, involved in the capital planning process at the company. We have the OCA involved in the rate setting process at the company. That is not at all what the OCC does. The OCC will review and comment upon capital plans during a rate case. They'll review and comment upon proposed rates during a rate case. But here on the authority model, he is embedded in the organization advocating for customers. I think that's an important distinction when we hear commentary that the OCA model is not as substantial as the OCC model. It's different. I think these are 2 great examples of why the OCA model can be very successful in an authority situation.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All righty then. I think we're all in need of a brief palate cleanser. Why don't we have a brief conversation about another bill that came up earlier in the day with regard to the setting of 12-month rates for small business entities. You thought you were going to get away without talking about it. It wasn't going to happen. Vincent, you'd like to comment?
Yes, I'd be happy to respond, and I appreciate the gentleman from Jewett City providing his feedback. I know he said he's a fourth-generation individual running that family business, and obviously we like to work with our customers and see our customers be successful, but the concern that I think we just want to focus on for a moment is the gentleman did reach out to the company and asked, is there a way for the company to modify the demand charge on the natural gas bill? What we said to the customer was, in all due respect, our hands are tied. We do not have the power to do that. And the reason why that is that we have rates that are approved by the regulator in rate cases, and we don't have the ability to modify those rates outside of a rate case. We also have the obligation to make sure that we implement those rates in a consistent and objective manner, not doing special favors for customers, but treating them equitably and consistently. So while we feel for this customer, we empathize with him, but we have to take into consideration we have a public service obligation to take those rates and administer those consistently and objectively. The other point to keep in mind also is that when we go in for a rate case, the regulator decides how much revenue do you need to run the business. Let's say it's $1 million. They then decide through rate design which classes of customers pay for that. And so if we were to give special dispensation for this one group of customers, that means others will have to pay more. So the best venue to address the issue would be in a rate case. The authority can hear the policy considerations, and they can decide, does it make sense to provide dispensation for one particular class of customers, recognizing all other customers would have to pay more for that. And so that's the policy considerations that we think regulators should take into consideration in the context of a rate case to evaluate the request. If the gentleman wants to be involved in a rate case and to petition the agency to look at this issue, we're happy to allow him to do that in the next rate case. But so we don't oppose a legislative change. We want to just point out it's complicated, and right now we lack the power to modify a tariff because the tariff says for that particular class of customer, you have to pay the demand ratchet, and it's calculated in that way. And we have to be consistent. We have to be objective. We have to follow the law, and the rate is the law that we have to follow.
I get it. But it also seems like a matter of fairness. And I'm encouraged there is a path for the person to take. Obviously, it's very challenging for a small business to intervene in a rate case, which is one reason why we created the ability for them to get some money to support their application. And I still think that's a really important thing. You know, it seems to me that we're talking about potentially a large enough group of businesses to justify such a consideration in a rate case. You know, I'm actually somewhat relieved that it doesn't necessarily require a legislative remedy, but I think we would consider providing some sense of intent to PURA that this is perhaps something they ought to look at in the future. And you know, I'm not quite sure what the right avenue here is, but I don't think we're done with this. I think there's still a fairness issue that needs to be addressed.
I do want to also just very briefly add to that, and that is on the issue of the demand charge, what they look at from a policy perspective is you need a certain size pipe and regulator station and equipment to be able to serve customers with that particular demand. And if the customer has their highest usage during one particular time period, you have to build a system that's sufficient to meet that need on their highest demand day. The pipe has to be large enough. The system has to be large enough to meet that customer's demand on that highest day, and therefore that's why they look at the issue of the demand ratchet. But I do agree with you that if the legislature wants to look at the issue, we're happy to give you more information offline to help you make an informed decision. And if you want PURA to look at that, the issue can be raised in the company's next rate case, where the regulator will have to decide should they make an exception for that particular class of customers based on the policy reasons that you raised. So we don't disagree with the issue raised. We just say we lack the power right now to make a change outside of a rate case.
We'll make a note to that effect. All right, Senator Needleman, maybe to close this particular chapter.
I never thought that there would be two things in one day that I agreed with Vincent on. very unusual moment. I do think that PURA does have within the existing statute discretion here. And I think that the timing of bringing this up now is challenging under the best of circumstances. I'm not sure I agree with the idea that it's constitutionally a problem, but I certainly think that that timing is everything. Their draft decision is due on March 6th, and we're not going to get it into a bill that we're running tomorrow, so you'd have to have another ESER session. I just don't think it's likely to happen. I forget what the other thing I agree with you on. On the demand charge, and that's a complicated issue, and it's another one of those sort of heartbreaking issues that you want to help, but is not easy to help. During the pandemic, I went to drop off some dry cleaning, and the guy sort of pulled me aside, and I think that many of the dry cleaning establishments are owned by Korean families, and they work very hard at them, and they were on a call of about 100 of them, and he showed me his bill, which had, I think, for that period, $4 worth of supply and $250 worth of demand. Because those machines turn on and they use a lot of demand maybe once every 3 or 4 days. It's a problem. And I don't like the way we do demand charges, but it's just the fact of life.
And I would just add again, we empathize with our customers. We understand what it costs to run their businesses. But again, the issue, which is very difficult for PURA, is to decide, once you decide what the cost is to run a utility business, how do you then fairly allocate that among different classes of customers? And you need to be equitable, which is why their job is very difficult. So if you're suggesting to raise it in a rate case, we would support that, to allow the issue to be looked at, to allow the agency to make an informed decision should there be special dispensation. And they can hear from all different sides on the issue in the context of a rate case.
I know, and like I said before, the houses of worship issue was a similar one where they ran a Sunday school, or some program, and it spiked up demand in electricity. We were all very sympathetic, but we really had no ability to fix it because they were commercial rates. If you want to create a nonprofit rate, that's a whole different thing, and it's just shifting the numbers around. You lower it for one group, you raise it for another. I have one question that I'd like to ask everybody. Would anybody like to explain to me the timeline and who did what when it came to the initial legislation in the ESERT that happened in the special session in 2024? Who initiated it? Was it RWA? Was it Eversource? Was it, the powers that be on the moon? I'm just wondering, where did it start? I think that it's a very serious question, and I'm just asking. So
I don't have any personal knowledge. I was not personally involved in that process. If any panel members have any information they can share, otherwise we can follow up with you offline. But I don't have any personal information. I was not personally involved in the process.
I assume that.
RWA initiated it with the idea of setting up Aquarion as in the same model as RWA was set up.
Okay, and did you guys sort of start the process of writing the legislation? It's not uncommon. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Yeah, okay. And Larry was here trying to convince everybody. If I remember correctly, Eversource announced its intent to investigate the sale of Aquarion, arguably for the reasons that you put forward. I don't agree with those reasons. I think that there's been a big hole in your capital structure since the write-off, but that's besides the point. We can disagree about the $2.5 billion that you guys lost. However, I would have thought that it would have, somewhere in there, I don't know, because I'm not privy to the private bidding that went on for this. You guys don't have to make that public, but I have a sense that the next highest bidder might have bid more, but because of what we did with enabling municipal bonds, their cost of capital was so much lower that that their actual costs were low. What we did was effectively give RWA an unfair advantage in the marketplace by creating a quasi-public at the last minute, and their cost of capital was so much lower that a private market capital, investment was going to never be competitive, and conveniently in the bidding, I suspect that Eversource made more money on it, but that's just a guess because I don't have those numbers. But I'm glad, that you've said where it initiated. I believe that in all sincerity, Larry really thought that this was a good idea. I voiced my opinion to him, and I can't do it anymore, but I thought it was a bad idea at the time. I was just being totally honest about that. I don't like it. I think it's a bad idea, but it's the facts, and Pura's got to play it out. It's a new authority. We'll see what they decide in 2 weeks. We will find out then, because I don't think anything we do is going to result in legislation. But this was a moment for people who are on all sides of this to voice their opinions, for you guys to speak, to say what you wanted to say about why you think it's a good deal. An acquisition by any other name is an acquisition. I remember Pratt & Whitney and Raytheon. It was a merger of equals. No, it wasn't. Or CVS and Aetna Health. Merger of equals. No, it wasn't. You could tell where the CEO moves the company. That's who won out on the deal. And again, the structure initially set up that is in statute with the RWA having 6 out of 11 seats on the board, to me, is extremely problematic. And I hope that even if that goes through, because you are quasi-public, we can revisit that to make it more equitable for the 60 towns versus the 16 towns. I don't think that that's right. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I'm going to just disagree with my co-chair very rarely. I still think there are things the legislature can do with regard to this. Representative Mashinsky.
I've been real quiet because I live in Wallingford, which has its own water authority. So I'm just an observer, but I never understood why Eversource bought Aquarian to begin with, and still don't understand it, but the proposal that you are submitting today makes a lot of sense to me. Water is not cheap to do it correctly. It's going to be infrastructure. Somebody has to pay for that. You seem to have a regulatory model that involves the towns, which is a good thing. And I'm certainly open to this idea. I don't agree with my chairs necessarily on this one, but again, I'm a disinterested observer looking at it from the outside. I did want to say personal hello to David Borowy, who I haven't seen in a long time, but David, you and I have been doing water for, 50 years?
Since you came up in your car, I would call it that, beat up old jalopy, when I invited you to Quinnipiac to come and speak when I was a student back in 1980, and you were a new representative, and I had respect for you then and still do now, and very glad that you are still involved.
I'm glad you're still doing water, and that you are now on the RWA, but you've always had the interest, even when you were a town official, so I'm happy to see that. And also, hello to George Logan, who was in the Senate for a long time. And I'm certainly open to this whole idea of a merger, but again, I am a disinterested party because our utility is separate, but it has merit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anybody else? You guys are great. Thank you. Goodbye. We've heard enough from you today. I don't want to hear about this anymore.
Thank you very much. We appreciate
Thank you.
your time.
We're going to go back to somebody who traveled here from Boston, who is very familiar with community choice aggregation. And I'm Dariush.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Can you give us 1 minute for all these folks to clear out? Like almost all of the room is Eversource at this point, and they're leaving all en masse in a quiet way.
Of course, of course. I just wanted to make sure you guys can hear me.
Sorry we didn't get to you before, Dariush. I really
It was a technical difficulty. I figured it out. Thank you though for allowing me to.
Where are you in Massachusetts, and do you have power?
Actually, I am in Connecticut, born and raised.
You're where?
I live in Connecticut, born and raised.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right. And
I live in
so you
Marlborough,
have
Connecticut. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I guess you want to testify. We're all ears.
Yes. So I'm from Eversource, and I was gonna say good afternoon when I was supposed to speak, but
I think you're going to
good
have to
evening.
speak up. We are having a problem with our sound system, and I apologize for that.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yes, a little bit better.
Let me put in another earbud. My apologies. Oop. All right.
We're good.
All right. So, well, good evening, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio, Ranking Member Mara, and other members of the committee. So my name is Dariush Stanyabi. I'm the manager of electric energy supplier services for Eversource. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear before you today. I filed pre-testimony on House Bill number 5245. It's an act concerning municipal aggregation programs. And I also filed pre-testimony on Senate Bill number 242, an act requiring a study of the feasibility of reducing the time to switch electric suppliers. So regarding the first bill, House Bill 5245, it allows a municipality or two or more municipalities acting jointly to establish municipal aggregation programs. Eversource supports the efforts that have the potential to help customers save on the energy supply portion of the utility bill, of course. However, we ultimately defer to the state of Connecticut whether it should implement municipal aggregation. So any complex energy policy decision, including this topic, has pros and cons that need to be carefully evaluated before a final decision is made, hopefully. We stand ready and willing and able to share our experience with active municipal aggregation programs in Massachusetts and of course, New Hampshire as well, to help this committee make the best decision possible. If the committee elects to move forward with municipal aggregation, then Eversource's experience is that a closer degree of state regulatory oversight over the municipal aggregation program, which is the model it's used in Massachusetts. There's a lot of involvement with the regulatory authority and all of the stakeholders, versus the less regulation that is in the New Hampshire model. So the Massachusetts model is with more regulation is appropriate for to protect the interests of the consumers. Regarding the second bill, Senate Bill number I think it's 242, it directs the Consumer Council to conduct a study that analyzes the feasibility of requiring for any consumer that elects to switch electric suppliers, whether the switch can be made within 3 days. So we internally refer to that as accelerated switching. My written testimony explains that switching a customer cannot be done within 3 business days unless we fully implement advanced metering infrastructure, like AMI as it's called, in Connecticut. The Massachusetts legislature decided that a 3 business day requirement will take effect only after AMI is fully deployed, which we're in the process of deploying AMI in Massachusetts for Eversource. Eversource looks forward to collaborating with this committee, PURA, the municipalities, retail electric suppliers, and other stakeholders to answer questions, share best practices from other jurisdictions, and to help the state make the best decision possible. We look forward to discussing these bills with the committee and other stakeholders. And at this time, I'd be happy to take any questions you guys may have or anybody has. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I do understand that there would be significant logistical difficulties with that short a switchover time. Do you have any thoughts that maybe there would be some other sort of, can we do any better than we're doing, or are we sort of at the point of no return in terms of what works in terms of billing?
The way, because AMI is eventually going to be rolled out in Massachusetts, and it's just an example. AMI is going to allow for actual reads in accelerated switching. The 3 business day switch for a customer to go on to a competitive supplier or go from a supplier to a supplier can only happen one time during a billing cycle. Otherwise, you could have multiple switches on a bill, making it confusing for a customer with multiple calculations. I mean, we're still in the rulemaking process surrounding it, but that's the way it's a lot of the working group that we have on this is kind of steering. But ultimately, AMI allows for actual reads, whereas right now the billing system is only reading on billing cycles. There's no accurate way to switch prior to being on cycle. I also there's a lot of protections in place in Connecticut that are unique to Connecticut, which is excellent. Hardship customers have protection. They'll never pay more than basic service. There's, if a supplier tries to enroll a hardship customer in Connecticut and the price is greater than basic service, the enrollment's rejected. And then also you have Senate Bill 2, and that puts a lot of information on the customer statement in a Schumer box. And that, like for instance, if a supplier tries to change a price, it takes 2 billing cycles. That way the customer has time to react to a potential increase. There's a lot of unique rules and regulations that require everything to be on cycle. There's no real way to do a accurate off-cycle enrollment from supplier to supplier or from basic service to supplier outside of the on-cycle window, because that's the way our meters operate. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, it did. Thank you. So there's hope that eventually if AMI gets deployed, there may be some more real-time or dynamic attempts to make this a little bit better, but at this point, we seem to be optimized based on the billing cycle. The other thing is, I think when I spoke with Leslie earlier, she characterized you as sort of the expert in community choice aggregation, how to do it and how not to do it, that you have like specific examples where it works and where it doesn't. Can you just sort of elaborate a little bit about that? Because I think that there are a lot of people who are interested in it. I've yet to be convinced. But if there's a good and a bad in the possibilities here, I might be a little bit more open to it.
I would not to talk about the Massachusetts model versus the New Hampshire model. However, the Massachusetts model has a lot of input, and they revisit the process every so often. And, I've been doing this for 15 years, specifically this role in supplier services, and I would say that a regulatory oversight over the entire process, including the process of approving aggregation plans. Let's say Hartford wants to aggregate in a future model. There are aggregation consultants in Massachusetts, and there's a more or less a very structured timeline the way things operate. and there's a lot of oversight, even in the plans have to be approved at the regulatory level to ensure that it's not hiding anything or locking somebody into a long duration, a potential long, super long duration plan. Um, there's some trials and tribulations in New Hampshire that don't exist in Massachusetts. So I mean, I could go on. I could go on for a long time. I'd be happy to explain a lot more why it works, but it's really the harmony that they have with. They listen to the utilities, they listen to the aggregation consultants, and the suppliers have a stake in it as well because they represent the aggregations. And then um, all the other regulatory authorities also go to those meetings. So it's it's well attended already, and they look for ways to make it more efficient and more operationally smooth. And I think somebody had mentioned earlier that when aggregation started in Massachusetts, um, it took time for everything to kind of get to a steady state. But that's because the regulatory authority stayed involved, stayed active, and worked through the issues. Whereas in New Hampshire, it has not really been like that with regards to municipal aggregation at all. So um, whether it's beneficial or not, there hasn't been any there hasn't been any traction yet since it started. But in Massachusetts, there's always involvement.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. I'm going to open it up to see if anybody has any comments about it, questions. No? Steve, representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. And just to follow up, in the Massachusetts model, the consultants, how are they compensated? Like, who are they working for?
So the consultants, there's a limited number of them, and what they do is they meet with the towns, and what they eventually do is contract with the towns and represent the towns in going out to bid for suppliers once aggregation's been approved, right? Meaning like they've gone through whatever the process is to make sure they have town meetings, things of that nature, and people have the chance to say yay or nay. Also, customers, like for instance, let's say a town aggregates, they send them opt-outs, and if a customer opts out, they're not included. Also, municipal aggregation does not include customers that are currently on competitive supply. It's only customers that are on basic service. But those consultants contract with the town. They find the best rate for that town, and then if the town is good with, I would assume good with the pricing, they move forward. And the aggregators, the consultants represent the town more or less. I think they contract with the town. They could probably speak to it more. I think there's some of them that'll be speaking today, and we've had a strong, good relationship working with the municipal aggregators. I mean, in Boston, the city of Boston's aggregated, and a lot of other large towns in Massachusetts are aggregated. And we've worked with these the consultants for a long time that represent the towns.
And are they shortlisted by the Public Utility Commission, or is it just the free market? Who are they?
So there's the Cape Lake Compact, there's Peregrine Energy, there's Good Energy, and there's Colonial Power. Those are the only ones that I'm aware of in Massachusetts, and there are a lot of aggregations across all utilities in Massachusetts. I don't know if it's finite. I don't know if it's limited, but they're the only ones that have participated in the 15 years I've been there, and that's more or less when aggregations really started taking off.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. In Boston, is there data about whether the ratepayers have benefited, and how often do the aggregator municipalities change rates? How often? What are they buying for? 6 months, a year?
I think that's a good question. I think that varies, and it's probably a better question for them. But I will say this: I believe right now, I think Boston. Subject to check again because I know our rates just changed, but I think for um, high level analysis done a while ago, over time, the Massachusetts aggregations are doing pretty good. They're not paying. I believe right now, Boston is less than basic service for let's just say for residential for sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. Maybe some of the folks from Eversource could get us some information about, using Massachusetts as an example, how many of their customers are on standard service, how many are in aggregated communities, and how many are buying power in the open market, residential only, not commercial.
Yeah, residential only. I
Might
can
be,
work on that for you.
yeah,
Yes,
might
that's
be
something I
helpful.
take away.
One of my
Yep.
concerns has been standard service changes twice a year. When you buy power in a 1-year contract, like I do, half the year I'm above standard service and half the year I'm below. And I don't buy power for the purpose of saving money. I buy power for stability in my business. It's a different, it's just different in a manufacturing facility. I don't want variability. I want consistency. But I wonder if you're in an aggregation community, 6 months of the year, your rate's going to look good. If it's adjusted, if you buy for a year, 6 months of the year, you're going to look good, and 6 months of the year, as a municipal CEO, you're going to look terrible. And that's been one of my major concerns about it, that there's going to be a lot of running around and switching because you have to line up with the standard service numbers, at least in time frame. So whatever information you have is helpful, and I don't want to take any more time on this. Just to be clear, we're at number 12 out of 54. 46 on our list, I'm sorry. I did order pizza for the group, just so you know.
Just one last thing, sir. I will work with Vincent Pace at Eversource, and I'll make sure I'll get that information for the residential customers of Massachusetts, and I'll talk to Vincent and see what we can do to provide that.
Yeah, don't go crazy with it. I just think it would be helpful data, and anything that you guys have internally about how it lines up with standard service rates would be helpful. Anyway, thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. I know you were here and you left, thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Next up on our list is Kyle Wallace from Sunrun.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
You're all set, Kyle. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Needleman and Steinberg, ranking members Mara and Fazio, and all members of the committee. I'm Kyle Wallace. I'm the Senior Director of Policy at Sunrun, a residential solar and storage provider, and I'm here in strong support of House Bill 5036. Sunrun has long supported smart solar permitting platforms across the country, and we're really excited about the governor's bill, and we appreciate the testimony from Deep on this bill earlier today. Sunrun has seen firsthand the benefits that these platforms can provide. We've processed hundreds of solar permits every single week through these platforms in over 300 municipalities across the country. So we've seen the reduced costs, the increased efficiency and project cycle times, the improved customer experience, all without compromising safety or workmanship, and also reducing the burden on building officials. These platforms are no longer theoretical or unproven. They have processed thousands of permits over the last few years. So Connecticut would not be alone in passing this bill. In December, just before he left office, Governor Murphy of New Jersey signed a similar state solar permitting platform bill. Massachusetts is currently considering similar language. Maryland, Colorado, California have all passed statewide bills, and other states are considering it this session. And one of the major reasons we're seeing so much interest is in partially response to the elimination and rollback of federal clean energy policies and the tax credits. And we're also experiencing obviously changes at the state level as well. So between both of those, there's really an urgency to do what we can to reduce costs and help continue to support the deployment of rooftop solar in a way that is cost effective across the board. Addressing permitting is just one of the concrete ways that we can do that. We do have a couple of recommendations for the bill that's in our written testimony. The first is we would ask that it explicitly include storage as well. We expect solar and storage projects to make up the majority of projects over the coming years, especially by the time this platform would be implemented. And so if it doesn't include storage, that would really limit the effectiveness of having this platform in the first place. The second ask is that this is specifically regarding approving building permits. While many municipalities require only a single permit, some do require multiple permits. And so we just want to ensure that the platform can be allowed to process multiple permit types so that we can get all of the permits at once. Because if you have to apply for permits through this and then also apply in person for a separate permit, it once again defeats the purpose of improving the process. The third is just to increase the threshold from 12 kilowatts to 25 kilowatts to align with the residential threshold for the state solar programs. The 12 kilowatts is really just a relic of old statutory language and isn't tied to anything that I'm aware of in any of the programs. And then finally, to the extent that we can expedite implementation, we would support that. We understand it's complicated, it takes time, but we believe a 12 to 18 month time frame could make sense. So thank you for the opportunity and happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Anybody have any questions about that? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kyle, for joining us this evening. Are you able to say any more about how much or how those costs play out in your business, having 169 different processes for getting permits now?
Yeah, so I mean that's part of the cost. Is there's the cost of the permit itself, there's the cost of preparing the permit, the professional engineer stamps, things like that we obviously would still have to do. But there is a significant portion of the cost which is just related to the time it takes to work through the different requirements that each city or municipality may have. Some require us to drive there and drop it off in person. Some require it to be mailed. Some may have notarized documents. There's just a whole range of different experiences, and that all takes manpower. That creates complexity, and the longer it takes to get permits approved, that obviously delays projects. And so that means more time spent talking to customers, explaining these delays, looking into them, calling municipalities. So there's a lot of hidden costs and like indirect costs that get added into the overall of just running the business, just based on having so many different permit processes out there in the state.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative. Just a couple of quick things. We're getting a lot of requests. I know there's been sort of a bunch of emails coming into my account about balcony solar. And one of the things that's always been sort of an issue for me is the idea of being able to island. Not wanting you to comment on that, although I'm not sure if Sunrun is in the balcony solar business. But islanding is something that I always thought was interesting. And it's really not allowed in Connecticut because of safety issues, but I would think you could manage the safety issues with the right kind of switchgear. So do you do balcony solar?
We do not.
Do not. Okay. All right. Look, I really appreciate it. No other questions that I'm seeing here or online. Thanks for your patience today, Kyle.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Bryson Hull from the Consumer Energy Alliance. Thank you, Bryson. Sorry for your delay here. It's been a long day.
Chair Needleman, Vice Chair Sanchez, Ranking Member Mara, thank you, and distinguished members of the committee, excuse me. Thanks, good evening to you all, and thanks for your endurance. I'm going to keep my remarks brief out in the interest of time. Just wanted to comment, I am Deputy Northeast Director for Consumer Energy Alliance, working these policy discussions all over the country, and a couple of things I just wanted to share some observations on very briefly. So for SB 243, Connecticut's bill redesign less than 3 years ago was considered by many a national model. The education involved behind it, getting consumers, I recognize it might have had some blowback that was unanticipated. There are certainly folks who are not fans of the public benefits charge as a result of it. However, Connecticut is leading the way on this. It's a good standard for the country. Our neighbors in New York don't know that 46% of their bill is government's taxes, fees, things that are packed in a big sandwich that they get and they don't know. Our people do know what's in there, and it has enabled some, I think, good and constructive discussions. So I think the other issue is Pura's got some important work to do writing the regulatory ship in the state. And Chair Wheel and his other commissioners, I think, are doing that work with the right intentions and efforts. And I think to require them to do a study in a year with a lot on their plate might not be the best use of their time, nor would I think it would be perhaps the best focus for the legislature, although I'll certainly leave that to your discretion. The other issue, I also wanted to comment on SB 245. I've worked actually across the country on several data center issues. Two things. One, this is a little bit of an organized campaign to say, all right, data centers are responsible for the affordability crisis. I think that's certainly not true in this state, probably not true even in some states where there's better argument for it, in the PJM region, for example, Virginia certainly. But we are not that attractive to data center developers because the cost of our energy is too high. And as you know, you need 24/7 uptime. And by data center, I mean hyperscale AI data center, the big Project Stargate. I don't mean your standard, 500 servers. I'm talking the big, powerful stuff. So I think for us to send a signal that we don't want any of that development here is not helping our economic development efforts. And I think it would be wise of us to maybe punt this one and not consider it for the time being, because I don't think Connecticut needs any help making the situation worse for economic development. I think we should be out there saying this. That's our tradition, our history. I'm very proud to be 7th or 8th generation here in the state. Our history is innovation, manufacturing, bringing things to the country. I think we don't want to send that message with this one just because that's the handy proxy for, hey, it's the data center. And Senator Needleman, as you put it today, it's not fair when people blame the wrong source for where the rates are high. I think we should have an honest conversation about that. The last thing I'd like to point out here, and I just saw it and observed it in this morning's early afternoon testimony. I'm losing track of time here. On House Bill 5248, we don't have a position as Consumer Energy Alliance on that. However, if I may, Senator, two small things.
I'm sorry. I was checking with my co-chair for a minute, my vice chair. Were you finished?
Just two little things. I would just suggest that, having seen this in other states, if you go ahead and put these efficiency programs in and the efficiency standards supersede the building codes, you're implicating housing costs. And that's not a good thing in a state where we already have some issues about housing affordability. So with that, I thank you very much for your time, attention, and I hope you have a lovely and short evening.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any online, but thank you for your patience today. Louis D'Amico from Jewett City Greenhouse. Oh, okay. So he was up earlier. Thank you. I'm sorry. William O'Malley, Black Dane Interests LLC. He also.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5247. And I'd like to, of course, address Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I am William O'Malley, the Chief Operating Officer of Black Dane Interests located in Houston, Texas. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5247. Black Dane Interests is heavily invested in a number of entities that develop or manufacture proprietary emerging technologies. Over the years, some of these technologies have been procured by state and municipal governments, resulting in tens of millions of dollars in savings. During the course of my tenure at Black Dane, I've had the opportunity to work with members of Congress, state legislators, and the executive branch of a handful of states. I've had a number of technologies participate in state-enacted programs, and through that experience, I've been able to deduce what works and what just looks good on paper. Your Connecticut Innovations Program is one that I would promote as a success. The structure of the program allows for organizations with emerging technologies to pilot them for the state as a demonstration of capabilities. The issue for Black Dane is that the Connecticut Innovations Program is for Connecticut companies only. The testbed legislation not only addressed that issue, but would also encourage out-of-state companies like ours, Black Dane, to establish roots in Connecticut. Adding the Jobs Connecticut program to incentivize businesses to set up shop in Connecticut is a great idea, and I would be happy to participate in. In conclusion, I would state to the committee, please don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Please don't let politics or turf wars get in the way of enacting good policy. The testbed legislation is good policy and provides another tool in the toolbox to reduce government expenditures. I strongly encourage members of the committee to support this bill. I thank you for the opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, William. Anybody have any question? I'm not seeing any online or in the room. Thank you so much for your patience. Next on up is Eunice Mahler, listed as a member of the public. The most important person here. Is Eunice still on the line?
Yes, I am. Good evening. My name is Eunice Mahler, resident of Connecticut and a volunteer. Whoops. I don't know why I'm so fuzzy and sorry, my camera's not working very well.
That's okay.
Okay. I'm a volunteer member of the Sierra Club. I appreciate the co-chairs and all the committee members. You tackle many varied concepts of bills, raise bills to craft legislation that's important to all the people of Connecticut. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and time you spend on each bill. I have two bills I will address. First is SB number 243, an act requiring the study of the design of residential electric customer bills. I have friends that when I ask them if they know how much electricity they use or what they know about public benefits, they say, we don't know. We have automatic payment. That's all that happens is the bill gets paid and then we see how much we paid for it. I have Constellation as my third-party electrical supplier. Each month I receive my monthly Constellation usage summary email. Included in January's summary was an additional section with the title, Understanding the Connecticut Public Benefits Charge. This 6-page section I've entered into my written testimony. It includes 6 frequently asked questions and answers about the Connecticut Public Benefits Charge. I was so struck by how easy it was to read about the bill, about my Eversource bill, that I decided to make a comment about this. The second bill that I've like to comment on is HB number 5036, an act streamlining residential solar permitting and infrastructure. Tomorrow, 20 Connecticut jurisdiction representatives are joining a Solar App Plus informational virtual webinar. I believe it's the app or one of the apps that's been referred to obliquely in the testimony from different people. This webinar tomorrow is going to feature Guilford's first selectman, Matt Huey, and their chief building official, Kimberly Norman Rosendam. Guilford has found a huge number of solar projects ended up being completed when they used the Solar App Plus system. It's a virtual web-based app. It was developed with federal taxpayer funds several years ago, and you too could have a Solar App Plus webinar, I'm sure, brought to your committee or to a section of your committee so that you could understand how it works and what the opportunity is for all of Connecticut. It kind of answers the questions of that the governor's bill does asks.
I just want to say, you got 30 seconds? Can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, that was my timer that went off.
That was your camera just
Yes.
came into focus a little. Thank you.
And
yes.
and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak about these important issues and that you brought up a balcony solar. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your patience. Anybody have any questions? No? Thank you so much. I think I had passed over Philip Carr, but I thought that this was crossed out because he wasn't testifying. Is there a Philip Carr on there? No. Tom Quinn from Northeast Edge LLC. Tom, on or online? Tom?
It's coming?
Yeah, we're good.
I promise I wasn't sleeping.
No, I know. Don't worry about it. You're not on camera, but we hear your voice.
I should be on camera.
No, dark screen. It's okay.
Okay. So I'm here to talk about opposing the SB 245 that I heard the testimony today about 6 hours ago from OCC. Let me start by saying I don't speak or represent any of the energy providers or distributors, but these tax incentives are required by this specific industry to locate in Connecticut, and a properly designed and built AI data center supports the state of Connecticut in the grid. Removing these tax incentives permanently disqualifies Connecticut from any opportunity for success with part of the data center industry coming contrary to the projective narratives. Co-located base load data center use of electricity with demand response does not increase cost to ratepayers. Why? Because the sticks and wires don't have to be dragged anywhere. They sit next to it. They buy the energy behind the meter, but the ratepayers are first because the energy source does not delist the energy. So the ratepayers are always first. They come off. It is not clever. It's done in other states. It's done carefully. And this is something that really should be, Connecticut should be very happy with. I can't do my job without talking a little bit about Cambridge Computer in Massachusetts. In December, they announced a massive artificial intelligence program there that was started about a year ago. I encourage any of you, if you don't know about this, this is a huge project, Mass AI, MAAI. Have a look at it. Also, take a look at what New York's doing. We are just taking ourselves off the playing field here. So there are currently 36 states with data center tax incentives. 5 of those states having passed incentives since Connecticut passed their incentives. Okay, at the top of the checklist, and we've been down this road a couple of times now, if you don't have the incentives, it's a guaranteed no, and that may be the objective of what we heard, some of the objective of what we heard today, but we need to all realize this. This is currently the 7th largest industry in the United States by GDP, and it's growing rapidly. It is expected to jump up quite a bit higher. The government is number 3, by the way. So, you know, we expect this, and there will be no way we're avoiding AI in Connecticut. There's no way to say goodbye to it. We will need the compute capacity in every state in the country, with this many states and more coming on, offering the tax incentives. And there's a specific reason. It's not to be nice with tax incentives. It's a business that has to turn over tremendous amounts of equipment regularly. And so they go with the states, they go to the states with these types of sales and use tax exemptions. I'd like a little more time if you wouldn't mind, Senator. I've been on.
Tom, about another 30 seconds and then wrap it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Regarding energy use in the duck curve, it'll be with us for decades. Base loads are stabilizers. Adding renewables destabilizes the generating facilities, and over time, the renewables will turn the duck curve into a goose curve. These plants are seeking base loads to survive, retool, certify, pay their employees, cover their output obligations to ratepayers and their credit guarantees. Our co-location proposals have included very responsible 5 points. I'd like to whip them out. Zero cost shifting to ratepayers, including congestion charges. No delisting of electrical generators with ISO. The ratepayers are always first. No peak shaving, which means any backup cannot be run without a request from ISO. The demand response using backup generators. Now you can locate these stacked inside of a building, quiet and dormant.
Tom, I said 30 seconds. I think you got to wrap it up now. Thank you.
Okay. No business in Connecticut has ever been, or anywhere in the grid, has been denied electricity. And Connecticut electric generators have the legal right to sell this behind the meter. And we should look at Mass AI Hub to see what they're doing, so we don't X ourselves out of the 7th largest industry in the country.
You made your point, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Not seeing anybody. I'm not seeing anybody online that has any questions that I can tell. Thank you so much for your patience today, Tom. Hannah Lemec from CCM. Hannah, there you are, Hannah.
Hello. When I saw 20th today, I thought that it was going to be quick. So.
This is quick.
Yeah. All right. So good evening, Co-Chair Needleman and Steinberg, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Hannah Lemec, and I am here today representing the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, which proudly represents 99% of towns and cities across our great state. I am here today in support of HB 5245. 5245 authorizes municipal electric aggregation, also known as community choice aggregation, a voluntary tool that helps to enhance transparency, expand consumer choice, and support economic development. Community choice aggregation does exactly what it sounds like. It gives residents and small businesses more choices and allows municipalities to competitively procure electricity supply on their behalf. Importantly, the legislation does not change who maintains the poles and wires, who restores power after storms, or who sends the bills. Our utilities continue to handle transmission, distribution, outage response, and billing. What changes is who can negotiate the supply rate. Across Connecticut, we are experiencing astronomical energy prices. In conversations with local leaders, electricity bills are consistently at the top of minds of residents' concerns. Families are being forced to make impossible decisions, choosing between paying rent, paying groceries, or keeping the lights on. In a state where resources are so plentiful, this is something that is simply unacceptable. This bill is voluntary. Municipalities must opt in through public, transparent local process and develop a plan subject to oversight by PURA. Residents are automatically enrolled to maximize purchasing power, but every consumer retains the right to opt out at any time without penalty. That balance ensures both scale and consumer protection. Aggregation has proven successful in neighboring states such as Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, and Rhode Island, serving millions of customers and giving municipalities the ability to pursue price stability and long-term planning that aligns with community needs. From an economic development standpoint, community aggregation keeps more energy dollars circulating locally. It allows towns to work with experienced energy advisors and suppliers such as Titan Energy, one of CCM's community partners. Titan Energy is a Connecticut-based energy consulting firm who you will hear from later tonight, maybe tomorrow. that works with municipalities, school districts, and businesses across New England to strategically procure energy, manage risk, and reduce costs. Their expertise demonstrates that Connecticut already has the local talent and infrastructure necessary to implement this model effectively and responsibly. This bill is not a mandate. It does not dismantle the current system. It simply gives municipalities a carefully regulated option to leverage collective purchasing power, increase transparency in energy procurement, and respond directly to the needs of their residents. At a time when affordability is the defining issue of Connecticut families, this bill provides a practical, locally driven solution. For that reason, the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities respectfully urges you to support HB 5245. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Hannah. Does anybody have any questions? Is this a business that CCM would get in?
I cannot say that if that's a business that CCM
I'm
would
just
get into.
wondering if
but-
they're looking at it as an opportunity to help towns.
Yeah, this is definitely something, and Titan is here in person, so I'm sure they will be able to answer much more of your questions.
Sure, Representative Mara.
Thank you so much for coming in. So you're representing the municipalities. About how many of them have you heard from that want to see something like this?
I don't have direct numbers, but I know that we have at least 10 to 15 that have discussed this with us. As we had just started the conversations with them, that's something too that we can reach out to our members and kind of gauge their will to do this. But most of our members in the conversations that we have are supportive of this.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Long day, sorry.
No, I'm sorry for you.
Everybody's burnt out. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you for having us.
Yeah, have a good night. Virginia Cox, just listed as company employee. I'm not sure from what company, but Virginia, are you on? Abby? I'm sorry? Skip it for now? Okay. Ripping right through the list here. Sean Reel from Earthlight. Sean?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Well, I want to thank you all very much for holding this hearing. My name's Sean Reel. I'm the Director of Sales Operations with Earthlight Technologies. I'm here today to talk about HB 5036, which Earthlight supports the committee's efforts to streamline permitting applications for residential solar. We believe that this legislation could go a long way towards reining in differences in permitting prices and processes that currently exist throughout Connecticut. My comments today will address some calibrated changes I hope the committee will consider to strengthen the overall impact of this bill. Kyle Wallace from Sunrun earlier spoke today about including battery storage in the treatment of solar permitting, which I believe would be a good addition. With the successor residential programs coming into play in 2028, we believe that a majority of solar installations will include battery storage deployment. So as more people will need to install storage to make their projects viable, there exists a need to make sure that the automated permitting structure allows for this, what would be a common variable to be addressed. Regarding how towns treat permits today, we would welcome a bill language change that would limit the required number of permits sought by municipalities for rooftop solar installations. Some towns like Manchester, Vernon, Waterford, and Stafford only ask for one building permit at this time, which can easily translate well to a solar app or other automated permitting structure. Whereas other towns require 2 or in some cases 3 permits, which can require you to apply in person or by mail. And sometimes there's an order to which you apply for one permit and receive that permit before you can then make additional applications through other permittings. Without changes to reduce the number of permits that a town can require for these installations, the benefit of streamlined permitting for developers and customers will be significantly reduced. It would, in fact, create a two-part application process where you would still submit a permit through the solar app or whatever that structure ends up being, but you would still have to apply in person or by mail for the other aspects of the permit. In terms of the rollout, again, this is taking from remarks that Kyle Wallace had made earlier, but Massachusetts is considering similar legislation to roll out in a 12-month period. And we would be eager, very eager, if the committee were to explore allowing this rollout within a 12 to 18-month period to coincide with the new successor programs. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony this evening.
Thank you, Sean. What other permits do towns require?
Yeah, so there are some towns that will require a zoning permit before you can apply for a building permit or an electrical permit, or some towns will specify that it is a solar permit, that it is in addition to a building permit. Depending on the town, there's an order to which one you can apply for first.
Yeah, for us, it starts with the zoning permit, but that just is where it starts and gets routed around to all the other departments. So we try to make it easier by starting in one place and then moving it around, because the other one that might want it is a fire marshal. Just to make sure that it's safely installed. Anyway, thank you. Points taken and under advisement. Anybody have any questions online or in the room? Not seeing anybody. Thank you so much, Sean. Matt Fulda,
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry? Oh, Matt came up with Tony. Great. Charles Philot, Laurent Maxime Enterprises. Is Charles on the line? Charles, you out there?
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
There we go. How you doing?
Hi, I'm well. Thank you.
I'm gonna just interrupt one. Betsy Gara's up next, just so we get the queue going, so people know who's up. And thank you, Matt. Oh, Charles, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and thank you for allowing me to appear here tonight. My name is Chuck Frelot. I'm a resident of Shelton, Connecticut. I'm appearing by video tonight because I'm actually out of the country, but I've been following this all day, and the day is long, and I will attempt to be brief. I'm the former chief executive officer of Aquarion Company. I had that job for some 16 years. And I've spent the better part of 40 years in the regulated utility world in 4 countries around the globe. And I was chair of an electric utility in Eastern Canada. I've been opposed to this deal from the beginning, and I signed up to speak today in support of House Bill 5249. But allow me, if you would, just to say a few words. I believe this is a ratepayer-funded leverage buyout in disguise. The transaction price of some $2.4 billion is not free public ownership. It's effectively a highly leveraged acquisition whose debt service ultimately has to be supported by customer bills one way or the other. And even supporters' own filings projected multi-year compounding rate increases after a short pause. So let's not convert a regulated utility into a debt-heavy authority with an embedded expectation of compounding rate hikes. If anyone in the legislature is confused about the mechanics of this deal, you would be forgiven. This deal hinges on the creation of a so-called Aquarion Water Authority, a brand new entity intended to acquire a long-standing complex utility. And as of this moment, it exists solely for this transaction. It's effectively a shell. No operating track record as a standalone buyer, no audited financial statements as an established enterprise, no asset base comparable to the asset it's supposed to purchase, and no fiscal or management oversight by an independent, legitimate regulatory agency such as PURA. The issue here is that with PURA gone, consumer advocacy function is impotent and weak. And notwithstanding the commentary today of Eversource and the good folks from RWA, it is silly to compare the economic regulation and the consumer protection of the RWA, on which the new Aquarion model would be modeled. They're just not similar. PURA is an agency with the Public Utility Regulatory Authority has some 60 to 70 employees, and they have professionals trained in law and economics and accounting and the like. This is a bad deal and should be killed. And I hope PURA is given the powers for full review. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. That was very articulate. I don't think I could have ever said it as in such a short way and as accurately as you did. It is an LBO, no matter how you cut it, and it's done with tax-exempt dollars. The issue really is how far down the path we are right now and whether or not anything can be done about that. One would hope that although the court probably rightly rejected PURA's denial initially based on governance, which was stipulated in the legislation, that they take a hard look at the other reasons that you're bringing up, including the public good. But that's up to them. They work independently of us. I'm not sure that any legislation that we do at this moment is going to change any of that. But it was very well articulated. Were you in the water business or electric or gas in the past?
Chairman, I was in the water business, and I was CEO of Aquarion for some 16 years. I finished that tour of duty at the end of 2019. I was around for the acquisition of Aquarion and stayed on for 2 years after that. And by the way, Eversource purchased Aquarion knowing full well the intricacies of the water business. I was there. And the gentleman today from Eversource suggests that they really didn't understand and they sold because of that. They sold because they had an ill-advised investment loss in offshore wind of upwards of $2.5 billion. And that's why Aquarion became the sacrificial lamb. It had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with not understanding the water business.
Well, I appreciate you saying that because I've been saying that for a while, and that my comments have been met with disdain. Obviously, you can create as much of a smokescreen as you want, but Eversource is not that big a company, and a $2.5 billion loss is quite material. It affected their borrowing ability. It affected a lot of things, and they created a smokescreen around it. But truth be told, they did 2 liquidity events since then to raise money through the sale of new stock, and they're selling the water utility to raise capital. And I think that their job, their corporation, their job is to sell their asset to the highest bidder regardless of the means. And by creating this authority, we did create somebody who could bid higher but have a lower cost basis because they're borrowing with tax advantage bonds. And my comment earlier wasn't that by creating the authority we actually created competition. We actually created unfair competition that no doubt resulted in more revenue for Eversource in the process. I just would like to know what you think about that.
Well, the gentleman from Eversource, one of the speakers today, had a different view of the matter, and said that that Aquarion rates, if I can recall, he gave a selective view of why Aquarion rates were less than that of Eversource. The fact of the matter is, even with their access to cheap money, their expense profile is almost the same as that of Aquarion. And yet Aquarion is twice the size. So they are bloated, and their expense profile is bloated. And that's why the rates are 30% higher. It has nothing to do with 4 or 5 other reasons that were proffered.
You mean RWA?
Yes, RWA. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I've never looked closely at their rates, but I did ask, and that was the comment, that their rates were higher, but I think there were a lot of reasons. I hadn't put 2 and 2 together, that their borrowing costs are substantially lower and their cost profile is higher. That doesn't necessarily bode well for the ratepayers and the municipalities that will be under this new authority, because if that's the case, inefficiency can breed inefficiency. What do you think about the idea that these are going to long-term be kept 2 separate entities?
I don't trust that at all. I mean, the chairman of the RWA today said that it was not about control. Well, of course it's about control. Why would you have 6 board members to 5? Certainly those of you, as legislators, you understand better than I that he who controls, or she who controls the numbers, controls the game. So you have a board that is higher than 6 members to 5 on the Aquarion side, even though Aquarion is twice the size. The chief executive officer by enabling legislation is from RWA, and the chief financial officer by enabling legislation is from RWA. Let's be honest. Of course it's about control. But it's a pretty good gig, because the Aquarion customer pays for it. That 2.4 ballooning into 6 billion will not be paid by the RWA customers. They're paid by people in Bridgeport and Torrington and Shelton and elsewhere. That's the crime of this.
So you must have been friends or known the former head who passed away of RWA.
Yes, I worked with Larry a number of years, and we were friends, of course. Yes, a tragic loss.
I know, and I gather in the water industry, it's a very small circle of people, and you guys all know each other and respect each other for what you do. And as I said, it is a loss. I never asked the current or acting CEO if that's a long-term plan or not. Or anyway.
Well, Senator, if I could, the suggestion that was proffered that somehow the rating agencies insisted is laughable.
Insisted on the sale.
Well, insisted that RWA have control at the board level, because somehow Aquarion, which opened its doors in 1857, 4 years before the Civil War began, wouldn't quite be prepared to manage it. And that somehow they required the board to be more heavily laden toward South Central. That's poppycock. It's silly.
I'm sitting here kind of laughing to myself because I feel somewhat validated by your comments. And I had never met you. We've never had a conversation. I didn't know what your prior job was. So I'm happy that you testified, more because I think that that anybody who's intervening or has say at the process at PURA needs to understand exactly what you're saying, right? I think that that's critical because that's where the decision's going to lie. I feel bad that last year we didn't take up anything with regard to this. We probably should have, because that's would have been the point at which we could have made some modifications. I just have one last question. Under any iteration of the changes suggested by the COGS that testified with reorganization of the management structure or governance structure, do you think that this deal can be made to be good for the ratepayers of the towns that are involved?
No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody have anybody else? Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your candor. And I mean, truly, it's wonderful when anyone giving testimony uses the term poppycock. I'm always impressed. Curious if you'd ever considered running for office, sir, but we'd love to have you as part of this on a regular basis. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the input. I think that's critical that we get somebody who's been inside with this and plays a little inside baseball and willing to stand up and give us a testimony. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Does anybody else have anything? I'm looking to see if there's anybody online with their hand up. Abby, I can't see. No. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate your patience today. Hope you're enjoying yourself wherever you are out of the country, and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. I think that we're going to take a 10-minute break to grab some pizza that just came, and then we're going to come back. Next one up is Israel Prevail, followed by Patrick Roche, but we're going to adjourn this until 7:30. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'd like to call us all back. We're a little bit off schedule. We're a lot off schedule. I hope you guys availed yourself of some food. It's there for anybody who wants it. We're going to get back on this now. I think Israel Prevail. Oh, Betsy is on? No, Betsy texted me. She said she was going to submit testimony. Betsy, you're not on, are you? No. Okay. Israel Prevail? Israel? Oh, no, never mind. I know what that is. Never mind. Patrick Roche from Good Energy.
Yes, hello. All right. Great. If you can hear me, I'll dive in. Co-chair Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg, ranking members Senator Fazio and Representative Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Patrick Roach, one of Good Energy's directors in New England. Good Energy is a municipal aggregation consultant, and our experience includes managing about a third of the programs in Massachusetts. My role includes acquisition, program operations, and regulatory policy. I'm here to support HB 5245, which would empower Connecticut municipalities to offer municipal aggregation, a well-tested strategy to address electricity affordability while supporting customer choice, consumer protection, and environmental goals. I'll share Good Energy's experience in Massachusetts as an apple for helpful comparison. Most of our programs have demonstrated a consistent pattern of long-term savings and price protection against price volatility. My pre-filed testimony includes a few examples, and we're happy to provide more. Many go back as far as 2016, and we've seen that success with communities buying jointly, individually, and even those that include extra New England-based renewable energy. Eversource is the distribution utility for nearly half of our cities and towns. While we aim to deliver savings and our data show we've been quite successful, we cannot guarantee savings because we do not know the future utility supply costs. We always make that clear in our public communications, and we believe that transparency is key for consumer protection. That transparency is paired with the ability to opt out at any time without penalty for all of our programs. And in that context, I'm proud that our programs generally maintain and even increase participation over time. In a recent press release, the state's Department of Public Utilities chair echoed this success, saying in part, quote, "Municipal aggregation is a critical energy affordability tool." Our programs require regular coordination with the utility, and Eversource has consistently been a reliable partner. Regarding HB 5245, as it pertains to the great work Connecticut has done to protect especially low-income customers, I do want to highlight that the bill excludes most low-income customers from being eligible for automatic enrollment. I also suggest two improvements for the bill to best empower aggregation. First would be access to historical usage data, which is critical for aggregations to solicit bids. Although the bill provides access to usage data, it needs clarification on when that access begins and if it is historical. Second, flexibility over start and end date of supply contracts enables aggregations to secure the most competitive rates. However, the bill does restrict the launch of programs to just 2 months per year. We would encourage the committee to consider if that restriction is really necessary. For example, rather than restricting dates, Massachusetts requires regular reporting to the utility about the aggregation's prospective launch timing, and the bill already includes similar language that could probably go a little further. So thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, Representative Mashinsky.
I wanted to ask you why the AARP has a problem with your concept. I believe it's because you're including everyone, and they have to make an effort to opt out of the agreement, but they haven't spoken yet. But I think that's the reason. Why do you need that requirement that they are in unless they opt out?
Yeah, great question. So, yeah, while I can't speak exactly for them, for some, the opt-out is a concern. And I think actually the Office of Consumer Counsel earlier today made mention of this, and she highlighted that these programs really don't work without the opt-out because the cities and towns need that to achieve the sort of scale and also the predictable size to go out and secure bids. That doing it the other way with opt-in just wouldn't allow you to generate that scale and that predictability. But I will say I think we've had really good success in how to manage that opt-out process and how to do it in a way that gets the word out really well and helps people understand their options and take advantage of choice to opt out before the programs even start. And then, as I mentioned, we make sure they can opt out at any time without penalty. So even if you're in for a month or 6 months or longer and want to get out one day, you can do that at any time.
You can get out after only a month?
Yeah, basically on each bill cycle or at each meter read, you could make a change. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anybody else? No? Thank you so much, Patrick. I appreciate it. And again, thank you for your patience. Jim Paris. Is Jim out there?
I am.
Thank you, Jim.
Good evening, all. Good afternoon, or good evening, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Jim Paris, and I'm the CEO of the Home Builders and Remodelers Association of Connecticut. Our members are responsible for building the homes Connecticut families live in every day. Connecticut is in a housing crisis, and that context matters for every bill we consider. Connecticut consistently ranks near the bottom nationally in housing production per capita. We are tens of thousands of homes short of what our economy needs and our workforce needs. That shortage has consequences. Nearly half of Connecticut renters are cost burdened, paying more than 30% of their income on housing. Home prices have risen more than 60% in just the last 5 years, putting homeownership out of reach for so many working families. In that environment, House Bill 5248 would make the housing crisis worse. The bill allows energy efficiency standards adopted by a single state agency to override the state building code, bypassing the Codes and Standards Committee entirely. The Codes and Standards Committee exists for a reason. It's a balanced multidisciplinary body that weighs public safety, energy efficiency, constructability, consumer protection, and critically, housing affordability and cost impacts. The legislature deliberately strengthened that role in just recent years after acknowledging that unchecked code changes were materially driving up costs. House Bill 5248 undermines that legislative intent. Energy efficiency requirements that override building code are, in practice, building code mandates, regardless of how they're labeled. Allowing them to be imposed outside the codes and standards process removes essential safeguards for consumers, safeguards that ensure requirements are practical, affordable, and deliver real value. We support energy efficiency. Our members build energy efficient homes every day, but layered mandates, parallel standards, and administrative overrides increase costs, complicate compliance, and make housing harder to build, especially starter homes and workforce housing, where affordability is already most fragile. Connecticut cannot afford policies that are at odds, that add cost and uncertainty to housing production, while we're already underbuilding compared to the rest of the country. Energy policy and housing affordability are not mutually exclusive, but balance does matter. The Codes and Standards Committee is the mechanism that provides that balance and protects consumers. For these reasons, and because Connecticut's housing crisis demands restraint, not regulatory overreach, the Home Builders and Remodelers Association of Connecticut respectfully urges you to reject House Bill 5248. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, sorry about that, Jimmy. Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the testimony. So I'm just curious, can you give us an example on why this bill is not feasible for your industry, especially when it's concerning energy efficiency?
Yeah. So I would say this, Representative, that in the state of Connecticut, we already build some of the most resilient and efficient housing in the country. I believe that the proper methodology for us to pursue is utilizing the Codes and Standards Committee that already exists, that is very balanced, has as part of its requirements the review of efficiency standards, the review of constructability, and also the review of housing costs and affordability. I don't know if the if the DEEP were to override the Codes and Standards Committee with its own regulatory programs, if they would also have those similar mandates.
Is it safe to say that following the planning and zoning's regulation on energy efficiency, does it increase the cost of building these structures, and by how much? What's the percentage?
Thank you for the question, Representative. And it is, just to be clear, it is not planning and zoning regulations, right? The Codes and Standards Committee is a state entity under state statute. And in fact, municipal regulations currently are such that they're not allowed to require builders or developers to build beyond the state building code as it currently exists. I apologize. If you could repeat the question, I know I started to answer it, but forgot the rest of it.
Well, in other words, when you're building a home with energy efficiency in mind, how much did that home cost by including these specialized equipment, whether it's the boiler, windows that are energy efficient, laying the walls out with Tyvek, so on. How much more does it cost when you apply this, and by what percentage?
So that's not an easy question to answer right off the bat. There are many ways to achieve energy efficiency, right? You can do that by tightening the envelope of the home, i.e., better windows, doors, etc., better insulation. And you can also do that via appliances as well. I can tell you this, that the difference between the code that we're in right now versus the previous code, it was estimated nationally that for the average median household, that could arguably increase the cost of construction by $12,000 to $20,000. So we're just about to go into a brand new code, the 2024 code, which we expect to be adopted later this fall. That will also increase the cost of construction, to a certain degree as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. So are you basically saying that if we approve the appliance standards, it's going to change the cost of new construction?
Yeah, absolutely, right. The appliance standards aren't just your microwave or your dishwasher, but they're also your boilers, your furnaces, your water heaters. Those are all very expensive, and the National Association of Home Builders puts out this great study, and it's interactive too. I encourage folks to go to nhb.org to check it out. But it's called the cost of regulations, and for every they've broken this down by state, right? In the state of Connecticut, for example, for every $1,000 you increase the cost of a median home, you're pricing 300 families out of the market, out of the ability to purchase a home, right? So obviously, if you multiply those thousands, those numbers increase exponentially.
Thank you. So would you argue on that basis that we shouldn't insulate houses because it would be cheaper? I mean, DEEP was, we've gone back and forth with them, and I'm not sure where I land on this bill this year. But many of the things that they're talking about are not residential, and they're more appliance related as opposed to construction related, and they're more commercial. But are you, you know, I understand your point, and it's probably true that at some price point you are beginning to lock people out, but does it mean that things that have a good return on investment and are good for people in general shouldn't be built into the building code?
No, absolutely not. And I thank you for the question, Senator. I mean, what I would argue is that the way we promulgate codes now is the IEC adopts or puts out model codes. The state then adopts those codes and amends those codes and publishes the state family of building codes, right? I would just suggest that because the you know, at that model level, they're required to take into consideration ROI, affordability, you know, efficiency, et cetera. And then at the state level, you know, thanks to Representative Rojas, a couple of years ago, some legislation was passed with his leadership that requires the state building code, when adopted, to also consider the cost of housing, the cost of construction, and affordability as well. So I would just say that you know, we already have a mechanism to determine whether, you know, that insulation should you know, be even more efficient, or those windows should be even more efficient. That process exists and is very effective in that bypassing that process could in of itself have some you know, unintended consequences.
No, and I appreciate that. And in the list of items in this deep proposal, did you see anything specifically that was onerous? So if we look to work with them on this, you know, I sadly have firsthand knowledge of a lot of the building code issues. The firemen in my town were wildly opposed to removing the requirement for 2 staircases in units over a certain, you know, buildings with a number of units in them over a certain size. We're going back to fix that this year. And that was in the interest of saving money and making things more affordable. But not every town has a fire department that has a truck that would be adequate to be used as a second means of egress. The other thing that came to mind was somehow somebody somewhere thought that it was a good idea to remove the requirement to fence in a swimming pool, which definitely adds cost. But it also saves hundreds of lives a year of children who walk into a pool and drown, and animals, but mostly children. And that did get adopted by our building code. I actually had a building official that worked for me who quit because of it. He said, I can't have that on my conscience. So I'm not sure I'm that comfortable with the process all the way around, but going back to my original question, do you have any specific areas of concern, or is this a general, I oppose all regulatory enhancements or mandates or whatever you want to call them?
Yeah, no, well, I would say, if I were to phrase my argument, Senator, that I oppose all regulatory changes done outside the normal regulatory process. So, you know, as I stated before, there is, you know, a very detailed process in which the international codes or model codes are given to the states. The states then take the time to go through them with various lenses. If you look at the you know, the Codes and Standards Committee, it is encompassed by, or it is populated by environmentalists, engineers, builders, public officials, or public municipal building officials, and et cetera. And so I just think that's a much a much better holistic approach to determining how codes should be developed in the state of Connecticut.
So I hear that. And how about if you sort of isolate it to things that were not physically attached, like a hot water heater or a boiler, and go back to your microwave, your dishwasher, your more basic appliances that really do, at the low end of the scale, use 2 to 3 times the amount of electricity. And I understand we want to get to a price point, but sometimes cheap is not the better value. If we can get there with subsidies for low-income renters, I think that's a good thing. And maybe anything with regard to boilers and hot water heaters gets referred to codes and standards. I mean, I'm okay with a compromise if it's physically attached to the building. If it's a plug-in appliance, it's kind of a different thing, you know? So
yeah, I think that's something that I would be willing to bring back to my members and have a conversation about and see if we can work with you in good faith.
I would appreciate that, as opposed to sort of fading in and out. I don't know what happens with your camera.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just getting bleary-eyed. But any help in improving this, or sort of removing as much of the dislike of it as we could, would be helpful, because the interest here is value. And I think that that's an important thing. But I'm not for overriding the normal process for things that are physically part of a building. Okay?
Great.
Anybody else? Nope. Oh, yeah, it's Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At one time, I was involved in doing, my own research and working with the community in the north end of Hartford, where there's a major issue of flooding every time we have an extreme storm event. And so my question to you, when you construct, I'm not sure if you construct large buildings or 3-family homes, single-family homes, what have you, but green technologies and infrastructure that reduces the environmental impact, especially flooding. Will this bill impede with that type of infrastructure, the green technology and building like bioswales, for example?
No, well, I suppose if we're talking about sump pumps, I would guess that would be under this rubric. But beyond that, if you're talking about the construction of tech or the utilization of technologies in building best practices for flooding, I think that's outside the scope of this legislation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the testimony on these hard costs. I saw you also submitted testimony on the solar permitting, and in your experience, that it looks like that can add to significant soft costs.
I don't think I did submit testimony on solar permitting.
On the governor's solar permitting bill, you said inconsistent, slow, and resource-intensive local permitting processes can add to soft costs.
I will apologize ahead of time. I probably submitted 20 pieces of testimony this week. I'm having a hard time recalling that one.
Okay, no problem. Probably focused on the appliances bill. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else? Thank you so much for the testimony. Up next is Nathan Froling from Nature Conservancy.
Well, thank you, Senator Needleman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome, great. And thank you also, Representative Steinberg and Senator Fazio, Representative Mara, and honorable members of E&T for this opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 243. I'm Nathan Froling, Director of External Affairs for the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. Senate Bill 243 will help increase access to good information about the public benefits charge, including the costs and benefits of programs funded through these charges. As we know, energy cost increases are an urgent concern. In the heated emotion of this issue, we believe critical misinformation has spread. That misinformation has cast unfounded blame on renewables and energy efficiency programs as though they are the primary drivers for electric bills going up. In addition to being incorrect, this has furthered a broader false narrative that renewable energy is too expensive for meeting future energy needs. We believe Senate Bill 243 will help a little bit make accurate information more accessible and misinformation more difficult to prevail. Because working with credible information is the foundation for good advocacy as well as policy, the Nature Conservancy has recently contracted with professional energy consultants to do two things. One, understand the drivers of energy cost increases in Connecticut. Two, to understand the economics of clean and fossil energy choices and how we meet future energy demand. We expect to have the results of the study before the end of the legislative session. What we already know is that residential electricity bills for Eversource customers have increased 56% since 2019, and that New England's heavy reliance on natural gas is the primary driver. State clean energy programs are not primary drivers. We also know that the contract to keep Millstone operating resulted in higher costs for a period, and utilities getting reimbursed for COVID-related losses was another reason. These are not renewable energy costs. Right now, Millstone and hardship cases may not be the primary drivers in continued high electric bills, whereas increases in supply and delivery charges are current drivers, including rising costs for transmission, but not renewables. What's particularly notable from our analysis is that Connecticut's renewable energy and energy efficiency programs are just a small part of your bill, and their cost rate has essentially not gone up like other factors have over the last 5 years. In a word, blaming renewables is misguided for addressing increased costs. Renewables and efficiency can reduce as well as stabilize costs. Vineyard Wind and South Fork Wind are showing us that right now. So that's all I have to say. Thanks for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony, Nathan. I appreciate it. Anybody have any comments, questions? Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I agree that, excuse me, that the public benefits charge has been, there has been misinformation, but I'm just curious, when you say renewables are not a big part of this charge, what do you think the percentage of that charge is?
We're looking right now at making sure that our numbers are correct. In the study I referred to, initially we came up with 5% is the cost for the renewables and energy efficiency program. So that's why we say a relatively small part of the bill. There have been some increases in the RRES program that we want to make sure we're accurately accounting for. But the point is 5%, 6, 7, whatever it is, average over the last 5 years is not a huge driver of what's been happening with your electric bills, but I think it's been portrayed, particularly in the media, not blaming the media, they're just quoting people, is suggesting that renewables are kind of like everything else. They're sort of equal in terms of the blame, and we're just wanting to point out that we don't see it that way, and we look forward to presenting some more factual numbers shortly.
Okay, yeah, no, I would appreciate if you get those numbers, because back when I did this in April of 2025, when I was looking at the RAM charges, I had that the efficiency program on its own was 5%. And then if you add in legislative contracts, which have the power purchase agreements for many of the renewables in it, but not all, because there were peaker plants in that as well, you're looking at about 10%. Now, the reason why I put this together and what I agree is really just that at that time, people were saying that the public benefits charge was like 70% nuclear, which I also think is misinformation, because I calculated that to be, maybe around less than 2%. So yeah, no, I do agree that, excuse me, SB 243 could be good for everyone, but
Mm.
misinformation goes both ways to kind of say that renewables is not part of the public benefit and that it's, you know, less than 5% is false, considering the efficiency program itself is somewhere around 5. Thank you.
Just to be real clear, and we're not saying, right now, we're not saying 5%. We're certainly not saying less than 5%. 5% is what we had developed as an average over the last 5 years for both the programs. And it's certainly there are charges for those programs. So I just want to be clear about that. Thank you so much for your interest.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Nathan. Always
Yeah.
appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Mark Sassy from Bridge Energy Services. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Kerry Lynch from the Nature Conservancy.
It's okay. I know everyone's tired.
Sorry,
Um,
yeah. Hi,
That's
Kerry.
all right. So good evening, Honored Chair Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Kerry Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today in support of two bills, House Bill 5036 and House Bill 5248. I've submitted written testimony also on these two bills. First, TNC supports HB 5036 and acts streamlining residential solar permitting and energy infrastructure. Behind the meter solar systems significantly decrease electricity load on the grid by generating electricity locally, which reduces reliance on centralized power sources. This local generation not only helps in meeting the energy demands of homes, but also contributes to the overall energy reliability of the grid. By diversifying energy sources, solar power enhances energy reliability, ensuring a consistent and uninterrupted supply of energy to meet local demand